The Viscount of Winter, written by Delilah Duvall, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Chapter 1, Izzy. It was an awful, stupid thing, being in love with a fading fey prince. I had been doing it for 2 years, 11 months, and 6 days, so I considered myself something of an authority on the subject. I could have written a treatise on the particular idiocy of loving winter by Isabella Calder, who ought to have known better, and did, and went on doing it anyway. Day 6 at Winterhollow Keep. I was in the long gallery with a candle in one hand and my ledger under my arm, counting windows. 41 on this floor. Every one of them frosted from the inside in June, in patterns that did not repeat, that climbed the glass like script, that I had been copying into my ledger for 5 nights because they looked less like weather and more like handwriting. The maids would not come into the gallery after dark. The maids, frankly, had a point. I made my notation. Window 23, East Gallery, new growth overnight, lower left pane. I did not need the ledger. I had never needed it. I could recall every entry without looking, every window, every date, every notation in its precise position on the page. The ledger was not for remembering. The ledger was for deciding what mattered. And that was when the cold arrived. Not draught cold, not stone cold, which was the ordinary condition of this beautiful crumbling tomb of a house. This was the other cold, the one that came on like a held note. The candle flame leaned sideways. My breath turned to silver in front of my face. He was awake. He was up, and he had come to find me, which meant he had finally gathered enough of himself to do the thing I had been waiting 6 days for him to do. I turned around so he wouldn't have the satisfaction of arriving at my back. "Lord Winterhollow," I said, "you look appalling." He stood at the end of the gallery where the candlelight gave up trying. 6 days ago I had watched him drop in the heather like a cut string, and I had ridden 11 miles with his head against my shoulder, telling him extremely rude things to keep him tethered to his own name. He looked better than that now. It was a low bar. He was upright, which was new. He was dressed, which was a miracle performed by no servant I'd met, because the servants of this house had a way of drifting past their own master as if he were a window. His hair was winter pale and cropped close, and the light went through the edges of him, just slightly, the way it goes through the rim of a frozen leaf. And his eyes found me down 40 feet of dark gallery, washed out violet, and there it was. The drop in my stomach. The pulse misbehaving in 3 places at once, 2 of which were not polite to name. 2 years, 11 months, 6 days, and my body still reacted to the sight of him like a debutante at her first ball. I never forgot anything. My body never learned anything. We were a poorly matched set. "You are still here." His voice had gaps in it, small silences between the words where sound should have been, like a hymn with notes worn out of it. "Your powers of observation survive intact. I'll note it in the ledger. Isabella, Izzy, you've known me 3 years. You held me upright at 2 weddings and a birth, and you may as well wear out my actual name, given how little of your voice you have left to spend." The frost on the windows thickened. All 41 of them at once, a sound like a held breath crystallizing. I wrote that down too. He watched me write it down, and his whole face tightened, not with anger, with the effort of holding something in, and on any other man I would have called it despair. On him, I called it Tuesday. "You have to leave," he said. I closed the ledger, tucked the pencil behind my ear, which Leora said made me look like a tradesman's clerk, and which I therefore did at every opportunity. "No," I said. "Izzy, you're going to make a speech now. I'd rather you didn't. You haven't the breath for it, and I've heard it twice already this year. Once from Cade in the corridor outside Neve's room, and once from Vex, who delivered it with his half-fey daughter asleep on his shoulder, which rather blunted the argument. The speech goes, 'I am dangerous. This house is dying. You are mortal and lovely and breakable. Go back to Thornwood where the walls are warm and the monsters are domesticated.' Have I missed anything? I have an excellent memory. I can recite Cade's version with the pauses in the original places." "This is not." He stopped, began again, and the gaps in his voice were wider now, and I hated them. I hated every one of them. I kept a tally of them in the back pages of the ledger like a debt I intended to collect from God. "They warned you away from houses. I am warning you away from a grave. The stones are dead. What kept me? What fed? A breath. There is nothing left to be near, Izzy. There is a man-shaped place where your friend used to stand, and it is being emptied, and everything that stays close to it gets filed away into the dark with the rest. The maids forget to lay my place. Yesterday, my own steward looked through me. The house is forgetting me while I am still inside it. His eyes were terrible, steady, terribly steady. It will not stop with me. Whatever stands nearest the archive when it closes, it keeps. He believed it. That was the thing about a creature that could not lie. Every horror out of his mouth came certified. The frost was crawling out from where he stood, lacing across the floorboards, writing and writing and writing, and I felt the cold of it through my boots and did not look down, because if I looked down he would win a yard of ground, and I had no yards to spare. Noted, I said, logged, filed. Now let me tell you what I know, since we're exchanging warnings. I came down the gallery toward him, 6 windows worth. He went still, deep water still, the kind that means the current has gone beneath the surface, and the candle in my hand burned slower, the flame moving as if under water, and I kept walking. I have watched you die for 3 years, I said, politely, quietly, with excellent manners, the way you do everything. I have a record of it. The tremor reached your left hand in October of last year. Your voice lost the letters for 4 days in March, and none of your brothers noticed because you arranged not to speak. At Hazel's birth, you held a newborn and said her name twice without a single gap, and frost came out of you like a shout, and every person in that room was afraid. And I went home and wrote 1 sentence, "New memory feeds him," and then I underlined it, twice. I stopped 1 window away from him, close enough to see that the violet of his eyes had gone nearly gray at the rims, like ink running out. So here is my warning, my lord. I have done the arithmetic on you. You have weeks. You will not spend them alone in a frozen house being forgotten by your own furniture, because I am not leaving, and unlike your maids, my voice did not crack. I had practiced. I am incapable of forgetting you. Believe me, I have tried. The silence afterward had weight. Faye's silence always does. With him it had temperature too. You have tried, he repeated, low, dangerous in a way I felt along the inside of my arms. That had been a mistake. I had handed him something dressed as a complaint, and his kind heard everything, and he was looking at me now the way frost looks at warm glass. So I took it back the only way one can, by burying it. Don't flatter yourself, I said. I can't forget anyone. It isn't selective. I still have my stepmother's bonnet ribbons, every sermon I ever slept through, and the creak of the 11th stair at Calder House. You're filed somewhere between the ribbons and the stair. He studied me, and here was the one advantage I held in every conversation with his kind, the one I guarded like coin. I could lie. He couldn't, and he couldn't always tell when I did, and the not knowing sat on him now like weather. You are lying, he said. Not certain. Testing. Prove it. The candle went out, not guttered, taken. The whole gallery dropped into blue dark, and the cold came down like a bell jar, and the air pressed. I knew what this was. I had read about it before I ever saw it, in the margins of stories, in the things the wives didn't quite say. The presence of the nocturne. The old pressure that walked into ballrooms a step ahead of the brothers and made mortal knees soften and mortal eyes shine and mortal women forget. That was the word everyone used, forget. Forget their names, their husbands, their objections themselves. Vex had emptied a hunting party with it once. Cade had reduced a magistrate's man to crawling. It was the lure and the weapon both, the thing underneath the beauty, and Ash, gentle Ash, fading Ash, Ash who rationed his own footsteps, had just dropped every leash he owned and turned the whole of it on me. The dark filled with him, 10,000 winters wide. The frost roared up the windows, all 41 I heard them go, and the pressure rolled against me like the underside of a glacier, looking for the place in me where myself was kept so it could ease it loose, set it down somewhere, and lose it. It scrabbled at me. I felt it. It was like being searched by an enormous patient hand, and it found nothing to take hold of. Because I am Isabella Calder, and I have never forgotten anything in my life. Not my mother's voice, which I lost at 9. Not the number of steps in my stepmother's house, which was 31, and the 11th creaked. Not 1 hour of 1 day of 3 years of loving him. Myself is not a thing I misplace. It is the only thing I have ever truly owned, and I keep it where I keep everything. The pressure crested, held, broke, like a wave on a seawall. The candle relit itself, which I chose not to examine. The gallery came back, gray and quiet. He was braced against the window casement with one hand, breathing as if he'd been running, staring at me with an expression I had never once, in 3 years of meticulous observation, recorded on his face. I looked down at myself, smoothed my skirt, retrieved the pencil from behind my ear. "Are you finished?" I said, "because the villagers say that empties churches, and I'd hate to think you wasted it." "It does not." The gaps in his voice were gone, I noticed, burned away by sheer disbelief. Nothing withstands that. Nothing. In 10,000 years, nothing mortal has stood in the press of me and stayed itself. Men have forgotten their own children. An army once forgot its war. He stopped, like a man who had stepped somewhere he hadn't meant to. The frost on the nearest window flinched, the pattern recoiling on itself. I put that where I put everything, in the record, under his name, beside the other entries no one had asked me to keep. "And you take notes." "I take excellent notes." I opened the ledger against my forearm and wrote where he could watch me do it. Attempted to frighten me off with the full nocturne presence. Duration, under a minute. Effect, candle expenses. Cade once made a grown man crawl across a moor with half of that. I shan't tell him yours only cost me a candle. How? One word. He had come away from the window. The dark came with him, soft and slow, and the room got smaller without changing size, and my pulse did the 3 places thing again, traitor that it was, because he was beautiful, the far side of December beautiful, the kind that cost you something to look at. And he was looking at me, all of his attention, the entire weight of the oldest winter in the world narrowed to one tradesman's clerk of a woman in an unfashionable dress. No glamour anywhere in it. He had none left to spend. He hadn't worn the human mask in months. What looked at me was the true thing, sharp and pale and wrong, and mine, said some low, ungovernable part of me that had never once submitted a report for approval. "How are you standing there?" he said. "On principle." "Izzy." "Because I can't forget," I said. "Anything. Ever. You of all creatures should understand the affliction." I shut the ledger. "Your pressure works by making people lose themselves. I have never lost anything in my life, not a name, not a face, not one single dull Tuesday. It found nothing in me with a loose grip on it. I suspect, and I'll want to test this properly, that I am the single most inconvenient woman in England for you to attempt to terrify." He stared at me. The frost had gone quiet on the windows, listening. "You should be afraid of me," he said, and it came out raw, and it was not a threat. It was a plea. "Be afraid of me so that I can bear this. Be afraid of me so one of us behaves. I have 2 years, 11 months, and 6 days of notes that say otherwise. I have 10,000 years of dead men who would correct you." "Then name one," I said. "One man in all 10,000 years who died because you loved him. You cannot lie. Name him, and I will have my horse saddled within the hour." The silence that followed was the loudest thing in the house. Faye cannot lie. And Faye's silence, I had learned this in Neve's kitchen, watching her learn it, is a confession with the seal still on it. He turned away first. I wrote that down too, internally. In the other ledger, the one with no pages, the one I'd been keeping since a pale lord at Thornwood asked my sister what it was like to know she would die, and looked at her with such terrible envy that I, invisible in the corner, furious and good at corners, had thought, "There you are. There's the one I'm going to grieve. I had been wrong about that, as it happens. I had no intention of grieving him. Grief was for people who ran out of alternatives, and I had a ledger full. Supper is at 8, I told his back. You won't eat it, and I'll eat all of it, and you'll sit there pretending you stay for the conversation. Wear the gray coat. You're vain about the gray coat. It's in your notes." I walked the 40 feet back down the gallery with my candle and my pulse and the cold pressing its hands against my spine the whole way, wanting, not taking. At the door, I did not look back, because the one mortal art I had over him was knowing what not to revisit. But I'll record the truth here, where only I keep the records. My fear was never his winter. My fear was the other thing, the one I'd never written down, because writing it made it real, and I am very careful about what I make real. His blood had never chosen, not in 3 years of my standing close enough to be chosen. And his brothers whispered that the choosing came when the need was greatest, and his need was now the greatest of any fae who had ever faded. And the old magic did not ask, and the old magic did not care. And someday soon a stranger could walk up the Harrowfield Road, a milkmaid, a widow, a draper's girl with good teeth. And his blood would detonate like Vex's had, like Wraith's, like Cade's, and I would get to be the helpful one at a fourth wedding. I would do it too. I would hold the flowers. I would write the date in the ledger in my best hand, because a chosen ash was a living ash, and I had done that arithmetic until the numbers wore through the page. That was my nightmare. Not that the monster would devour me, that the magic would save him, and it wouldn't be me. I was 3 steps through the door when every window in the gallery sang, one long crystal note, 41 panes at once, and I turned, because not even I can resist some things, and watch the frost on the nearest window unmake its own pattern, and write in a clean, slow hand in the old script I had been teaching myself by candlelight for 5 nights without telling him, Izzy. Below it, smaller, the way you write a thing you do not intend to be read, stays. I stood there in the doorway with my heart going like a thief's, and I licked the lead of my pencil, and I wrote in the ledger, steadily, because a record is a record. Window 1, East Gallery. New entry. The house and I are in agreement. Then I went down to see about supper, and I did not stop smiling the whole way, which was unprofessional, and I noted that too. Chapter 2, Ash. The stones had been dead for 6 days, and I still walked the circle at night because the body remembers what the mind cannot release. 12. There had been 12. They stood where they had stood since before the courts had names, before the Seelie drew their first border, before any fae alive remembered what it meant to kneel. I remembered. I was the only thing left that did. The northern stone was the one that went first. I had felt it go. Not heard, not seen, felt the way you feel a tooth pulled from the root, standing at the edge of the circle while the bond sang between my brother and his wife and the world, for one breath was whole. Then the light, all 12 stones blazing once, the land waking one last time. Then the hum severed. Then, stone by stone, the rest of them followed, and the silence that came after was not silence, it was absence. Silence is the space between sounds. Absence is a wound the air has not closed over. I put my hand against the northern stone, cold, granite cold, which is the cold of things that have never been alive. Not the cold I carried, which was the cold of things that once burned and had forgotten how. The stone did not answer. It would not answer again. No one would stand in this circle and speak vows and feel the hum roll through the granite and seal what the blood had chosen, because the granite was finished and the hum was finished, and the magic that had anchored here since before I had a shape to wear was homeless. I had not explained this to Izzy. She had her ledger. She had her dates, her arithmetic, her notations in the margins, window 23 East Gallery, new growth overnight. And she had the unshakable conviction that everything measurable was manageable. She thought the stones were a venue, a location where a ceremony occurred, like a church, replaceable with another church. She did not understand that the stones were not where the magic happened. The stones were where the magic lived. Every bond ever sealed, every choosing ever named, every oath that held a fae to his word for longer than memory. And I am memory, and I am telling you that some of those oaths predate me. All of it anchored in 12 pieces of granite on a moor that now hosted railway surveyors and blasting schedules and men with leather cases who read boundary markers like clauses in a contract they intended to break. Gone. I had not told her that either. That last week, an oath I had given a farmer's widow 3 centuries ago had shifted inside me, and for the first time since I spoke it, the binding had felt less like law and more like habit. A fae's word is absolute. It does not loosen. It does not gray at the edges like old rope. But mine had, and I had put that observation in the place where I was keeping all the observations I could not afford to examine, and the place was getting crowded. I had not told her because telling her would have meant watching her recalculate, watching the numbers fail. watching a woman who had never, in 3 years of my observation, run out of plans. And I found that I could not do that to her. I could bear my own emptying. I could not bear hers, which was the problem, which had been the problem for some time. I walked the perimeter, 12 stones. I touched each one the way a man touches gravestones, not expecting an answer, paying a debt of presence. The frost followed me. It always followed me. It was the last of my power that still obeyed without being asked, and lately it obeyed less like a tool and more like a creature with opinions. It had opinions about her. It wrote her name when I was not attending. It bloomed warm in the places she had stood. It crawled toward her rooms at night like a dog that had chosen its own master, and I spent more of myself pulling it back than I could afford to spend. My frost had better sense than I did. This was not a new observation. I stopped at the eastern stone, pressed my forehead against it, closed my eyes. She had stood in the full press of me tonight and taken notes. I had poured 10,000 years of winter into a woman in a dark gallery, the old pressure that had emptied armies and unmade courts and stripped the self from every mortal thing that breathed, and she had stood in it without bending, not bracing, not enduring, noting, duration under a minute, effect, candle expenses. I had wanted to, no, put that away, file it where it cannot be retrieved, cannot be examined, cannot grow. I am memory. I am the archive of everything the Fae have been and done and lost. I remember the first oath. I remember the sound the world made before the courts divided it. I carry 10,000 years of names and faces, and I have not lost one. Not one. And I cannot stop thinking about a woman with a pencil behind her ear. Her pulse had not changed. In the full force of the presence, the thing that makes hearts stammer and minds empty, her pulse held, steady. I had felt it through the dark, the only fixed point in a room I was drowning in, and it had not wavered once. Nothing has ever done that. Nothing mortal, nothing immortal, nothing in the archived history of my kind. And I have read the archived history of my kind, because I am the archived history of my kind. Izzy looked at me as if I were a ledger entry she hadn't finished auditing. Relief would have been the correct response. The proof that whatever lived between us, and I am not fool enough to pretend I do not know there is something between us, it did not make her vulnerable to me. She was safe. My pressure could not touch her. The worst of me slid off her like rain off oilskin, and she was safe. She was safe, and I pressed my hands against the dead stone until the frost cracked it, and I did not feel relief at all. Because it meant there was no weapon left. She would not flee. She could not be frightened. The mortal art I had relied upon for 1,000 years to keep distance between myself and the things I wanted. The simple, devastating fact that standing near me made people forget who they were did not apply. She remembered everything. She remembered who she was with a violence that had no interest in bordering. And she had decided to stay. I had nothing left to drive her out with except the truth. And I had spent the truth tonight in a dark gallery, and she had looked at it and noted it and walked away to see about supper. Wear the gray coat. You're vain about the gray coat. It's in your notes. She kept notes on my vanity. She kept notes on my vowels. She had 2 years, 11 months, and 6 days of a man she could not have, catalogued in a hand I could read from across a room, because my sight was the last thing fading, holding on longer than the rest, as if my body itself refused to stop looking at her, and my blood had never chosen. I withdrew my hands from the stone. The crack I'd made ran halfway down. I hadn't meant it. I hadn't meant to do many things. The choosing. The brothers spoke of it like survivors of a flood, something that happened to them, enormous and involuntary. Vex shattered a glass in a ballroom. Wraith's voice went to gravel. Cade had come apart at a staircase and nearly pulled the house down with him. The blood chose, and the prince followed, because the choosing was older than will and did not consult it. Mine had not come. 3 years. She had been close enough to touch for 3 years, at Thornwood, in the corridors I visited as often as my fading would allow, at the weddings, at the birth. I had stood near her in rooms where I could hear her heartbeat and smell the ink on her fingers and feel the warmth she carried. Hers alone, unmistakable, the warmth of a mind that never stopped working, and my blood had done nothing. Not once, not a tremor, not a hum. The The choosing had never reached for a mortal before Vex, not in all the ages of our kind. It was new, desperate. The old magic rewriting its own laws to survive, binding Fae to the one species that thrived where we faded. It had saved 3 of my brothers in 3 years, an unprecedented miracle, born of extinction, and it had looked at Isabella Calder and looked at me and passed us by. The logical conclusion was simple. I was too far gone. The candle too low for the match to catch. The choosing required a living prince, and whatever I was, archive, echo, a man-shaped habit the Moor hadn't yet broken, I was no longer enough for the blood to burn through. My brother's choosing had come like lightning. Mine would not come at all, because the thing that needed to be struck was already cold, just like the magic in the stones. So what I felt for her, the pull, the drowning, every frost pattern reaching for her like prayer, was not the choosing. It was just a dying man wanting something warm, a hunger without a mandate, a love if I was being precise, and I am always precise, a love with no magic behind it, no ancient authority, no binding force, just a man's heart doing what a man's heart does, without permission and without hope, in a body that had months at best and weeks at worst, and a woman down the corridor who would outlive him by 60 years and never forget 1 hour of watching him go. That was the cruelty. Not dying. Dying was simple. The Fae had been dying since the iron came, slow and quiet, a language thinning, old songs dropping their notes and stopping. The cruelty was that she would remember. Everything. Every gap in his voice. Every frost pattern. Every day he stood near her and said nothing, because saying anything would have. The thought broke apart. They did that now. Broke mid-stride, mid-sentence, the gaps in my mind widening to match the gaps in my voice. I stood in the circle and could not remember what I had been about to think, and the absence where the thought had been was shaped exactly like her name. Dawn came up gray and thin, the Moor lightened by degrees. I had been standing among the dead stones all night, which I knew because the frost had kept its record on the grass around my feet, a perfect circle of white, untouched, 8 hours of cold ground. I turned to leave. The stones caught the light, all 12 of them, not glowing, not alive, but frosted, every face, in the clean, precise script of the old language, the script that no living thing could read, the script I had not written because I had not been attending to the frost, because I had been too occupied with not thinking about her. My own power had written across 12 dead stones in the night, and every face said the same thing. Izzy. On the northern stone, the one that went first, the one that cracked the world, a second word beneath the first. Smaller. Written the way you write a thing you do not want to survive you. Stays. I stood there in the gray dawn, with my hands at my sides, and my frost confessing what I would not, and the dead circle wearing her name on every stone like a vow I had not given permission to make. Then I went to the nearest stone and scraped it clean with my thumbnail. The ice peeled away in curls. The granite went bare and dark. I walked to the gate. I did not look back. This was not nobility. This was the understanding that if I looked back and the frost had rewritten her name, if my own power was making declarations my mouth refused to make, then I would have to do something about it. And I did not have the luxury of doing something about it. Because doing something about it would mean walking down the corridor and sitting on the edge of her bed and telling a woman who kept records of everything that I had been keeping a record of her too. And mine was older than language, and it had never once contained a name it could not release until hers. I did not look back. The frost, I am certain, wrote what it wrote. Chapter 3. Izzy, I took the horse. This requires explanation, because the Nocturne princes do not travel by horse. They travel by crossing, that God-forsaken fold in the world where the air tears open and your stomach tries to exit through your ears, and you arrive wherever you're going smelling of ozone and regret. I had been through crossings since one could not live among the Nocturne for 3 years and avoid them entirely, but I refused them at every opportunity, and the opportunity was nearly always available, because a woman on a horse arrived at the same place as a woman through a crossing, only with her dignity and her breakfast both intact. The first time was the worst. 3 years ago, when Wraith had appeared in my mother's parlor, uninvited, announced that Leora's stepsister was coming to live at Thornwood, and hauled me through a crack in the air before I could argue. I had emerged in the entrance hall at Thornwood, with my knees on the flagstones and my supper on his boots, and when he'd reached down to help me up, I had seized the fire poker from the nearest stand and swung it at his head with both hands. He caught it, laughed, said, "Oh, I like this one," and told Vex that the new houseguest had the temperament of a wet cat and the arm of a cricket bowler, and could they keep her? They kept me. The poker was still in my room at Thornwood. I had never given it back, and Wraith had never asked, and this was the foundation of our relationship. He had dragged me out of one life and into another without permission, and I had tried to brain him for it, and we had liked each other ever since. But I was not getting in another crossing. The horse was called Beetle. She was sensible. I did not deserve her. I was going to Wraith because Wraith would answer. Not Vex. Vex would summon his brothers and stage a family intervention, and I would spend 3 hours in a room full of ancient creatures who were constitutionally incapable of getting to the point. Not Cade. Cade would tell me to leave, and then Neve would tell Cade to stop telling people to leave. And then Cade would tell Neve that he was not telling people to leave. He was making an observation. And then Neve would make an observation about Cade's observations, and I loved them both very much, and I could not afford the afternoon. Wraith would answer because Wraith enjoyed questions the way other men enjoyed cards. The more dangerous the question, the more he enjoyed it. He would see through whatever I asked him, because the sight ran through everything Wraith did, including conversation. And then he would answer anyway, because keeping secrets bored him, and boring Wraith was the one sin his household had learned not to commit. Ravenmore announced itself the way it always did, the Ravens. You heard them before you saw the house, dozens of them, scores, black shapes wheeling above a gray stone manor that sat in the moorland like a fist. Wren was in the courtyard. She had a horseshoe in one hand and a hammer in the other, and soot on her jaw, and she looked at me climbing off Beetle in the rain as if I were 6 months late, which, by her accounting, I probably was. "About bloody time," she said. "I'm here to ask Wraith a question." "I know what you're here to ask, Wraith." She set the hammer down, crossed her arms. Wren was small and square, and had hands that could bend iron cold, and she looked at me the way she looked at everything, straight through the glamour to whatever was actually there. That was her gift. She saw true. No fey lure, no nocturne presence, no pretty mask had ever worked on Wren, and she extended the same courtesy to mortals. She saw exactly what I was, and what I was, apparently, was late. "You've been in love with Ash since Leora's wedding, and you've been too busy writing it down to do anything about it," she said. "Go inside. Wraith's in the library. He's expecting you. The Ravens told him an hour ago." She picked the hammer back up. "And Izzy? Whatever he says about the blood choosing, whatever clever, cutting, wraith-shaped thing he says that makes you feel 2 inches tall, remember that he rode into the village to find me with a horseshoe-shaped bruise on his jaw and the stupidest grin I've ever seen on a creature that old. They don't know what they're talking about until they're already in it. None of them do." I nodded, opened my mouth to say something adequate. Failed. "Go," Wren said, "and take the horse to the lean-to first, you monster. She's soaked." I took Beetle to the lean-to, rubbed her down, did not cry, because crying was for people who had run out of plans, and I had plans, and Wren had just handed me something I hadn't known I needed, and I was going to put it in the other ledger, the one with no pages, and keep it. Wraith was in the library. Edgar was on the desk. Edgar. I need to say something about Edgar. He was a raven, yellow-eyed, sharp-beaked, roughly the size of a house cat, and he talked, and he was almost certainly prophetic, and he was the most unsettling creature in a family that included 4 primal fey princes and a baby who glowed. He fixed one yellow eye on me when I walked in and said with absolute clarity, "Trouble." "Good morning to you too," I said. "She rode," Edgar observed to Wraith, who was behind his desk with a glass of something that was not tea. "On a horse, Trouble." "Izzy." Wraith leaned back. He was the beautiful one. They were all beautiful, the way landslides are beautiful, but Wraith wore it like a weapon. His eyes were green, the sharp, lit green of something that hunts in the dark and does not miss, and they watched me now with undisguised delight. You rode 14 miles on a horse you hate to ask me something. If it were simple, you'd have sent a letter. If it were urgent, you'd have taken the crossing and sacrificed your dignity. You rode because you wanted time to think on the way, and you came to me instead of my brothers because you didn't want the question reported. Shall I save you the preamble? I would appreciate it. Ask. I sat down across from him. Edgar relocated to the arm of my chair, settled his feathers, and fixed both eyes on me. Audience assembled. A hypothetical, I said, naturally. If a fae marries, properly with vows, a sealed bond, and then afterward his blood chooses another woman, what happens? Wraith's glass stopped halfway to his mouth. The green eyes sharpened. That is not a hypothetical, he said. That is a blueprint. It is a question. I am very fond of questions. I collect them. You collect everything. You have a ledger on my brother's vowel deterioration. His consonants, actually. The vowels are holding. Answer the question. He set the glass down. The ravens outside went quiet, not all at once, but in a spreading ring, the way a pond goes, still when something large moves beneath the surface. Wraith thinking. Wraith thinking was never a passive event. The sight moved through him and the birds felt it. Fae vows bind as law, he said, not as promises bind between men, not by will, not by honor, not by the convenient fiction that a man's word is his bond, and also occasionally his afternoon's amusement. When a fae speaks a vow, the vow becomes structural. It is not kept, it is, as the skeleton is, as the blood is. I know this. Then you know the answer to your question. A fae who has spoken binding vows to one woman, whose blood then chooses another, he is caught between two forces that cannot yield. The vow cannot break. The choosing cannot relent. Neither bends, neither compromises, neither cares what the prince prefers. He picked up the glass again, drank, watching me. You would not be the discarded wife, little ledger, the stop. You would be the rack he dies on. I had expected it. I had done the arithmetic on the ride and arrived at precisely this conclusion, which was why I had come to Wraith, not for the answer, but for the confirmation. Isabella Calder auditing her own worst-case scenario with a witness. But I was not finished. But it can happen, I said. My voice was steady. I had practiced steady. The blood can choose someone else, after a marriage, after vows. Wraith's face did something I had never seen it do. The charm went out of it like a candle. What was left was old and careful and kind in a way that made my chest hurt worse than any of his sharp answers. Yes, he said, it can happen. I let that land, felt it settle into the place where I kept the worst entries, the ones written in the neatest hand because my fingers shook on the bad ones and I compensated with penmanship. And the choosing, I said, is it required for a fae marriage? Must the blood choose before a fae can wed? He studied me, from several angles at once, the way the ravens watched the moor, reading the shape of what moved beneath. No, he said, not gently, precisely, because he understood what I was building and would not insult me with softness. The choosing is not a requirement. It is a recognition, a confirmation. Many fae have married without it. Some go all their days and the blood never chooses at all, and the marriage is no less real for the lack of it. Fae marry freely, Izzy. The choosing simply makes the bond. He searched for the word. Louder. Many fae have married without it. The sentence sat in my chest like a key turning. It meant the plan was possible. It meant a marriage without the choosing had precedent. Fae had done this. Fae had loved without the blood's permission. Fae had spoken vows and meant them and lived in them without the old magic ever confirming what they already knew. It also meant my nightmare was real. Marry him. Save him. Love him in a bond the blood never blessed. And then someday a woman on the Harrowfield Road and the detonation that never came for me and the rack. His rack. My rack. Both of ours. Thank you, I said. That is helpful. It is horrifying. Those are not mutually exclusive. Edgar cackled. At least, I think it was a cackle. With Edgar, it was difficult to distinguish amusement from prophecy. You have been in love with my brother for the better part of 3 years, Wraith said. Not a question. You have stood close enough to touch him since Leora's wedding. You have watched 3 choosings detonate in the same family, from the same blood, in less time than a mortal woman takes to grow out a bad fringe. and his blood has not chosen you. I am aware. Are you? Because the question you rode 14 miles to ask me is not what happens if his blood chooses someone else. That is the preamble. The question you actually rode 14 miles to ask me is, why hasn't it chosen me? The silence that followed was not Faye's silence. It was my silence, which was worse, because I could fill it with a lie if I wanted to, and he would never know the difference. I did not fill it with a lie. Why hasn't it? I said. Wraith set down his glass with a clink that sounded like punctuation. His blood has not chosen in 3 years of you standing close enough to touch, he said. Ask yourself why before you marry a corpse. The green eyes held mine. The choosing comes when the need is greatest. His need is now greater than any phase has ever been. And the blood, he stopped. The ravens outside stirred, a rustle that ran through the flock like a shudder. The blood is not stupid, Izzy. It is desperate. It is ancient, and it has not moved. Ask yourself what that means. I knew what he thought it meant. He thought it meant the blood had nothing left to burn through. I had a different theory. But I was not sharing theories today. I was collecting data. Wedding, Edgar said from the arm of the chair. I looked at him. His yellow eye was fixed on something I could not see. The future, probably, or some avian approximation of it. Trouble, wedding. That, said Wraith, is either a prediction or a review. With Edgar, it is best not to inquire. I stood. Wraith stood with me, which was the kind of courtesy that would have been charming in a man who had not just dissected my heart on his library desk. Izzy. The Hunter register, stripped back, and underneath it was something I had heard only once before. At Hazel's birth, when he'd looked at his niece and said a word in the old language that none of them would translate. I dragged you out of a parlor and through a crossing, and you came up swinging. I have been fond of you ever since, and I am fond of very few things that don't have feathers. He refilled his glass, did not drink. My brother is the best of us. He has always been the best of us. Whatever you're building, and you are building something, I can see the scaffolding from here. Build it fast. I nodded. I did not trust my voice, and I had learned from the Fae that silence sometimes says more than speech. And take the crossing home. It's raining. I will take the horse. I would have been disappointed if you hadn't. The green eyes glinted. Give my regards to Beetle. She is the second most stubborn female on this moor, and I will not tell you who is first, but she rides a horse badly and keeps a ledger. I took the horse. The rain came properly on the 2nd mile, the kind that finds the gap between your collar and your neck and settles in like a tenant. Beetle bore it with the stoicism of an animal who had long since given up expecting competence from her rider. I bore it badly. Wraith had handed me a confirmation of my worst fear and a confession of my deepest one in the same conversation, and my mind would not stop doing what it always did, which was organize. The data. Lay it out. Fae vows bind as law. The law is structural. It is the skeleton, the blood, the architecture of the self. A Fae cannot break a spoken vow any more than a man can decide to stop having bones. And the law is anchored in memory. Every oath, every binding, every word that ever held a Fae to his promise, anchored in the archive. In Ash. In the same man whose steward looked through him yesterday, whose frost wrote love letters he couldn't retract, whose voice had gaps where syllables used to live. If the archive dies, what happens to the architecture? The rain drove harder. Beetle's ears flattened. My mind, which had never once in my entire life stopped when asked, did not stop now. If Fae vows bind as law, and the law is kept in memory, and memory is dying, then the vows are dying too. Not metaphorically, not poetically, structurally. The Fae inability to lie, the binding force of a spoken promise, the ancient mechanism that made a Fae's word the most reliable currency in creation, all of it anchored in the one brother who was being forgotten by his own furniture. If Ash faded, every oath would thin, every promise would loosen. Every vow spoken by every Fae to every mortal wife, including the ones my stepsister had built her marriage on, would lose its teeth. I turned Beetle south. Not home. Not yet. Shadowmere was another 9 miles, and Beetle would hate me, and Cade would be difficult, but Cade was the one I needed. Not for his power, not for his counsel, for a test. If I was right, and I kept records, and I checked them, and I was very rarely wrong, then the thing I was building was not a proposal. It was not a rescue mission for one fading prince. It was the only thing standing between the Fae and the collapse of every law they had. I leaned forward in the saddle, rain in my eyes, the ledger safe in my saddlebag, wrapped in oilskin, because a record is a record, and water is not an acceptable editorial process. Faster, Beetle, I said. We have a liar to make. Chapter 4, Ash. She left before dawn. I heard the horse. Not the crossing. She would not take a crossing if the moor were on fire and the crossing were the only water, which I found irritating and admirable in approximately equal measure, and I was not going to examine which portion was which, because examining things was what had got me into this condition in the first place. I heard the horse. The front gate. Beetle, whose name I knew because Izzy had introduced us, formally, as if a fey prince and a draught mare required the social niceties. Hoofbeats on frozen ground, south toward the road, and then nothing, and the nothing went on for a very long time. She had not told me where she was going. She had not told me she was going. I had woken to frost on every window of my room, which was ordinary, and the frost had said nothing useful, which was also ordinary. And the house had been empty in a way I could feel through the walls, a change in pressure, the air thinning before a storm that had already passed. I dressed. This took longer than it should have. The buttons required attention I did not always have, and the mirror. I had stopped using the mirror 2 months ago, when the light had begun going through my hands at the edges. I went downstairs. The kitchen was warm, because she had been heating it. She had been heating the kitchen and the east corridor and the gallery and the room she slept in, spending firewood at a rate that would have appalled a less determined woman, and the warmth she left behind held a shape, her shape specific, a room still holding the impression of a voice after the voice has gone. The cook was at the table, kneading. I stood in the doorway. "Good morning," I said. The cook kneaded. The flour rose and fell. The kitchen clock ticked. "Mrs. Harrow," I said. She did not look up. Her hands worked the dough. 19 years she had been making bread in this kitchen. 19 years, and she did not see me. Not choosing not to see me. Not looking the other way out of deference or discomfort. She did not see me the way a wall does not see a window. I was not in her world. I had been removed from it by something quieter than death and more thorough, and Mrs. Harrow, who had baked my bread since before Izzy was born, kneaded her dough and did not know I was there. "Mrs. Harrow," I said again, louder. The frost on the window pane behind her thickened. Nothing. She hummed. A hymn, one I recognized, one I had heard her hum for 19 years, and the sound of it, the casual comfort of it, the fact that she was humming in my kitchen as if the room were hers because as far as she knew it was hers, it belonged to no one. Its master had never existed. The anger arrived before the thought. Not hot. Cold. My cold. The frost on the window behind her moved, and it moved toward her, and I felt it find the shape of her, the edges of Mrs. Harrow, 19 years of bread and hymns stored in a mind that had forgotten who paid her wages, and the reach took hold. Gently. The way I take everything. Gently and completely. And if I did not pull it back in the next breath, she would stop humming because she would not remember the hymn, and then she would stop kneading because she would not remember the bread. And then she would stop because she would not remember Mrs. Harrow. And I would have erased a woman from existence because she did not look up when I said good morning. I pulled it back. The frost retreated. Mrs. Harrow hummed. Her hands worked the dough. She did not know that for one breath she had been a sentence from gone. Not dead, not injured, gone. Her husband would have looked at her chair at supper and felt nothing. Her children would have passed her house and not stopped. The vicar would have struck her name from the parish register without knowing why he held the pen. Every person who had ever known Mrs. Harrow, every friend, every cousin, every woman she had ever shared tea with on a Sunday afternoon, would have woken tomorrow with a space in their lives shaped like a woman they could no longer name, and the space would close, and the grief would not come, because you cannot grieve what you cannot remember. And by the end of the week, the world would have moved on as if Mrs. Harrow had never drawn breath. Erased, not from a room, from the memory of the earth. and I had nearly done it because she did not look up when I said good morning. I left the kitchen. My hands were shaking, and it was not from the fading. That was what lived inside the gentleman. Not a poetic decline. Not a prince growing thinner by candlelight. A thing that could erase a woman, any woman, every woman, from the memory of the world because she failed to see him at breakfast. A starving power, leashed by manners so old they had become structural, and the structure was crumbling, and the manners were thinning with it. And if Izzy had been in the room, if Izzy had been the one not seeing him, I stopped that thought before it finished, put it in the place where the worst things went, closed the door. The corridor was cold. My cold, the kind I carried, the kind that seeped out of me when I was not spending what little I had to hold it in, and I was spending less today because there was less to spend. The frost crept along the baseboards behind me, writing. I did not look at what it wrote. I knew what it wrote. It wrote the same thing it always wrote, the same name, over and over, in the old script, on every surface I passed. My power had been reduced to one word, and it would not stop saying it. I scraped the frost off the nearest window pane with my thumb. The glass went clear for 3 seconds. It rewrote itself before I reached the next window. Izzy, stop, I told the frost, which was telling myself, which was pointless. The study. I would go to the study. I would sit at the desk and attend to the papers she would want attended to when she returned. Because she would return. Because Izzy did not leave things unfinished, and if she had left before dawn without telling me, it was because she was building something and did not yet want me to see the scaffolding. The study door was open. It was always open. But the room inside was wrong, rearranged. The steward had moved the desk to face the window, and the bookshelves had been reordered, and the chair, my chair, the one with the frost pattern worn into the leather from decades of my sitting in it, had been replaced with a newer one from the parlor. He had redecorated my study. He had looked at the room where I had worked for a century and seen an unused space and improved it. I put my hand on the doorframe, the wood frosted under my palm, and the frost wrote her name on the grain, and I stood there being erased from my own house by people who were not cruel, who were not careless, who could not remember that the room belonged to anyone. The clock in the hall struck 9. She had been gone for 4 hours. I counted. I despised that I counted. A fey prince measuring his day in a mortal woman's absence, ticking off the hours like a shopkeeper tallying coin. It was beneath me, and I did it anyway, because the alternative was not counting, and the not counting was worse. The house was darker, not the light. The light was the same thin gray it always was, but the substance of things, the weight of the walls, the corridors losing the certainty of their edges. All of it thinner, as if the house were a drawing and someone had begun erasing the pencil lines, starting with the ones farthest from where she had last stood. I went to the gallery. I should not have gone to the gallery. The gallery was where she worked, where she counted windows and made her notations and stood in the full press of me and did not move, and it smelled of her. Candle wax and ink, and the wool of the shawl she wrapped around herself against the cold I could not stop producing, and standing in it was like pressing on a bruise to confirm it was still there. 41 windows, every one of them frosted in her name. I began scraping them, one by one, thumbnail against glass, the ice curling away, the name disappearing and reappearing and disappearing and reappearing, a conversation between my hand and my power that my hand was losing. By the 11th window, my hands were shaking. By the 20th, the shaking had moved to my arms. By the 30th, I could see through my own fingers, not metaphor, not poetry, the light coming through the flesh the way it comes through fog. And I stopped scraping because the frost was writing faster than I could erase, and the name on the glass was steadier than the hands trying to remove it. I sat down on the gallery floor. The cold rose through the stone. The frost crawled across the floorboards toward me, patient, proprietary, and wrote around where I sat in a perfect circle of script, and I let it, because fighting it was costing more than I had, and the name it wrote was the only warm thing in the room. The clock struck noon. 8 hours. I had felt this before. The thinning, the going through, the moments where the world moved past me as if I were a draught it had learned to ignore. But not like this. Not this fast. Not as if her leaving had pulled a stopper from a drain. Something about her presence in this house had been not healing, that was too large a word for a thing neither of us had named, but breaking, slowing the descent. And now she was 14 miles away, or 20 or 30, wherever she had taken that horse and her ledger, and the look she wore when she was about to restructure the world, and the descent was no longer slowing. I was going to stand up, in a moment, when the floor stopped looking so far from the ceiling. The thought arrived and broke apart halfway through, and I lost several minutes to the gap. And when I came back, the frost had finished its work, and the gallery floor was covered. Every flagstone, in a single word repeated so many times it had become a prayer or a dirge or something between the two that only a dying archive could compose. I pressed my palms flat against the stone. The cold answered. Not mine. The house's cold. The deep granite cold of things that have always been cold. And I pushed against it because the push was the only proof I was still here, still solid enough to press against a floor and feel it press back. Something else had shifted. The oath I had given Vex centuries ago, the boundary, the holding of it, had grayed further. The Mrs. Harrow recoil had cost something. Every act of restraint was costing something now, and the costs were coming from the structure, from the oaths, from the architecture that held my kind to their word. I closed my eyes. The frost kept its record. When I opened them, the light had changed. Afternoon, late, the sun, such as it was, dropping behind the ridge. I had lost hours. Not slept, lost. The hunger feeding on its own keeper, and the keeper too thin to notice the cost. The front gate, hoofbeats, one horse. Beetle. I knew the gate, had memorized it that morning, because my power memorized everything that concerned her, whether I asked it to or not. I stood, or I attempted to stand, and the attempt took longer than standing should take, and I was upright by the time the front door opened, and the cold that came in with it was rain cold, road cold. The cold of a woman who had ridden too far in too little weather and come home smelling of ozone. No, not ozone. Wet wool. Horse. Ink. No crossing. She had ridden the whole way because she was Izzy, because she had sworn off crossings 3 years ago and would not break that oath if the moor swallowed her whole. She stood in the entrance hall with her saddlebags over one shoulder and rain on her face, and the ledger clutched against her chest like a shield, and she looked up at me at the top of the stairs, and I saw it. The look. I knew that look. At Thornwood, before Hazel's birth, she had walked into the birthing room and counted the towels and the candles and the women and reorganized all of them in 4 minutes. The night she rewrote the household ledgers because the steward's arithmetic offended her. The morning she proposed to catalog the frost script, pencil behind her ear, eyes bright with that specific heat, the one that came over her when she found a problem shaped exactly like her mind. It was the look that preceded architecture, the look that meant she had found all the pieces and was about to build. She was soaked and mud-spattered, and her color was not good, too pale, the skin under her eyes bruised with exhaustion, and she was the most solid thing in my house, the most real thing in a building full of people who could not see its master. She looked at me, and I knew that she saw me, all of me, and the seeing was so precise, so mercilessly complete, that it held me in place like a pin through a moth. I need the kitchen table, she said. I need every map of this county. I need you to sit down and eat something because you look like a Frost's opinion of a man, and I am not having this conversation with a window. And Ash? She shifted the saddlebags. I have been to Ravenmoor and to Shadowmere, and I have ridden 40 miles in the rain, and I have learned 3 things, and you are going to want to hear all of them, and you are going to hate all of them, and we are starting tonight. The frost on every window in the entrance hall bloomed. Not her name this time. Gardens, warm, sprawling, elaborate gardens, climbing the glass in patterns that had no business existing in a house this cold. I did not tell her what the gardens meant. She would work it out. She worked out everything. The kitchen table, I said, is at your disposal. She was already moving. Chapter 5. Izzy. We sat at the kitchen table. He had not eaten, which I had expected. I had eaten his portion and mine, which he had not expected, but a woman who had ridden 40 miles in the rain was not going to conduct the most important conversation of her life on an empty stomach. Sentiment was for the adequately fed. The maps were spread between us, the ledger open, the candle throwing shadows across 3 years of arithmetic. I went to Cade, I said, at Shadowmere, on the way back from Wraith. He waited. The frost on the kitchen windows waited too. I told him to lie to me. I said, "Tell me the sky is black." I kept my voice flat. Data, just data. He told me he couldn't. I said, "Try," and the sentence came out of him clean as water, Ash. No resistance, no effort. He lied, and the lie was easy, and the look on his face. I stopped, breathed. Nev was in the doorway. Her hand went to the mark on her throat. Neither of them spoke. His hands on the edge of the table frosted the wood white. The temperature in the room dropped 3 degrees. I noted it. I always noted it. Then I went to Thornwood. I told Vex that if you die, every oath your kind has ever spoken goes with you. Every vow, every binding, every word your brothers ever said to their wives that those women believed because Fae cannot lie. I looked at him across the table. Except now they can. The architecture is collapsing inside you, and when you go, it goes, and your brothers' marriages become human, breakable, built on words that no longer bind. He said nothing. The frost said his silence for him. It raced across the maps, across the ledger, across the evidence, writing and writing in the old script, and I could read enough of it now to know it was not her name. It was older. It looked like swearing. This is proven. Leora anchored Vex. Ren gave Wraith iron resistance. Neve's heart stopped and came back, and her marrow rewrote itself, and she is going to live for centuries. Every bond strengthened the prince. Every bond flowed one direction, from us to you. He listened. The frost on the kitchen windows listened too. You are memory, I said. And memory is dying, which means every oath your kind has ever spoken is dying with it. The law that makes a Fae's word binding is dissolving inside you, and every vow your brothers have spoken to their wives is losing its teeth. His face did not change. His hands on the edge of the table stayed where they were, and the wood beneath them stayed white. So this is not a rescue, I said. This is not sentiment. This is arithmetic. I opened the ledger to the page I had prepared, the one with the dates, the evidence, the chain of logic laid out in my neatest hand. Bond with me. Let the bond flow. Let it anchor the oaths in living flesh the way it anchored Vex's wild and Wraith's iron. I am the woman who cannot forget. I will keep memory. I will keep every word your kind has ever spoken. I looked at him across the table. The frost was writing on every surface between us, and I let it because whatever it said could not be worse than his silence. Marry me, Ash. The kitchen went cold, not gradually. The temperature dropped like a stone into a well, and the frost raced across the table between us, over my maps, over my ledger, over my evidence, and the candle flame leaned sideways and my breath turned to silver. No, he said. One word. It fit in the space between 2 heartbeats, and it took up all the room in the world. The stones are dead, Izzy. His voice had no gaps, burned clean by something that was not health. The circle is gone. There is no vessel for the bond surge, no ceremony, no way to seal what you are proposing. Even if I wanted to, he stopped on that, even if I wanted to. Fae could not, lie, and the oaths were failing, and he had just said even if I wanted to, as though wanting were a hypothetical. And I was not going to examine that sentence right now, because if I examined it, I would break something, possibly him. And the choosing. He was looking at me with eyes clearer than I had seen in months, and that clarity was worse than the fading. The blood choosing protects the woman. That is what it does. It cannot choose a mate and then destroy her. The choosing is the shield. Every woman who has survived a bond surge survived it because the choosing held her safe through the worst of it. The frost on the table between us cracked, a sound like a knuckle popping. The choosing has not finished in me. It has not been given anything to answer to. You would walk into the surge with no shield, no protection, nothing between you and power older than memory itself, pouring through your body. Wraith said Fae can marry without the choosing. Wraith did not tell you about Cade's house. I went still. A woman lived at Shadowmere once, Ash said. Before Neve, before any of this, No choosing, no bond, no one has ever been mad enough to attempt one unchosen. She only lived near him. 3 months of proximity to what he is, and one morning she did not wake. He closed his eyes, opened them. That is what our nature does to an unchosen woman who did nothing but sleep near it, Izzy, is worth, and you are proposing to stand in the surge. She didn't know. He stared at me. That woman, Cade's woman, she lived beside a threshold and nobody told her what it was. She never got to choose anything. She didn't walk in with open eyes and a ledger full of evidence and 3 years of... I stopped myself, breathed. I am choosing you, freely, with full knowledge of what you are. That has to matter. That has to change the arithmetic. It does not change the arithmetic if you are dead. Silence. The frost wrote between us. I could read fragments of it now, old script, the language I had been teaching myself, and what it wrote was not no. I would rather go into the dark, he said, with every oath I've ever kept, than watch you burn trying to save them. Not even to save himself. Not even to save the oaths, the law, his brother's marriages, the entire moral architecture of his kind. Not even for all of that would he marry me. I closed the ledger. The click of it sounded final. Then I'll find another way, I said. My voice was level. I had practiced level. I'll find the stones. I'll find the ceremony. I'll find whatever it takes, with or without your. He moved. I had seen Faye move before. Vex in the corridor at Thornwood, a blur of thorn and fury. Wraith through the mews, faster than sight. But I had never seen Ash move, because Ash did not move. Ash stood still, and the world rearranged itself around him. And I had filed that under conservation of energy and fading, and had been, it turned out, catastrophically wrong. He crossed the kitchen in a single stride, and I was against the wall, and his hands were on either side of my head, and the cold came down like a bell jar, and every window in the room frosted over and the candles went out. All of them. At once. You want to know what you are proposing to bind yourself to? His voice had no gaps, no hesitation, no gentleness. It was the voice beneath the voice, the one he kept leashed, and it pressed against me like the flat of a blade. You want to know what lives inside this? What crawls the walls at night and writes your name in a language the dead spoke? You want to stand in a circle and pour yourself into this? The frost climbed the wall behind me. I felt it through my dress, through the wool, through the cotton beneath. Cold so deep it registered as heat, the burn of ice against the skin between my shoulder blades. His face was inches from mine, and he was not beautiful. He was true. The glamour stripped, the human mask discarded, and underneath it the thing he actually was, sharp and pale and vast and furious and so old that looking at him was like looking into a well with no bottom. And my pulse spiked, and my skin flushed, and every nerve I owned went bright with something that was not the nocturne presence. I knew the difference. I had stood in the presence 6 days ago and felt nothing. Not a flutter, not a tremor, not one heartbeat out of place. The presence scrabbled at the mind, and my mind was locked. The presence made you forget yourself, and I had never forgotten anything. This was not the presence. This was not magic. This was his hands braced on either side of my face, and his breath frosting between us, and the distance between his mouth and mine, measured in fractions, and my body, my traitorous, unchosen, entirely human body, responding to the man. Not the power, not the prince, the man with the frost on his mouth and the fury in his eyes, and the thing he would not say, the word his frost wrote every night that his mouth refused to form. And I did not know what that word was. I suspected, but suspecting was not knowing, and he would not give me knowing. And he was close enough that the frost on his mouth was melting from my breath, and my stays were too tight, and my breathing was too fast, and the wall at my back was the only reason I was standing, because my knees had made their position on the matter very clear, and it was not a position that involved standing. "Tell me you're afraid," he said. A whisper. A plea, the same plea from the gallery. Be afraid of me so that I can bear this. Only now his mouth was close enough that the words landed on my lips like frost. "I am not afraid of you," I said, and my voice cracked, and it was not from fear. Something broke. I saw it happen. His jaw unlocked, and his hands came off the wall, and his whole body shifted from holding to reaching, and the frost on every surface in the room went from cold to warm in the space of a single breath. And his mouth was on mine, and the cold of it was I had expected ice. I got a burning. His mouth was frost, and underneath the frost was heat, the kind of heat that lives at the center of winter, the kind that survivalists don't tell you about because knowing would make you stop running. His hands came off the wall and onto me, and the frost followed his fingers, and every place he touched flared between cold and warmth, my jaw, my throat, the dress pulling at the collar, the buttons giving before either of us decided to undo them. My stays loosened. I do not know if it was his hands or the frost or my own frantic fingers, all three probably, and I did not care. I did not care. And the cold air hit my skin, and then his hands, frost-covered, rough with cold, palming my breasts and rolling the nipples between his fingers until I made a sound I had never heard come out of my mouth. He swallowed it, kissed it out of me, and took it, and the frost bloomed warm across my collarbone and down, tracing where his mouth followed, and his tongue was hot where the frost was cold, and the alternation was destroying me in slow, measured strokes. He lifted me, my back against the kitchen wall and my legs around his hips, and he was hard between my thighs. Not through layers, the layers were going, my skirts rucked up and his hands sliding the cotton aside, and I was wet. I was so wet it was mortifying and glorious and entirely, devastatingly mine. No lure, no compulsion, just the slick physical reality of wanting him for 3 years and finally having his hands where I had imagined them on every sleepless night in this frozen house. His fingers found me, parted me. One long stroke through the wet, and my whole body jerked, and I said his name like it was the only word I had left. And his mouth was at my ear, and his fingers slid inside me, and the frost rode across every inch of my skin. Not words, just sensation, cold chasing heat chasing cold, and I clenched around him, and his breath came apart against my neck. I was shaking, not from cold, from the crest building behind my navel, tightening with every stroke of his fingers, his thumbs circling where I needed it, and the frost following his touch and blooming warm, and I was close. I was so close, every nerve bright, and his name in my mouth, and his mouth on my throat, and his fingers curling inside me, and the walls covered in those gardens, warm, sprawling, impossible gardens. No, the room was empty. He was gone. Not stepped back, not pulled away. Gone. A crossing, ice fast, the air sealing behind him with a crack that left my ears ringing. One moment his hands were inside me, and his mouth was on my pulse, and the next there was nothing. Wall. Cold air. The frost retreating as if ashamed, and me, against the stone with my stays undone and my skirts around my hips and my body still clenching around the ghost of fingers that were no longer there, shaking, dripping, wrecked. I slid down the wall. The floor was cold. I was not cold. I was burning from the inside out, and the burning had no supernatural origin and no cure, and no one to blame except the woman who had walked into a kitchen to propose a clinical bond and ended up pinned to a wall by a fading god who had left her one word and an absence that smelled like frost and winter, and the kind of want that ruins you for lesser men permanently. I sat on the kitchen floor with my dress open and my dignity somewhere on the far side of the county, and I did not cry, because crying was for people who had run out of plans. I had a plan. The plan had not involved his mouth or his hands or the devastating discovery that I could come apart under the touch of a creature who was not using a single ounce of his power on me. And I had liked it, wanted it, been seconds from begging for it, and there was no ledger entry for that. There was no heading. There was no system that could contain what had just happened to me in a kitchen I had heated with firewood. The frost on the walls was still warm, still blooming. Gardens that had no business existing in a house whose master had just fled it through a crack in the air rather than finish what he started. I stood, fixed my stays with hands that shook, pulled my skirts down. I picked up my ledger from the table, opened it to a fresh page, wrote the date, because a record is a record even when the record is a ruin. And beside the date, in my neatest hand, because my fingers were shaking and I compensated with penmanship, his mouth. Not the frost, not the power. Him. I was not under compulsion. I was under nothing. That is the worst entry in this book, and I am not crossing it out. I closed the ledger, went to my room, lay down in my dress because undressing would have meant touching the skin he had touched, and I was not ready to catalog that data. In the morning, I was going to find his stones. I was going to save his oaths. I was going to fix every single thing that was broken in this God-forsaken family, and I was going to do it whether he helped me or not. I coughed, once, turned over, pulled the blanket tighter against the cold that no amount of firewood ever quite reached. Chapter 6, Ash. The crossing took me to the circle. I had not chosen the circle. I had chosen away from the kitchen, away from the frost blooming warm on every wall, away from a woman with her stays undone and her mouth swollen and her eyes wrecked, refused twice in the same hour, once with words and once with absence, and still looking at me as if I were worth the wreckage. The crossing should have scattered me. I did not have the power for it, not at this distance, not in this condition. But the frost had opinions, and the frost took me where it always took me, and I came through on my knees in the heather with 12 dead stones standing witness and her name carved on every one of them. I knelt there. The moor held still. Wind off the ridge, carrying peat and rain, and the iron tang of a railway line I could taste from 30 miles. The frost settled on the grass around me in a perfect ring and began to write. I did not read it. I knew what it said. A man in my condition should not be able to cross 20 miles. A man in my condition should not be able to stand, most days, let alone tear a hole in the air and step through it. But a man in my condition had also just had his hands on Isabella Calder's body and felt nothing. Not one flicker of the nocturne lure, not one hum of supernatural compulsion, not one note of the old power that had been putting mortal women on their backs since before the concept of backs. And the nothing was the point. The nothing was the catastrophe. She had wanted me, without the lure, without the presence, without any mechanism I understood or could control. She had wanted me with her body, her breath, her hands pulling me closer when every reasonable instinct should have driven her to the door. And I had wanted her the same way, and it was the same way that was unbearable, because forces have frameworks and rules in the vast comforting architecture of the inevitable, and what had happened against that kitchen wall had no architecture at all. Just skin, just want, just the sound she made when I touched her, which I would carry for whatever remained of my existence, which was not long. And that was the point. I was dying, not poetically, not as a metaphor. In weeks. She had done the arithmetic, and she was not wrong. And she wanted to marry me, speak vows that would outlast the man who spoke them back, bind herself to memory, and let the bond surge pour through her the way it poured through Leora, through Ren, through Neve, transforming, anchoring, saving. Except Leora received the wild, thorns and iron and the living earth. Ren received the sight. Neve received the threshold, crossings, the border between life and death, the ability to walk where no mortal had walked and come back changed. What would Izzy receive? Memory. Every age of it. Every name I had ever carried. Every oath, every face, every broken vow, and dead language and forgotten war that I had held in the marrow of me since before this island rose out of the sea. The weight that was crushing me. The sheer mass of everything the Fae had been and done and lost, pressing against the walls of a single body until the body thinned and the walls gave and the man inside went translucent. All of it poured into a woman who could not forget. She could not forget. That was her gift. That was her miracle. She had stood in the full press of me and stayed herself because her memory was absolute. Nothing loosened, nothing slipped, nothing went gray at the edges. She kept everything, every ribbon, every stare, every hour of every day of 3 years of loving me, held in perfect clarity, and I would fill her with millennia. I know what it costs to carry everything. The cost is what is killing me, and I would not build her the same prison, not for 60 years, not with her gift, not knowing that the weight I put down in death she would carry for the rest of her life without the mercy of a single fading edge. The frost on the nearest stone had finished writing. I did not look at it. I put my hand over it instead, covered the name with my palm, pressed the cold into my skin, and felt the letters through my fingers, every one of them, and the stone was dead, but the writing was warm. The frost had been writing her name for years, not weeks, not months. Since before I began watching the windows for it, which meant since before I knew to watch, which meant my power had been making declarations my mind refused to authorize. Vex's choosing had shattered crystal in his hand in a crowded ballroom. Wraiths had scraped his voice to gravel. Cades had torn a staircase from its moorings. Mine had written a woman's name on cold glass in a language she was teaching herself to read, and I had scrubbed it off every morning and had written it again every night, and I had called it malfunction. It was not a malfunction. I had known that for some time. The choosing had come through memory, the way memory does everything, slowly, precisely, in a hand so clean you could mistake it for frost. No detonation, no shattered crystal, just a name, repeated on every surface my power could reach for years, while I told myself it was damage, and scrubbed it away and watched it return, and scrubbed it away and watched it return, and called myself a fool and scraped my knuckles raw on window glass rather than read what my own blood was writing. The choosing had come, and I was fighting it, not because I doubted it, because I knew what the bond would build inside her, and I could not do it. I could not do it. My frost had better sense than I did. This was not a new observation. Vex came through a crossing, alone. Ash, he stopped, looked at me, at the edges of me. What? It's nothing, Vex. Go home. He did not go home. He turned, slowly, a full circle, taking in the frost, every stone, every face, the name written across all 12 in the old script, over and over, a dead circle wearing the word Izzy like a cathedral wears its saint. How long, he said. It's a malfunction. How long, Ash? I said how long, I shrugged. A week? Vex said 2. Since the first, Vex went still. Not Vex still, which was granite and patience. A different still, the kind that came before understanding or after it. Since the first what, Ash? The first time I saw her. The moor went cold, the heather went white, 50 yards in every direction, frost slamming through the ground, and the stones cracked, 2 of them, clean down the center, and Vex took 1 step back, just 1. The eldest, the immovable, 1 step. You absolute idiot, he said. Of all the things I have ever seen you do. He stopped, breathed, started again. This, Vex said, is the most idiotic thing you have ever done, and you have done many idiotic things, Ash. I have a list. Cade has a longer one. But this, his voice cracked. I had never heard Vex's voice crack. I fought the taking of mine for 1 week, and that week nearly broke me. You have been fighting the choosing itself since she walked through the door at Thornwood. Years. You have been bleeding yourself dry, holding shut the one door designed to save you, and you have the absolute audacity to stand here fading and call it the iron. One hand closed into a fist at his side, not to strike, to hold. You are not dying because the land is failing. You are dying because you would rather fade than let the choosing reach her. And that is not noble, Ash. That is the stupidest thing a brother of mine has ever done, and Cade once tried to unbind a woman at a standing stone, so the competition is considerable. What was there to say? All of it. Every reason. Every night I had spent scraping her name off glass. Every morning I had stood in the kitchen doorway being unseen by my own servants and thought, good. Let it take me. Let it take me before the bond takes her. Every hour of arithmetic I had done on what the surge would pour into a woman who could never set it down. The weight, the years, the millions of dead faces and broken oaths and languages no one would ever speak again. All of it flooding into a mind that did not have the mercy of forgetting, and staying there, and staying and staying, because Isabella Calder had never lost anything in her life, and I would not be the one who filled her with things she could not bear to keep and could not learn to release. The frost cracked across the nearest stone, hairline fractures running through Izzy. The choosing came, I said. Vex's whole body changed. The choosing came years ago, and I have been holding the door shut, and you are right, and I am dying of it, and I would do it again. My voice had no gaps, burned clean, because the bond surge will pour memory through her, every age of it. Every name, every oath, every dead thing I have carried since before this island had a coast. That is what the bond does. It gives the woman what the prince is. Leora received your wild, Ren received Wraith's sight, and Izzy will receive mine. The frost climbed my arms. I let it. She cannot forget Vex. That is her gift. That is why the presence cannot touch her. She cannot lose herself because she has never lost anything. And I would pour millennia into that, and she would carry every grain of it for 60 years, and she would never blur a single face or lose a single name, and the weight of it would. The sentence broke. They did that now. It would build her the same prison I am dying in, I said, and I will not do that. Not to her. Not to save myself. Not to save the oaths. The silence that followed had temperature. My silence always did. Vex stood in it. He did not move. He did not speak. The eldest, who had shattered crystal in a crowded ballroom and broken his own furniture and held his wife through a birth that tore his house apart, stood in the silence of a brother who had just confessed to fighting a choosing for 3 years rather than risk the woman he loved. And Vex's face did something I had never seen granite do. It softened. "She is going to find the stones," he said. Quieter now. The fury had burned through, and what remained was something I liked less, something that sounded like grief wearing Vex's voice. "And when she does, you're going to have to decide whether dying alone is a mercy or a punishment." "Because I have watched a woman carry what you are describing, Ash. I married her. I poured the wild through her, and it nearly killed us both. And do you know what Leora said to me after? Do you know what the woman who received thorns in her blood and iron in her marrow said when I told her I was sorry for what the bond had cost her?" He waited. I did not answer. I could not answer. "She said, I would have carried worse." His voice cracked again. "And the only thing I have ever done that was more foolish than trying to stop her was waiting as long as I did to stop trying." He crossed. The air sealed behind him like a door that had never been there. The moor settled. The frost went on writing. I stayed among the dead stones with a woman's name carved on every surface my power could reach, and a brother's voice cracking still in my ears. I did not go back to Winterhollow that night. The frost kept its record on the grass, a perfect ring of white around where I sat, and inside the ring, the old script running in circles, her name and the words I would not say and the words I could not stop my power from saying for me. All of it written and rewritten until the grass beneath was white to the root. By dawn, the moor smelled of nothing but cold. In the morning, a letter on the gate. Her handwriting, neat, precise, furious. I have mapped every standing circle between here and Callanish. There are 11. I am leaving at dawn with or without you. Beetle is saddled. If your pride can survive the horse, you are welcome to join me. If not, I will send progress reports. I, Isabella Calder, who had been told no twice in one evening, and responded by saddling a horse. I went to find the gray coat. Chapter 7. Izzy Ash waited at the gate in the gray coat. For one foolish second, I mistook him for Mercy. He had not mentioned the kitchen. Neither had I. We were going to ride 30 miles together on the strength of that silence, apparently, and I had decided, somewhere between waking and dressing, to let him get away with it. For now, he was, I had concluded somewhere in the dark hours after he left, a coward, not in the ordinary sense. I had never seen Ash flinch from a blade, a fall, or a fey prince twice his age with an actual grievance. But he had torn a hole in the world, rather than finish a sentence he had started with his own hands, and I intended to note that down, in ink, the very first moment he gave me an opening. The coat was charcoal wool, cut close through the shoulders, the collar turned up against a cold June had not earned. Beetle stood saddled beside him, ears forward, already looking personally offended by the prospect of moorland. Dawn spread thin and colorless over Winterhollow, and Ash of Winterhollow stood beneath it like a man carved for bad weather. My chest did something small and bright. Then my sense returned. He had not come because I had persuaded him. Ash did not persuade. Ash allowed, forbade, endured, and occasionally condescended to bleed. He had not saddled my horse because he believed in my plan. He had come because I had told him I was riding west with or without him, and he had decided the safest way to stop me was to stay close enough to take the reins. It was almost touching. It was also extremely Ash. "You're wearing the gray coat," I said. "You mentioned it. I said you were vain about it. You were looking at it when you said so. That is not the same as a compliment." It was near enough. The corner of his mouth moved. Not a smile. Ash did not spend smiles in daylight. It was only the suggestion of one, the ghost of warmth passing behind glass. I decided he had earned the next part. You didn't run from that kitchen. You crossed out of it. His face did the thing it does when he intends to survive a conversation by declining to participate in it. I did not run. No, I agreed. You didn't. Running would have required a hallway and a spine, and you had neither available to you at the time, so you tore a hole in the world instead and posted yourself through it like a letter. I had matters requiring my attention elsewhere. At night, in your own house. Mid-sentence, Ash, with your fingers. I stopped there because some sentences do not survive being finished aloud. You are a coward. I am recording it. A coward, Ash of Winterhollow, and I will bring it up again the next time you attempt to look dignified in front of me. He did not deny it a second time. Get on the horse, Isabella. Izzy. A pause. A correction cost him something. I saw it. I pretended I did not. Get on the horse, Izzy. I got on the horse. We went west. Castlerig first, because Castlerig was nearest, and because I had learned that men, fey princes, and disaster all became easier to manage when approached in a sensible order. The old ring stood above the Keswick Vale, high on green ground, with the fells gathered around it like witnesses too old to be impressed by anything human beings had done since. The maps called it 30-some miles. The maps had clearly never ridden through rain. Ash could have folded the air and stepped us there in a breath. He did not. I would not take a crossing, and he would not send me alone, so he rode beside me at Beetle's pace for the better part of a day. A thing older than fear itself, reduced to the speed of a damp horse with opinions. He hated it. He said nothing. That was how I knew. Ash had silence the way other men had weapons. Some silences guarded, some warned, some were simply contempt wearing a coat. This silence sat between us with its hands folded, waiting for me to admit the ride was too long, the weather too poor, the whole errand too foolish. I did none of those things. The cough came twice. The first time, I swallowed it behind my teeth and pretended to adjust my glove. The second time, I turned my face toward the wind and let the moor take what sound escaped me. Ash did not look over. Either he had not heard, or he had heard and decided not to insult me by noticing. I preferred the first possibility. The second frightened me. By the time Castlerig rose ahead of us, the hem of my skirt was wet, my thighs ached from the saddle, and Beetle had formed several strong moral positions about mud. The stones came into view slowly. Not grand at first, not theatrical, not the sort of ruin that announces itself with thunder and a convenient shaft of light. Just stones. 38 of them, dark against the lifted green. The fells stood blue-gray behind them. The wind moved through the grass. Sheep complained somewhere out of sight, which did not improve the atmosphere, but did make it feel accurately English. Ash went still. Not stopped. Still. There is a difference with him. He could ride and breathe and hold the reins, and yet something in him vanished so completely that the man beside me became a closed door with Winter behind it. I looked from him to the circle. Nothing about the stones had changed. That was the trouble. They looked ordinary. Cold rocks, wet grass, wind. Then Ash said, "They're dead." I turned in the saddle. He was looking at the ring the way no one looks at stone. "All of them?" I asked. "Yes." "From here?" "Yes. You are very certain for a man still on horseback." His eyes moved to mine. "No? No? No, I am not performing uncertainty to comfort you." Tragic. I do enjoy a performance. Do not. Put your hand on one. I do not need to touch a corpse to know it is dead. No, but I need you to touch a stone before I allow you to declare all 38 useless and herd me home. His face did not change. The air did. It went sharper. The horse beneath me shifted her weight, and even Beetle, who feared very little apart from puddles and moral ambiguity, decided to stand politely. "Allow?" Ash said. "Ah." There he was. I smiled at him because I was tired, wet, ill-advisedly fond of him, and apparently suicidal. Yes. For one moment I thought he might simply pick me up, horse and all, and carry me back to Winterhollow through spite. Instead, he dismounted. Slowly. Not because I had won. Ash did not lose arguments. He only altered the battlefield. He crossed the grass to the nearest stone and laid his bare palm against it. Nothing happened. No frost answered. No old breath moved through the circle. No hum rose from earth to skin. His hand rested on wet stone, pale and still, and the stone remained exactly what it had appeared to be from the road. Rock. Ash did not move. That was worse. Anger I could meet. Arrogance I could climb like a staircase. This was quieter. His hand stayed on the stone too long, and something in the line of his shoulders altered by a fraction. Not collapse. Never that. Ash would have called down the sky before he permitted collapse. But grief touched him. Only touched. Only for a breath. Then it was gone. My throat tightened, which was inconvenient and therefore unwelcome. I climbed down before he could turn and offer me a hand. The ground came up too quickly. I locked my knees, gave myself 1 second to be mortal, and crossed to him. "Move over," I said. He looked at me. I said, "Move over. There is room on the dead rock for both of us. Stone. Now you care about precision? Always. Good. Move." He did. Barely. I put my hand beside his. The stone was cold. That was all. Not empty in any magical sense. Not silent in a way I could have sworn to before a judge. I had no power with which to feel absence, no ancient blood waking under my skin, no convenient female intuition opening like a secret door. I felt wet stone in June, and the stone offered me nothing but poor manners and temperature. "Well," I said, "that is disappointing." Ash's hand remained beside mine, too close, not touching. Worse, because not touching is not the same as forgetting, and my body has never once managed to keep the two of them straight. I remembered those hands anyway. At my waist, under my skirts, one splayed low across my stomach, like he meant to memorize the shape of it, his mouth at my throat, and every window in the kitchen writing gardens. No one has ever seen bloom in Northumberland in June, and I had been one stroke of his thumb from a crest there is no heading for, no ledger entry, no system built that could contain it. Because he had said one word, no, and torn a hole in the air and posted himself through it, and left me shaking against a wall with my whole body still asking a question he had refused to finish answering. My body did not know we were surveying a corpse. My body remembered a kitchen and a wall and a debt it still considered outstanding, and it ached, present tense, entirely unhelpfully, over cold granite in broad daylight. "The circle had a voice once," he said, softly. I looked at him. "Now it is furniture." That landed like cold water. It found me still half in a kitchen with his hands on me, and it hauled me straight back into a dead field with a dying man, which was, on reflection, exactly where my attention belonged. Not because I felt it in the stones. I felt nothing in the stones. I understood because I had spent 6 days in Winterhollow watching servants forget the man standing in front of them. I understood because I had seen rooms fail to make space for him. I understood because an emptied place did not need magic to be obscene. A voice could become furniture. A prince could become a memory. And a woman could love both, apparently, because the universe had a cruel sense of scale. I took my hand off the stone first. "They're dead," he said again. "This one went quiet long before Winterhollow. There is nothing left to find." I did not move. "The line runs through Keswick," I said. Ash looked at me. "Not through the circle. Not over the stones. Not close enough to crack one with a rail spike." I looked back at the ring. "So how far does iron have to be before the land starts dying?" The wind moved through the grass. For once, Ash did not answer quickly. "I do not know," he said. Once, that would have been enough. A Fey prince's word. A law older than churches, older than crowns, older than all the little human tricks we use to survive one another. But old laws had begun to crack. So I did not trust the rule. I trusted the pause before he answered. The way his mouth went still around the words. The faint, vicious insult of him having nothing to give me. He did not know. Which meant the railway was part of it, but not the edge of it. And that was a much worse thing to find at Castlerig than silence. I will decide that after I have looked. You have looked. I have arrived. Those are not different acts. He turned his head very slowly. It was one of his better threats. I ignored it and took out my ledger. That, more than anything, seemed to offend him. I walked the circle, counted, 38 stones, paced the circumference, 312 of my steps, though 3 of them were shortened by a rabbit hole and 1 by beetle attempting to eat my sleeve. I made a note of both because accuracy matters and horses are criminals. Ash followed for the first quarter of the ring. Then he stopped. I knew because the cold stopped walking beside my left shoulder, and began judging me from a distance. Izzy? There is nothing left to find. Once, I would have written that as fact. Now I wrote only that he had said it. I counted the interval between the eastern stones again. Izzy, 38. The stones are dead. Yes. You are ignoring me. I looked up. He stood 6 paces away, black coat snapping in the wind, gray coat beneath it immaculate, expression carved into something severe enough to frighten livestock. He was not angry. He was affronted. It was excellent. You are enjoying this, he said. I am working. My private feelings about my work are not subject to inspection. You are surveying a grave. I am surveying evidence. There is no evidence. There are 38 stones. His eyes narrowed, not because I had persuaded him, because he had realized I had absolutely no intention of being persuaded. That pleased me more than it should have. Your evidence proves nothing, he said. Most evidence doesn't at first. That is why sensible people keep gathering it. I am not sensible people. No, I said, writing, you are an arrogant fey prince with poor cooperation habits. The wind moved between us. For a second, I thought he would laugh. He did not, but his mouth shifted in a way that made my stomach remember the kitchen. And that was worse. Far worse. Laughter would have been safe. Almost laughter on Ash was a knife glimpsed beneath silk. I bent over the ledger before my face betrayed me. The eastern stones gave me nothing. The western stones gave me nothing. North, south, the inner space, the trampled grass, the places where rain had gathered dark at the base of the rocks. Nothing. If there had been a secret here, it kept itself better than any man I had ever known. Good for it. Infuriating for me. By late afternoon, my legs had begun making private complaints. I ignored them. My lungs joined in. I ignored those harder. My breath went thin once while I was bent over a low stone near the eastern edge. Not a cough, only a tightness, a held note in my chest I had no intention of releasing where he could hear it. I straightened before it could become anything worse and busied myself with the ledger. Ash looked away. I saw him do it, which meant he had heard something, which meant he was pretending not to have heard it. He asked, No? Yes? That is not how questions work. You are pale. I am always pale. It is one of my defining qualities. You are paler. Then I am becoming more myself. How encouraging. Izzy. I shut the ledger, not because he had won, because the ground had shifted slightly beneath me, and I did not think the hill was at fault. Very well, I said. He did not miss the lie. Of course he did not. His gaze caught on it like cloth on a thorn. I turned away before he could say anything unforgivable. The light was going by the time I let him put me back on the horse. Because I had reached the honest end of my legs, and there was no profit in pretending otherwise, to a creature who could hear my pulse, make poor decisions from across a stone circle. I put my boot to the stirrup. The world tipped. Not dramatically, no swoon. I refused to swoon on principle. It was simply there one moment and sideways the next, grass and sky trading places with bureaucratic efficiency. His hands caught me before I finished falling, one at my waist, one closing over my forearm, thumb settling, without meaning to, directly over the thin skin where my pulse ran nearest the surface. And my skin knew before I did. Warm, I went still. Not because he held me. Ash holding a person upright was usually a brutal act of competence. He could steady a woman with the same grim efficiency he might use to relocate a wall. No, I went still because his hands were warm. They had never been warm. In 3 years, his hands had been stone cold every time. Grave cold. Deep winter under skin. I had braced for it at the rail of a birthing bed and beside 2 wedding altars. I had taught my body not to flinch from him, which was unfortunate in retrospect, because my body had apparently learned other things as well. His warmth moved through my sleeve. Not human warmth, borrowed warmth, held warmth. Heat like stone after sunset, impossible and fading, and all the more dangerous because it should not have been there. My pulse stumbled, at my wrist, where his thumb rested, at my throat, where his eyes had gone, at the place low in my chest that had apparently decided to involve itself as well. Then it betrayed me entirely. His hand tightened at my waist just once, not enough to hurt, enough to tell me he had heard every ungovernable answer my body had given him. The wind went quiet around us, or perhaps I did, 1 breath, 2, then the dangerous 3rd, where neither of us had any remaining excuse. I looked down. He looked up. For once, Ash had no command waiting in his mouth. That should have frightened me. It did. It did other things too. Nothing happened, which was, in its own way, catastrophic. Understanding struck a heartbeat after warmth. New experience feeds him. I had known the shape of it since Ravenmoor. 6 days of me in Winterhollow had slowed his fading. 1 day of me refusing him on a horse, dragging him west, forcing him into rain and dead stones and arguments he could not win. That was newer, sharper, more ferocious than sitting beside a hearth while the house forgot him. He was not getting stronger because I obeyed him. He was getting stronger because I did not. I sat very still in the saddle. The corner of my mouth wanted to smile. I did not permit it. "You're shaking," he said. "It's cold." A lie, a clean one. His head lifted at the sound of it, the small animal attention of a creature raised under a law that had only recently begun to rot, and who still heard falsehood like a snapped bone. "You are a terrible liar." "I am an excellent liar. You happen to be standing close enough to hear my pulse, which is cheating, and I will thank you not to confuse your unfair advantages with my professional deficiencies." His hand remained on my forearm. 1 second too long, then another. When he spoke, the words came low enough that the wind nearly took them. "Turn the horse around, Izzy." No. His jaw did not move. That was the trouble with him. The refusal cost him nothing visible at all. There was no anger in it. That was worse. He let me go slowly, the way one sets down a blade by the edge. The warmth went with him. The place where his hand had been stayed warm for 6 seconds after. I counted. Then the dead circle took even that. Ash turned to gather Beetle's reins. I looked back at the nearest stone, the one he had touched. At first I thought it was only light, the last of the day catching in the wet places along the rock. Then the white line moved. Not old, not hidden, not something to decipher. Frost crept over the dark stone in a clean, slow hand, forming letters I knew before they finished making themselves. Izzy. I stopped breathing. Another line gathered beneath it. Smaller, more careful. Stays. His power wrote it on a dead stone. A stone he had just told me could hold nothing. A stone he would have scraped clean with his thumbnail if he had seen it. He would have called it weather, damage, residue, anything but confession. He would have believed himself, because Ash could make a prison out of almost any truth if he held it tightly enough. So I did not tell him. I let him hand me the reins. I settled the ledger against the pommel and wrote, "Because a record is a record. The stones are dead, and the writing is not. One of us is wrong about what his power keeps trying to say, and I do not believe it is me." Then we rode down off the high ground into the dark. The fells went black around us. Beetle picked her careful way through the bracken. Ash rode close enough that I could feel the cold of him again, ordinary and terrible and familiar. West waited. So did the next dead circle. So did the cough I would not let him hear. And the whole dark way down, my mouth kept trying to smile. I let it. I did not write that part down. Some things you keep off the page on purpose. Chapter 8. Ash. The innkeeper's wife did not want us. I heard it before we reached the door, the hitch in her breathing when she saw us come across the yard, the way her heart picked up and then steadied into something hard. Humans make a particular sound when they decide to refuse you, a little intake, a setting of the jaw. I had heard that sound longer than I could number and could have recited every instance of it. And I stood in the doorway of a coaching inn on the long Meg Road and listened to a woman in a flour-dusted apron prepare to turn away a viscount. Not because of me. That was the strange part. I was the thing in the doorway that should have raised the hair on her arms, and she barely saw me. She was looking at Izzy. "We've 2 rooms," Izzy said. "Or 1. 1 will do." "We don't want trouble dying in our beds," the woman said. The room went cold. I did not decide it. That is the part I could not have explained to anyone except a brother, that there was no moment of choice, no leash slipped on purpose. The words landed, and the temperature fell the way a stone falls. The fire in the grate leaned sideways. The woman's breath came out silver, and her husband looked up from the taps, and somewhere behind the wall, a dog that had been scratching itself went very quiet and stayed that way. "I am Winterhollow," I said, "because a viscount does not skulk into an inn like a fugitive. whatever else he currently resembled. She is not dying. Every word out of a fey mouth arrives certified. That was still true when I said it, true for one more hour, though I would not learn that until supper. The woman could not have known any of it. She knew the older, simpler version instead. Humans always do, somewhere under the part of them that reasons. My name did the rest. It always has, among mortals who know which family owns half the parish. She looked at me properly for the first time. Whatever she saw was enough, and behind it, unmistakably, I watched her settle on the only arrangement that made sense to a woman running a respectable house, a lord, traveling with a lady, one room, no apology required. What else could it be? East room, my lord, she said, top of the stairs. I'll send up supper for her ladyship directly. Neither of us corrected her. There was no version of that correction that improved our situation, and I have long since stopped defending truths that cost more than they are worth. And a bath, Izzy said, unbothered, already crossing to the stairs with her saddlebags on her shoulder, as if the room had not dropped 12 degrees on her behalf, as if the frost were not creeping out of my boot prints on the flagstones behind me and writing while it crept. Hot, if the kettle can manage it. He'll pay for the firewood. He's good for it. He owns a castle he never heats. She climbed. I paid. The innkeeper's wife did not meet my eyes again, and when I passed the bar, her husband made a sign with his fingers that his grandmother must have taught him, and I let him see me notice it, because fear that is fed politely stays polite. The bath came up in a tin tub half an hour later, carried by the innkeeper's boy in 4 trips and filled with water that had clearly seen a great deal of trouble getting hot. I went down to see to the horses, which was true, and also not the whole truth, which was becoming a habit I did not enjoy examining. I could still hear her. That is the trouble with a fay's ears. Walls are a courtesy, not a barrier, and courtesy is not the same as ability. I heard the water take her weight. I heard the small sound she made, low in her throat, the one a body makes when heat finally reaches muscle that has spent 3 days fighting cold and rain and a horse's temper. I heard her name arrive in my own mind without permission, over and over, in time with the water moving. I stayed with the horses considerably longer than the horses required. By the time I climbed the stairs again, the water had gone from the room, hauled off by the same boy who'd brought it. She was dressed again, dry, plain, out of her traveling things, with her hair still damp at the temples, and the whole small room smelled of her. Soap and rain, and underneath both of those, unmistakably, her. I understood then, standing in that doorway, what a bath in a strange inn was going to cost me. The closest thing to torment I had allowed myself to feel in 3 years of standing exactly as far from her as duty required, and that I had apparently no intention of asking for a different room. She turned from the window when she heard me on the stair, and that was when I saw it properly. Not the damp hair, not the fresh dress, but her face, too pale, even by candlelight. Pale in a way I had been learning to read for 3 days without admitting I was reading it. Her pallor was the road. That was all. 3 days of rain and bad inns and worse roads, a woman who slept like a soldier and ate like one and worked by candlelight when she thought I was elsewhere. Anyone would be pale. The hitch in her breath, standing there in the doorway's draught, small, half-caught, was cold air in mortal lungs. I set it down as weather. I have kept records longer than memory holds a shape. That is the entry I will answer for. Supper came up while the last light went out of the sky, and she ate across from me with the maps spread between our plates, waited flat at the corners by the salt cellar and her ink bottle, and did not once look up from the line she was drawing between 2 dead circles. Long Meg tomorrow. Then nothing for 40 miles. She had inked over the parts of the route she refused to negotiate, and her pencil stayed behind her ear until she needed it. The way it always does when she has already decided what she means to ask, and is only waiting for an opening plain enough that a man can answer without either of us admitting she has just taken his pulse from across the table. "How are you feeling?" she said to the map. "Fine," I said. The word was out of my mouth before I understood what it was. Understand, I have never lied. Not once, not in all the ages of me, not because I am good, but because I am fey, and the law that forbids it is not a rule we follow. It is a bone we are built on. A fae saying an untrue thing should feel like a man deciding his skeleton no longer applies to him. It felt like nothing. It felt like breath. Fine, she repeated, not looking up. Good. She had not caught it. Why would she? It was a small lie, a courtesy lie, the kind humans hand each other across supper tables by the thousand, and it had come out of me without friction, without cost, without the old law rising up through my marrow to stop my tongue. I sat in a warm room with my heartbeat loud in my own ears and understood what I had just learned and what it meant, and I put it where I keep the things I cannot afford to examine. The place is overflowing. I have said that before. I will keep saying it until the walls give. The bindings are not loosening. They are going. And I, the one who anchors them, sat in a coaching inn eating nothing, across from a woman inking her route north, and said fine, and the world did not even flinch. I watched her eat my portion and hers. I watched the candlelight find the ink stains on her fingers. She holds the pen too low. She has held it too low for 3 years. There's a callus, and the pencil behind her ear, and the crease between her brows that means a column somewhere in her head is refusing to balance. Mine, said the blood. Conversational now, patient, the way it had been since the gallery. It had stopped shouting. That frightened me more. Things shout when they are arguing. The blood had stopped arguing weeks ago. You're not eating, she said. I don't eat. You did at Thornwood. Twice. Both weddings. Once because Edgar dropped a candied plum on your plate at Wren's and stared you down until you dealt with it, and once at Leora's because you thought no one was watching, and I was. She turned a map over. You eat when it matters to someone. It matters to me. So. I ate. It tasted like nothing, the way everything has tasted like nothing for a decade, except that she watched me do it with the satisfaction of an auditor watching a debt paid, and that did not taste like nothing. Nothing about her has ever tasted like nothing. That is the entire problem, stated plainly, for the record. Vex's voice had followed me south from the circle like a creditor. You're doing the arithmetic wrong, he'd said at the edge of it, not looking at me. The way he says the things he actually means. You keep counting what it costs her. Ask Leora what the thorns were worth. I would have carried worse. He had no right to give me that sentence. He had certainly no right to have it be Leora's. I had spent 3 years constructing the argument, the archive, the weight, the prison, the 60 years of her carrying what I set down in death, every grain at equal weight forever. And the argument was sound. The argument is still sound. I have checked it the way she checks her ledgers. And my brother had knocked the whole architecture sideways with 5 words from a woman who received thorns in her blood and called it a fair price. And the only thing I have ever done that was more foolish than trying to stop her was waiting as long as I did to stop trying. Water in a crack. That is how sentences like that work. They do not break the stone. They wait in it and freeze and widen. There was one bed in the east room. One. Neither of us had said a word about it since the doorway, and neither of us was going to keep not saying it forever. She stood when the plates were cleared and looked at the bed the way she looks at a column that will not balance, measuring it, already 3 steps into an argument I hadn't started. One bed, she said, obviously. Obviously. You don't sleep. You've made a great show of not sleeping for 3 nights running, so you'll have the floor and I'll have this. She put her hand flat on the coverlet, a woman taking possession of a deed. And neither of us will say another word about it because there is nothing to discuss. It's arithmetic. It generally is with you. Don't sound wounded. You'll survive a floor. You survived Castlerig. She was already pulling the pins from her hair, unbothered, methodical, a clerk closing out a ledger for the night, and it should not have undone me, watching her do something so ordinary as take her hair down in a room the whole inn believed was ours by right. She caught me watching. What? Nothing. You're doing the thing with your face. I don't have a thing with my face. You have several. That one means you're composing an argument you have no intention of winning. She climbed under the blanket fully dressed but for her boots. Neither of us fool enough to call this a night for undressing further than that, and settled with her back to the wall and her face to the room. watching me the way she watches everything, unwilling to miss a single detail she might need later. I lay on the floor of the East Room that night, 3 feet from where she slept. For a man who could cross a county in a single step, 3 feet should have been nothing. But that night, it felt like the whole world. The house believed us married. I had let the belief stand in the doorway because correcting it cost more than it was worth. And it had not occurred to me until I was on my back counting the ceiling beams, exactly what the belief would go on costing, that a stranger's household had already decided what this room was for, had already pictured its shape without asking either of us, and the shape they had pictured was not a viscount on the boards with his hands laced over his chest, like a man laid out for his own funeral. I listened to the rain and the inn settling and her heart keeping its stubborn time, her breath finding the long, slow draw of real sleep while mine found nothing at all. The blood in me came up off its leash and said what it had wanted to say since the doorway of that inn. Mine. Not asking, not arguing. A verdict already returned, waiting only for me to stop pretending I hadn't heard it. She is already yours, it said. Every part of her the choosing marked years ago. Get up. Cross the 3 feet. Take what has been waiting 3 years for you to stop being a coward about it. I did not get up. I told my own blood no, the way I have told it no every night. And for the first time in 3 years, I heard how thin the word had worn. And then I heard it. Small. Half caught. The same small sound I had been telling myself was weather for 3 days, except this time it did not stop clean. It hitched and held and hitched again, and some part of me that had nothing to do with wanting her and everything to do with 3 years of counting her breaths without her knowledge was standing at the foot of the bed before I had decided to move at all. I sat on the edge of the bed. I did not touch her. I told myself that was still a victory, and some other, far less honest part of me noted only that I was no longer on the floor and had stopped pretending I meant to be anywhere else for what remained of the night. Chapter 9. Izzy. He was already sitting on the edge of the bed when I woke. I had not heard him cross to me. You never hear him. The cold arrives half a breath ahead, like an announcement. But the room had changed, and some animal, unledgered part of me surfaced out of sleep, already knowing whose weight had settled the mattress at my hip. Ash! My voice came out rough with sleep. What's wrong? That was all it took. I have seen Faye move. Ash does not move. Ash is still, and the world rearranges. The world rearranged. One breath he was sitting a careful, correct distance away, and the next his hand was sliding along my jaw into my hair, so careful it made my chest ache, and his forehead came down against mine and he stopped there. Breathing. Shaking. Very slightly, a tremor I had last catalogued in his left hand in October, now everywhere, now nothing to do with fading. This was the stillness of a man who has stopped holding a door. Izzy, he said. No gaps. His voice had had no gaps for days. I'd noted it, dated it, refused to hope about it, and now it came across the dark in one unbroken piece low, and my name in it was not a warning, and not a plea, and not an apology. It was an answer. The cold I had woken to was already gone. In its place was something with teeth, and it had waited as long as it meant to. I recognized the shape of it, not fading, not restraint. This was the leash off, hungry, looking at me like a man who had finally stopped pretending starvation was a virtue. You're going to make a speech now, I said, because my mouth is braver than the rest of me and has never once submitted its remarks for approval. I'd rather you. Tell me you want me to go, he said, against my mouth. Last door, last chance for one of us to behave. I have never, I said, told you a single lie worth believing. Why would I start with that one? Something in him gave way all at once, soft and total and enormous, and he kissed me. I had had his mouth once before, against a kitchen wall, and I had spent the night since pretending my recall was a curse. It is a curse. I remembered everything, and everything was wrong, because that kiss had been a man at war with what he wanted, all teeth and fury and flight, and this one was surrender. Frost, and under the frost, the burning, the heat that lives at the center of winter, and his hands, warm now, warm for days, warm the way stone is warm an hour after sunset. His hands were in my hair and at my throat, and learning my shoulders as if touch were the only language left to him. 3 years, he said against my jaw, my ear the pulse behind it, voice ruined, bare. 3 years I have stood in rooms with you and wanted this. I am not a man, Izzy. You should know what's asking. I know exactly what's asking. My hands were already at the buttons of his shirt, and my fingers shook, and I hated them for shaking and loved the reason. Get this off. He laughed, broken and brief and against my collarbone, a sound I have heard perhaps 4 times in 3 years, and I put it in the other ledger, the one with no pages, in the permanent collection. The dress went first. Badly. I had fallen asleep in everything but my boots. My bodice was creased, my skirt damp at the hem, my stays still laced, my camise twisted under one shoulder, and Ash looked at the whole disaster with the grim concentration of a man facing a locked door he intended to destroy politely. This is absurd, he said. Womanhood? Clothing. Yes. His mouth moved against my throat. Hold still. I did not hold still. I helped, which was different and less useful. Buttons gave. Hooks surrendered. The bodice opened under his hands, not torn, not fumbled, but dealt with. Ash undressed me the way he did everything once he had stopped pretending restraint was virtue. Thoroughly, silently, and with the faint air of punishment directed at the garment rather than the woman inside it. The skirt slid down, the petticoat followed. My stays took longer, and his patience with them lasted almost 12 seconds. Do not cut them, I said. His eyes lifted. I heard you consider it. You heard nothing. Your silence has edges. He put his mouth below my ear and unlaced me with both hands. Then stop listening. I stopped doing several things. Breathing was among them. The stays loosened. The camise went next, drawn up and over my head with a care that made my throat ache worse than haste would have. His shirt went after, because I got my hands back and used them. Then the cold air touched me everywhere, and then he did, and the frost on the window sang one long crystal note and warmth bloomed across the glass. I watched it happen over his shoulder, gardens unfurling white and impossible in the corner of my eye all the way down the panes. He laid me back and learned me. There is no other word for it. Slow, thorough, ruinous, my throat, my breasts, his mouth on me until I was arching up in him with his name coming out of me in pieces, down my ribs, the crease of my hip, the inside of my thigh where the pulse misbehaves. And when his mouth found me, wet and swollen, I stopped being an archivist entirely. He was patient the way Winter is patient, not practiced, not polished, patient. He held my hips still and took me apart with a deliberateness that made my hands fist in the sheets and my breath come apart under his mouth. Twice he paused, forehead against my hip, breathing like a man surfacing, and said my name like he was checking the world was still there. I broke the first time with my fingers in his hair, and the frost singing in my whole body one long bright line. He came up over me while I was still shaking. Braced on his forearms, Winter pale and wrecked and mine, said the low ungovernable part of me, mine, in a script as clean as frost. Izzy, a question still, even now. I answered it with my hand, closing around his cock, and watched a composure older than memory shear away like ice off a cliff face. He made a sound against my throat that I kept. Permanent collection. Now I said, Ash. He pushed inside me slow and slow and slow, letting me take him inch by inch, murmuring in the old language against my temple. Oaths or prayers or apologies. I didn't know. I didn't need to know. Some things you don't need translated. And I was so wet and so full and so alive that my eyes burned. My body, which forgets nothing, has kept every second. The stretch of him, the cold and burning of his skin, the moment his control cracked and his hips drove flush and we both cried out, the window flaring white, his hand finding mine on the pillow and pinning it, fingers laced, like a man holding on to the edge of the world. We moved together, and it was not gentle for long. 3 years is a long debt, and we were both collecting, him with his teeth at my shoulder and his hand dragging my knee up to take him deeper, me with my nails in his back and my heels in the small of it, demanding, greedy, entirely unashamed. The headboard struck the wall once, hard enough to make the frost shiver. The frost roared up every pane, gardens on gardens, a whole impossible summer being written at midnight in a border inn. And he said my name like the last word of a language, and I felt the crest gather in me, higher than the first, higher than thought. Stay with me, he said. Raw, against my mouth. Izzy, stay. I managed, everything. And the crest broke, and I broke with it, and he followed me down with a sound like winter ending, and something snapped into place. I do not have another phrase for it, and I have spent my whole life finding phrases. Between one heartbeat and the next, at the crest of it, something in the deep center of me that I had never known was open, closed, took hold, hooks into flesh I did not know I had, painless and absolute, a thread pulling taut from beneath my sternum going somewhere, going into him, and then it was there in my chest, a second heartbeat. Not mine, slower than mine, older than mine, running like deep water under ice, and I felt it stagger, felt him stagger, inside me, above me, felt shock detonate in a body that was not my body and register in a chest that was not my chest, wonder, terror, wonder, a double exposure, two hearts, one rib cage, mine, said something old and enormous through the new thread in both directions at once. The frost went silent. The whole room held its breath. He had gone still above me, deep water still. His eyes were open and an inch from mine, and washed violet had gone dark all the way through, and what I saw in them, in the second before he closed them, was a man watching the vault open from the inside. Izzy, very carefully, very quietly, as if one wrong word would cut us both. Don't, I said. You dare name it something small. He didn't name it small. He touched my face instead, his thumb along my cheekbone, careful the way a man handles the only copy of something, and when he finally spoke, his voice had no gaps in it at all. It chose, he said, just now, at the crest. I have never felt anything happen the way I felt that happen. So you chose me, I said. My hand found his jaw, tender, certain, the happiest thing I had ever built out of 5 words. Tonight, I did, he said. His voice did not break. And I was naked beneath him, full of him, bound to him by something still pulsing behind my breastbone, and his hand was on my cheek, as if touching me roughly would unmake the world. His blood had looked at the whole long ruin of his life and chosen me tonight. Freely, with me knowing, with me wanting, with me saying yes. My oldest fear went out like a candle. He kissed my forehead and gathered me against him, my back to his chest, his arm over me like a bar of winter. His heart beat in me, mine answered in him. Above us, the frost bloomed warm across the glass, and I was happy, entirely, uncomplicatedly happy. Chapter 10. Ash, her heart woke me before the dawn did. Not mine, hers. A second pulse, small and mortal and impossible, beating beneath my ribs as if my body had opened in the night and made room for what it had no right to keep. Izzy slept on my chest with her hand curled over the place where both heartbeats lived. Her hair had come loose across my shoulder. Morning light moved through the frost on the window and laid pale gardens over her skin. I did not move. There are forms of greed even monsters should fear. This was mine, the warm weight of her, the soft, exhausted hitch of her breath, the thread between us humming low and content as if it had not committed a violence by existing, as if it had not taken the one thing I had spent 3 years refusing and made it hers while she slept. Mine, said the old thing in my blood. No, not mine. Never mine. I had told her the lie because she was lying in my arms with wonder still open on her face, and because I had seen in one cruel instant exactly where the truth would strike. It chose, I had said, just now, at the crest. 6 words, small words, human-sized words, the sort of words men spend every day and call nothing. They had left my mouth cleanly. No blood, no frost, no old law closing its hand around my throat, no punishment at all. That was how I knew the world was ending. Izzy had believed me. I had felt it happen through the thread, the old fear leaving her all at once. 3 years of watching me from rooms she thought I did not see. 3 years of weddings and flowers and hands folded too carefully in her lap. 3 years of her imagining herself one woman in a line of women, a creature like me might eventually want, and then outlive and then replace. Gone. I had given her the shape of the truth she needed and filled it with a lie. She shifted against me, mouth soft against my chest, and the thread warmed. Trust. That was worse than desire. Desire I understood. Desire had teeth. Desire could be chained, starved, denied, sharpened until it became useful. Trust lay down in the killing field and slept. I looked at the ceiling above her head and did the arithmetic again. The mainland circles were dead. Every one I had reached for had gone dark. Castlerig, long before that, others. Names older than the roads that led to them. Stones I had once felt in the marrow of the land, now cold places with sheep grazing around their bones. No living circle, no right, no seal, only the half-bond, fragile and illegal and made of want. Only the little time left before my fading finished its work. Only Izzy with a second heartbeat in her chest and hope in her hand. She would have chosen the truth. I knew that. She would have stood in front of me naked, furious, magnificent, and demanded every year of it. The first sight, the choosing, the scraping, the door I had held shut until my hands had become ruins. She would have taken the whole account and found some way to make it a weapon. That was precisely why I had not given it to her. The truth would not save her. The truth would not find a circle, raise a right, restore a law, or buy one more hour in which she woke without grief. The truth would only turn backward through every memory she kept in perfect order and set a knife inside each one. The lie gave her morning. This morning, my hand closed once around nothing. I would tell it again, there, plainly. Let whatever remains of me answer for it. I would put the lie in her hands a second time and watch her smile again. I would do it with my mouth on hers. I would do it with my heart beating under her palm. I would do it knowing exactly what I had become. Because she was warm, because she was alive, because she was happy, and because I am not good. I have been called many things. Prince, monster, Winterhollow, old curse, necessary evil. I have answered to most of them when it suited me. Good was never among them. The old law had not broken loudly. That was the obscenity of it. No thunder, no scream from the stones, no warning fit for a world losing one of its foundations. Only my mouth making falsehood and surviving it. Only Izzy sleeping against me, saved for a few hours by what should have been impossible. Only the knowledge that I was made to hold vows and I had used the wreckage of vow law to hide one from the woman I loved. The frost cracked softly on the window. I turned my head. Her name covered the glass. Of course it did. My power has never had the courtesy to obey me in small matters. In large ones, it is worse. Izzy. Again. 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 Across the pane, beneath the morning frost, old strokes had ghosted through the new ones. Not words she needed a scholar's lamp to study. Not messages to decipher. Worse. Repetition, habit, hunger. Years of the same confession layered so thickly that even a mortal eye might notice the depth of it if she looked long enough. And underneath, smaller, stays. I slid out from under her inch by inch, the thread tightened. Izzy made a soft sound in her sleep and reached after me. I stopped breathing. Her hand found only the sheet. Her brow furrowed. I put my palm over her knuckles until the line between us quieted. Stay asleep, I whispered. An order, a plea. I do not know which one I meant, perhaps both. I have never cared for the distinction when the result is obedience. She slept. I crossed to the window. My thumbnail found the frost. Her name came away in white shavings. Once I had scraped her from glass because I was denying the truth. Now I scraped her from glass because I was protecting a lie. Same ritual. Different sin. The frost cut under my nail. I welcomed it. Pain is honest. Pain arrives and declares itself. Pain does not look at the woman in your bed and tell her she was chosen last night when your blood chose her 3 years before she knew enough to run. I cleared the pain. For one moment the glass held nothing but morning. Then the corner silvered. No, the frost spread again, quietly, patiently, writing what I had just erased. I put my hand flat over the forming letters and let the cold climb into my wrist. Enough. The room listened. The frost did not. It wrote around my palm. Izzy stirred behind me. I scraped faster. The bed creaked. Ash, sleep rough, soft, mine, not mine. I turned, blocking the window with my body. She was awake enough to look at me and not awake enough to guard herself. Her hair was tangled. The sheet had slipped to her waist. The thread between us glowed with warm, drowsy pleasure that struck me harder than any blade I have ever taken. You're at the window a great deal this morning, she said. The glass is poorly made. Her eyes narrowed. There she was, not fully awake, still dangerous. Is it? Yes. Is this a prince problem or a landlord problem? Both classes are generally responsible for poor maintenance. Her mouth curved. I felt it in my chest before I saw it. Cruel, that thread. Glorious. Cruel. She stretched, unashamed beneath my ruined shirt and the sheet. and every scrap of resolve I possessed turned its head like a dog hearing meat hit the floor. "Come back to bed," she said. "We have to leave." "No, we have to reach the next circle. Those are different sentences, and I am reliably informed one of us should mind his tenses." I did not smile. I wanted to. That was becoming a problem. "Izzy?" She rolled onto her back and looked at me, sleep warming into memory, memory warming into invitation. The pulse down the thread changed, not shy, not coy. Izzy has never been coy about anything she has decided to record. "We have time," she said. We did not. We had no time. That was why I crossed the room. Her smile faded when I reached her, not from fear, from recognition. She saw something on my face and, because she is what she is, did not soften for it. She lifted one hand. I caught her wrist before she touched me, too fast, too hard. Her breath stopped. So did mine. I eased my grip at once, but not before the room had gone cold enough to rim the wash basin in ice. There I was, the thing under the man, the Winter with a leash made of manners. Her pulse flickered once down the thread, startled, not afraid. Not afraid. She should have been. "I won't break," she said. "No," I said, "you won't." Because I would break the world first. I bent and kissed the inside of her wrist where my fingers had been. Once. Carefully. Not an apology. I have no use for apologies that do not undo harm. A warning, perhaps, to myself. "To the next circle," I said. Her eyes stayed on mine for one long moment. Then she nodded. The thread dimmed. Not cold. Thinking. I preferred desire. Desire I could fight. Thinking in Izzy is where disasters begin. We left late. The innkeeper's wife did not meet my eyes when we came down. She gave Izzy bread wrapped in cloth and cold bacon folded in paper, with the fierce practical tenderness countrywomen reserve for brides and girls too pale to be allowed outdoors without food. Izzy thanked her and did not correct the misunderstanding. Neither did I. Outside, the yard smelled of wet straw and horse and iron. Izzy tucked her hand into my coat pocket. The gesture was small, possessive, thoughtless. My hand closed over hers inside the wool before I could stop it. The thread warmed. For half a breath, the lie worked. For half a breath, I let it. Then we rode north. Long Meg stood in rain. Not hard rain. Worse, the thin, needling kind that finds every seam in wool and every weakness in flesh. Izzy's hood was up. Her face under it was too pale. She had eaten half the bread because I had watched until she did. She had glared through every bite. The circle rose out of the fields wide and ancient and wrong. I knew before we reached it. Izzy knew I knew. That was the first mercy the thread denied me. I felt her hope hesitate when my body did. Felt it falter, then gather itself again because she is stubborn past reason and brave past sense, and mine. No, I dismounted. She did the same before I could help her. "Do not," I said. I had not yet. "You were about to. You object to preemptive independence now? I object to you falling. I object to being caught before I fall. It implies pessimism. It implies eyesight." She looked at me. Rain gathered on her lashes. "Then look at the stones," she said. I did. The red sentinel stood apart from the daughters. Tall, weathered, waiting for nothing. Dead, not sleeping, not hidden, not diminished. Dead. The land around it had the terrible ordinary quiet of a church after the god has left and the congregation has continued out of habit. Izzy crossed to the sentinel and set her palm against it. I did not tell her not to. There are cruelties even I do not enjoy. She waited. The rain ticked against her hood. A strand of wet hair clung to her cheek. Her hand stayed on the stone long after there was any reason for it. I felt nothing from the ring. I felt everything from her. Hope first, then refusal, then the neat, fierce click of her mind putting grief into a drawer and labeling it later. "Well," she said. Her voice was almost steady. "Not this one either. Izzy, you may say it." No, that stopped her. She turned her head. "I beg your pardon?" I said no. "You have been desperate to say it since dawn. I have been desperate for many things since dawn." Her mouth opened, closed. Good. Let her have that one. Let the heat move between us even here in a dead ring, with the old world rotting under our feet. Let her be alive enough to blush with anger and memory. I stepped closer. "The stones are dead," I said. "That is all I will say. Because there is nothing left to find. Because I believed exactly that. Because I could feel the darkness where the old lights should have been. Because if I said it again, she would write it down, and I was already the author of one false record too many. Because you do not need my despair in your ledger, I said. Her face changed, softened. Damn her. Damn her for understanding the wrong mercy. She touched the stone again, fingertips this time, as if politeness might wake what force could not. The railway does not cut this one either, she said. No, but iron reaches farther than rails. Yes. How far? I do not know. The truth, bare, ugly, useless, it deserved no gratitude. She gave me none. Instead, she took out her ledger, shielded the page from rain with her body, and wrote. Not long, Meg, she said. Put the book away. No, Izzy, one of them will answer. No. Her pen paused. The rain made a dark star on the page. You do not know that, she said. I did. I did not. Callanish lay beyond my reach, beyond my certainty, beyond the map of dead things I had mistaken for the world. But at Long Meg, under that needling rain, with my lie between us and her hope bleeding down the thread, I believed there was nothing left. And because my mouth could now lie, belief had become a poor instrument. No, I said again, softer, worse. I do not know. She looked at me for a long time. Then she wrote that down too. Of course she did. We reached Melmerby near dark. The inn was low-roofed, peat-smoked, and warm enough to make the thread between us loosen with relief. The landlady looked from Izzy's wet hem to my hand at her back, then to the space between us where the half-bond sang with every forbidden thing neither human nor fey eyes were meant to see. Humans are blind to power. They are not blind to possession. A room, I said. The landlady's gaze sharpened. One bed, Izzy inhaled beside me. Tired, cold, waiting. I should have let her answer. I did not. My wife takes her bath hot, I said. 2 words. My wife. False. True. A theft wearing a vow's clothing. The landlady softened at once. Of course, sir. Izzy went very still. Then the thread between us flared so violently I nearly reached for the wall. Joy. Not pleasure. Joy, fierce, startled, disbelieving joy, bright enough to burn through the lie and make it beautiful while it burned. She did not look at me until we were on the stairs. My wife, she said, to the wall, conversationally, deadly. You object. I am deciding whether to correct your grammar. My grammar was exact. Your legal standing was not. My standing is rarely legal. That is not reassuring. It was not meant to be. We stopped halfway up. The taproom noise blurred below. Rain struck the small leaded window at the landing. Her hand found mine on the rail, out of sight of anyone below, and held hard enough that a human man might have winced. I did not. I looked down at our hands, then at her. Her face had gone careful. The happiness was still there, but she had put both hands around it as if it might spill. Say it again, she said. Command, not plea. Good girl. No, not that. Never that. The thought came out of the dark in me with teeth, and I locked it down before it reached my mouth. I leaned close instead, close enough to feel her breath catch, close enough that the thread shivered. My wife, I said, quietly, only for her. Her eyes closed. The pleasure that moved through the bond was not sexual, not entirely. It was deeper, more dangerous. Something wounded in her, taking the shape of those words and curling around it for warmth. I had made that warmth with a lie. I wanted to tear the stair rail from the wall. I wanted to carry her upstairs and make the words true by force of wanting. I wanted a living circle. I wanted an old law. I wanted not to be what I was. Instead, I touched my mouth to her temple. Once. Bath, I said. Her eyes opened. The corner of her mouth moved. You are a tyrant, yes, and evasive, yes, and still standing on the stairs, yes. Poor cooperation habits, she said. I almost smiled. Almost. That was enough to make her smile for both of us. Later, she slept, not immediately. Izzy does not surrender consciousness easily, even when exhausted. She inspected the room, the latch, the basin, the towel quality, the direction of the draft, and my expression with the same pitiless attention. Then she bathed. Then she ate what I put in front of her, because I stood there until she did and because the thread has made certain arguments inconveniently physical. Then, at last, she slept. Fully dressed again, save for her boots. She had meant to write longer. I knew because the ledger lay open beside her hand, the pen uncapped, a single dark spot spreading where the nib had rested too long. I should have closed it. I should have touched nothing. I have killed men for putting hands on things that were not theirs. I picked up the ledger. The newest entry stood alone at the top of a fresh page, dated, written in the rounder hand. Not the neatest one. The neatest hand is for entries that shake her. This was the hand she used for happiness. At the crest, his blood chose me. Him, not the lure, not magic, the man. And the man chose me. A pause in the ink. Then, there was no line. Then, lower. There was only ever me. The room did not move. I did. Something in me went very quiet. The last line was true. That was the cruelty of it. There had only ever been her. No line. No second choice. No other woman my blood had weighed against her and found wanting. From the first sight of her, the old thing in me had known, and I had spent 3 years calling that knowledge restraint. But she had written the truth under the wrong date. Not the choosing as it was. The choosing as I had let her believe it had been. Sudden, clean, mutual, born at the crest with her body under mine and her yes still warm in the room. I had not made her write a false love. I had made her write the wrong history. Not an error, not a misfiled observation. A false history placed in the one book she keeps against the world's forgetting. I had not only lied to her, I had made her lie to herself. The frost rose on the window beside me. I did not look at first. Cowardice is not always running. Sometimes it is standing very still with a ledger in your hand while the truth writes itself at your shoulder. White lines crept over the glass. Her name, beneath it, older marks pressed up through the new frost. Years of them, layers I had scraped, layers I had denied, layers that had survived me because truth is a vicious thing when given weather to wear. Izzy stays. My hand tightened on the ledger. The leather cover creaked. Izzy stirred. I closed the book at once and set it beside her boots, exactly where she would expect to find it. Then I went to the window. The frost waited. Patient, faithful, cruel. I lifted my hand, stopped. If I scraped it clean, the room would hold only my version of events. If I left it, one witness would remain honest. Not for her. She would not see it. I would not let her see it. Not yet, perhaps not ever. But the room would know. The glass would know. My power, traitorous and perfect, would know. I lowered my hand. Izzy slept with my heartbeat in her chest and a lie in her book. I stood between her and the window until dawn. Let one witness in this room stay honest. It was not going to be me. Chapter 11, Izzy. The ledger required new headings. I want that understood in its proper clerical gravity. I had kept the same system for 3 years. Observations, dates, deterioration, debts. A working record of a man dying politely and a woman documenting it because documenting was the only thing she was permitted to do. And now the architecture wanted revising. The man was warm. The woman was, I checked the entry twice because I never write a word I have not verified, happy. The old headings had nothing useful to say about either condition. New headings, then. In the round hand, the quick one, the one I use for things that do not have to be survived. His laugh, 4 seconds at the ford above Melmerby, when Beetle bit him through his glove and Ash stared at the horse with the cold, offended dignity of an assassinated monarch. 6 seconds the following morning at me for reasons I will defend to a magistrate but not to this ledger. A personal record. Data continues to accumulate at unprecedented rates. Things my husband says. He is not my husband. The heading stays. It was his fiction first. My wife takes her bath hot, delivered to a Melmerby landlady with the entire unhurried authority of the oldest thing in England, and if he intends to go about declaring us married to the taverns of the north, then I intend to keep the minutes. The thread, which is what I had taken to calling the bond, because bond sounded like something requiring a solicitor, and what lived under my sternum was nothing so formal. It was him, resident, constant. His moods arrived in me like weather. I could tell before he spoke whether the day had gone granite or thaw. I knew when he was watching me. I always knew when he was watching me, which was always, so as data it lacked variety, but I logged it anyway. A record is a record. We rode north through the longest days of the year, and I have never in my life been so poorly behaved. There is no dignified way to enter the evidence, so I will simply enter it. The hayloft outside Bewcastle, where we were meant to be sheltering from rain, and where the horses learned more than horses ought to know. The inn at Melmerby, where the survey of the bed's workmanship took the whole morning as threatened and reached no conclusion except that the survey should be repeated at the next establishment. The burn below the Drovers Road in daylight, in June water cold enough to make a person honest and then shameless. His hands. his mouth, the thread pulling taut across a room the moment a door shut, patient as gravity, and neither of us pretending anymore that gravity was a thing one argued with. 3 years I wanted him. I had wanted carefully, quietly, in a locked column on a private page. It turns out wanting once paid does not settle the account. It compounds, and the fear was gone. That was the part I kept turning over like a coin too good to be real, except it was real. I had the date. My whole nightmare, the stranger on the Harrowfield Road, the milkmaid, the widow, the draper's girl with good teeth, the fourth wedding where I held the flowers, all of it had rested on one dark arithmetic. His blood had not chosen, and so his blood might choose anyone. Any year, any road, and now the arithmetic was burned. His blood had chosen. At the crest, in a border inn, with 3 years of evidence in its hands, it had looked at everything the world has ever offered a fey prince, and it had chosen me. Not to spite anyone. There was no anyone. There had never been a line. I was never in a line. I had written in the round hand, and some mornings I opened the ledger just to read it again. That is not what ledgers are for. I did it anyway. The circles stayed dead. It is worth recording how little I minded at first. Not because I am frivolous. I am never frivolous. I have been accused of many things, including stubbornness, improper attachment to paper, and once by a Thornwood footman of being a bit much before breakfast, but frivolity has never been among the charges. I minded less because each failure narrowed the problem. 5 left, then 4. Gray rings on high ground, cold under my palm as furniture, Ash beside me, silent more often than not, which was a change I noticed and did not yet know how to file. At the next circle after Long Meg, the rain held off. The stones stood on a low rise above rough pasture, dark against the long northern light, with sheep scattered around them in the insulting calm of animals who did not know they were grazing among dead witnesses. Ash stopped at the edge of the ring. I stopped because he had. The thread went cold. Not cold as in fading, not that grave winter absence I had known from him for years. This was a different cold, focused, contained. The cold of a blade laid flat against a table. Dead? I asked. Yes. He did not say there is nothing left to find. I noticed. Of course I noticed. I crossed the grass and set my hand on the nearest stone. It was rough under my palm, damp in its cracks, warm on the surface where the day had touched it. Beneath that, nothing, no hum, no answering pulse, no old voice under the hill. Stone, I said. Yes. Badly behaved of it. No answer. I looked back. Ash was watching me with an expression I had no category for before the bond. Now I had too many. Grief, anger, hunger, restraint, all of them braided together so tightly that the thread between us throbbed with it. He looked more alive than he had in years. That was the other thing I had not yet given a heading. The warmth in his hands had not gone away. His voice had stopped losing pieces. He moved through the world with less of that terrible, careful economy, as if each step no longer had to be negotiated against disappearance. He was stronger. Near me, he was stronger. I walked back toward him slowly. You are improving, I said. No, too quick, too smooth. His face did not change, but the air did. The sheep nearest the ring lifted their heads and with sudden wisdom began moving away from us. Ash. No, he said again. A prince's answer. A door slammed by a man who owned the house, the hill under it, and the bones beneath the hill. I should have argued. Usually I would have. I enjoy an argument when the evidence is on my side, and the evidence was standing in front of me in a gray coat, warm-handed and terrible, with frost gathering at the edges of his cuffs, though the air was not cold enough to earn it. But the thread gave me what his face would not. Not fear, not exactly. Something worse, a grief so old it had learned to stand upright. So I only opened the ledger and wrote, Strength, disputed. His eyes lowered to the page. That is not a heading. It is now. I dispute the dispute. Noted. Izzy. I capped the ink and looked up. One of the remaining circles will answer, no. Besides, your blood has chosen, Ash. Won this road on the journey, and I cannot believe fate would be so cruel as to give us that gift without the means to complete it. It is the only thing that makes sense. His mouth tightened. There. A small victory. Not because I had persuaded him, but because I had put the truth between us where he could not quite step over it. Callanish waited beyond the mainland. Callanish waited beyond the end of the iron. If my maps were right, and my maps are generally better behaved than men. By evening, I had begun, quietly, in the back pages, planning the wedding. Wedding, solstice, provisional. The heading is not sentimental. It is thorough. Witnesses, 4 princes. Required, per O'Hara, per every precedent. Efficient, O'Hara. There is no other candidate. There has never been another candidate. I suspect there was no other candidate when the stones were raised. Leora will braid my hair whether I consent or not. Consent recorded in advance. It saves time. Something iron and practical. Accept it. It will matter later. Her gifts always do. Neve will say nothing, and it will be the most useful thing anyone says all day. Hazel to be held by whoever is steadiest, which is to say not Wraith, who will be composing remarks. Edgar will attend uninvited. Bread. Salt. The gray coat. He wears the gray coat. I showed him none of it. A woman is entitled to one locked column. But he knew something was building back there. He always knows. I composed lists the way other women hum. We had taken a small room above a public house where the rafters leaned, the fire smoked, and the mattress had aspirations it could not support. Ash sat in the chair near the hearth, one boot braced against the fender, his sleeves rolled back from his wrists. Warm wrists. That fact still undid me in undignified ways. I sat cross-legged on the bed, with the ledger open against my knee, and pretended not to notice him noticing me. "You are planning something with columns in it," he said. "I am always planning something with columns in it. This one has my name in it. Most of them have your name in them. You are a recurring expense." His mouth moved. Almost. Not a smile, exactly. Ash does not spend smiles carelessly. He lets you glimpse the coin and then closes his fist. I capped the ink. "You will be told your duties nearer the date. There will be a rehearsal. You may bring the frost. It writes a better hand than any of your brothers." Something crossed him, not his face. The thread. Quick and dark under the warmth there and folded away before I could name it. I looked at him. He had gone very still. Not the old, vanishing stillness. Not the hollowing. This was the stillness of a dangerous thing, choosing not to move because movement would reveal too much. "Wrong column?" I asked. "No." "Ash." His eyes came to mine. For 1 second, he was not a man in a low-ceilinged room with peat smoke in his coat and my ink on his thumb from where he had touched my ledger earlier without permission. He was Winter. Not metaphor. Not mood. Winter. Old enough to make the fire lean away from him. Beautiful in the way cliffs are beautiful when seen from too near the edge. "Mine," said the thread, and something older in him answered so fiercely that my breath caught. Then he looked down at my ink-stained fingers. "What have you written?" he asked. "Nothing you are entitled to see." I could take it. I believed him. That was the trouble with Ash. Half the dangerous things he said were jokes only because he decided, after saying them, not to make them true. "You could," I said. The room cooled. The fire guttered once. I did not move, neither did he. Then he reached across the space between us and held out his hand, palm up. A request from anyone else. From Ash, a restraint so deliberate it felt indecent. I put my ink-stained fingers into his warm ones. He closed his hand, carefully, with intent, as if letting go were a superstition he had given up. My lungs had been quieter. That required its own heading. Lungs, no, too general. Lungs, revised, better. The cough had gone from nightly to occasional. The climb up in stairs no longer required strategy. My color, per the landlady at Melmerby who volunteered her assessment with the bacon, was coming back lovely, and no wonder. I credited the bond. Everything the wives had ever told me ran one direction. The bond sustains, the bond strengthens, the bond holds. Mine was half made and holding, and my body, which had been quietly borrowing against itself since Winterhollow, had plainly negotiated better terms. "Illness, receding," I wrote, in the round hand. There was one morning, Kirkby, I think, the inn with the crooked shutter, when I found a speck of red in my handkerchief. Small, singular, the sort of thing a thorough woman notes. So I noted it. I did not like it. I also did not like the damp, the bad tea, the way Ash could look at a dead ring and make the whole hill feel bereaved, or the tendency of northern innkeepers to assume a woman traveling with a man requires either pity or extra bacon. Disliking a thing is not the same as being ruled by it. I folded the handkerchief carefully and put it beneath my traveling papers. After the wedding, I wrote beside the entry, Then, because that sounded sentimental and imprecise, I added, if repeated, reassess. It did not repeat that day. That was enough for the page. It was not enough for Ash, who watched me at breakfast over the rim of his cup and said, "You are tired." "I am often tired. It gives me character." "You have character enough. Flattery before porridge. We are becoming decadent." His gaze did not soften. It lowered briefly to my mouth. That did not help the porridge. "You will eat," he said. "I was planning to. All of it." "You have become very interested in breakfast since acquiring a heartbeat that complains when I skip it." "It does not complain. It absolutely complains, in a low, tyrannical register." His eyes held mine. "It is not the only one." I ate the porridge, not because he ordered me, because desire as a breakfast tactic is extremely unfair. The nights were the best of it, not for the reasons the taverns of Cumberland assumed. Or not only. The night above the Kirkby taproom began with me pretending to write while Ash stood at the window and pretended not to watch my reflection in the glass. Neither of us was good at pretending anymore. The rain had trapped half the road in the taproom below. Voices rose under the floorboards. Drovers, a woman laughing too loudly, someone singing 3 notes of a song and abandoning the rest. The room smelled of wet wool, candle smoke, and the faint sharpness of frost where Ash's power had already begun its nightly treason along the window frame. I dipped the pen. The thread pulled. I wrote one word and ruined it. The thread pulled again. Patient, certain. Like gravity. If gravity had hands and a mouth and an old language, it refused to translate. "You were doing that on purpose," I said. Ash did not turn from the window. "Doing what?" "You know exactly what." "No." The word came low, too low. Not denial. Invitation wearing denial's coat. I set the pen down before I broke it. "You are impossible." Yes, and smug. No, that one was not even plausible. His reflection looked at mine. The room changed. It always did when he decided something. The voices below seemed to move farther away. The fire lowered itself to embers. Frost climbed the window behind him in silent fern-white strokes, and his eyes in the glass were not pale now, not washed winter, but dark violet all the way through. "Come here," he said, not loud, not gentle. I went. Of course I went. I am a sensible woman, not a dead one. He did not touch me at first. He let me stop in front of him, close enough that the front of my dress brushed his coat, close enough that the thread between us ceased to be a thread and became a hand wrapped around both our throats. "You were writing," he said. "I was attempting to." "What entry?" "Private." His hand came up and closed around the back of my neck, warm, possessive, not cruel, not safe either. Ash is not safe. I had learned by then that safety was not what I wanted from him. Safety was a locked drawer. Ash was the thing that found the key and burned the cabinet. "Private," he repeated. "Yes." His thumb moved once beneath my ear. "Will you record this?" "I record everything." "No," he said, and bent until his mouth almost touched mine. "You don't." That should have been insulting. It was not. It was true in a way my body understood before my pride could object. Some things had no column wide enough. Some things could only be kept in the pulse. I rose on my toes and kissed him. He let me begin. That was new. That was ruinous. I put my hands on his coat and took my time, because I had 3 years of wanting and a newly acquired interest in making ancient things wait. His control held for the first minute, perhaps 2. Then I bit his lower lip. The sound he made went down the thread and opened every locked drawer in me. He had my dress open before I finished breathing, not torn. Never careless with what belonged to me. But swiftly enough that buttons became theory, hooks became rumor, and my stays suffered a strategic defeat. "Bed," he said. "Chair." His eyes narrowed. I smiled. That was the last sensible thing I did for some time. I rode him slowly in the chair by the dying fire, my skirts gathered in his fists, my hands braced on his shoulders, his head tipped back against the worn upholstery, while he watched me the way he watches everything he intends to keep. The thread was a live thing between us. Every breath I took moved through him. Every restraint he kept shuddered through me. I felt the moment his control began to shear, a crack under the ice, deep and dangerous, traveling faster than either of us could stop. "Ash," I said. Warning, request, record. He stood with me still around him. I made an undignified sound and clutched at his shoulders. "Yes," he said against my throat. "That." Then I was on the bed beneath him, and there was nothing slow left in either of us. The frost wrote gardens up every pane. My name bloomed over his shoulder. Izzy. Again and again. His mouth found the pulse in my throat. His hand closed over mine against the pillow. His body drove into mine with a force that made the old bed strike the wall and the room below fall briefly, blessedly silent. Then someone downstairs cheered. I laughed. I could not help it. Ash went still above me, very still, the dangerous kind. Then his mouth curved against my shoulder. 5 seconds. New record. I would have logged it immediately, but he chose that moment to move again, and record keeping became temporarily impossible. Afterward, in the dark, 2 heartbeats sorted themselves under one set of ribs. That was the part with no precedent anywhere in the record. Not the pleasure. I had categories for pleasure now, though several were poorly named and one consisted only of an ink blot and an exclamation point. After. After was stranger. Ash's fingers idle in my hair. My ear over the older-than-memory drum of him. The thread quiet, not asleep, never asleep, but lying between us like a warm animal. Talking or not. He told me things in the old language, low and rough, with my cheek against his chest. What does that mean? I asked. Inventory. That is a scandalous abuse of clerical vocabulary. Yes, you are lying. No, then translate it. No, I pinched his side. He did not move. Stone, I muttered. Wife. My breath caught. He felt it. Of course he felt it. His hand stilled in my hair. That still works, he said. Do not sound pleased with yourself. I am pleased with you. Unfair, unfair. I turned my face against his chest and let myself keep it. Later, when the room had gone softer and the rain had stopped, I told him about my mother's voice. I lost it at 9 and have never lost it. That is the only way to explain memory. The body misplaces so much. Gloves, keys, dignity and chair-related circumstances. But some sounds stay in the walls. I told him about the 11th stair at Thornwood, the one that caught if you stepped on the left edge. I told him about the first day there, when a pale lord asked my sister a terrible question, and I stood in a corner and chose the exact shape of my ruin. He went very still. Both heartbeats did. You knew, he said, that long ago. I keep records, I said into his chest. I knew before you did. He laughed. 5 seconds again. A tie. It broke in the middle, the way his laughs do, as if joy were a language he was relearning from fragments. Then he pressed his mouth to my hair and held me the way winter holds a seed, safe, down deep, until the window above the bed, that last good night, wrote what it always wrote. I woke before dawn and saw it over his sleeping shoulder, Izzy, in the clean, slow hand, and beneath it, smaller, stays. I lay still and waited out of 3 years' habit for the morning ritual, the raw thumbnail, the scraped glass, the man at war with his own power's honesty. He did not move. His arm was heavy over my waist. His chest rose against my back. His heartbeat moved inside me, steady and old, and mine answered it without asking my permission first. The frost remained. I turned my head carefully. He was awake. Of course he was awake. Ash? His eyes stayed on the window. You have stopped scraping it, I said. Yes, one word, no explanation, no apology. No attempt to turn the glass into weather or bad manufacture or any of the other cowardly things men say when caught by evidence. I waited. He gave me nothing else. The thread was quiet, not empty. Quiet in the way deep water is quiet when it has decided not to show the current. I should have asked another question, perhaps. But I was warm, and his arm was around me, and my name was on the glass where he could see it, and he had not destroyed it. Not that morning. Not the morning before. Not, I realized as the record arranged itself behind my eyes, since the inn on the Long Meg Road. Every window since had kept its writing until the sun took it. Inns and haylofts the length of the north, all of them wearing my name in frost. A trail of evidence up the spine of England. My throat tightened. Not grief, not fear. The other thing, the dangerous, soft thing I had made new headings for, because the old ones could not bear its weight. I reached for the ledger without leaving the circle of his arm. He let me. I wrote by the light of my own name. He has stopped scraping the glass. I paused. The pen hovered. His power and his mouth finally agree, I wrote. Then, because a record requires its object, me. Entry closed. Happiest line in this book. The frost silvered brighter on the pane, as if pleased with itself. Ash's arm tightened around me, only once. Too slight for anyone else to notice. I noticed. I always notice him. Somewhere north, 4 circles waited. One of them was going to sing. Callanish, if it had to be Callanish, the farthest, the oldest, the one beyond the reach of iron and doubt and all the ordinary ways the world had found to ruin us. I set the ledger aside and folded my hand over Ash's where it lay against my ribs. His thumb moved once. Mine. Not a word. Not from him. From the thread. From me. From both of us. I fell asleep certain of it, wrapped in a bar of winter, believing every word the frost had written and the one I had written for myself. Chapter 12. Ash. The man at the ford looked at Izzy too long. That was the first mistake. There were others, but I am a fair creature when the mood takes me, and I mark beginnings carefully. The ford lay brown and swollen across the drove road, loud with rain from the hills. Water shouldered over stone, fast enough to take a careless horse sideways. 3 men waited on the near bank, with the patience of men who had not come to cross. Izzy saw the water first. I saw the men. She drew Beetle up beside me, hood dark with wet, gloved hand already moving toward the ledger tucked under her coat. She did not know she did it. Threatened, she reaches for the record. Protect what is kept. No, I said. Her hand stopped. I had not said anything. You were about to take notes. The ford is high. The ford is honest. Her gaze moved to the men. One leaned on his saddle as if tired. One sat his horse too loosely, legs easy, hands ready. The third smiled when he saw her looking. That was the second mistake. Travelers, she said under her breath. Carrion. Ash. I did not look at her. The largest of the 3 nudged his horse forward until it stood half across the road. A bay gelding. Poorly kept. Lame in the near fore, though not badly enough that the man cared. His coat was oiled against the weather. His knife was under the left side of it. His eyes were on Izzy's mouth. The world has always been full of men who mistake softness for access. Bad water today, my lord, he called. Not safe crossing alone. Then move, I said. His smile widened. The 2 behind him laughed, not because anything was amusing, but because small men often rehearse courage in groups. Road's tricky here, the man said. Easy to lose footing, easy to lose a bag, easy to lose a lady if she's not held careful. Izzy went still. Not afraid. Still. There is a difference. Fear scatters. Izzy gathers. I am capable of crossing water, she said. The man tipped his hat. I don't doubt you are, miss. Mrs., I said. Izzy's pulse struck the thread hard. The man's eyes flicked to me, then back to her. Third mistake. My apologies, he said. Mrs. then, road has a toll. There is no toll marked, Izzy said. Some tolls aren't marked. Convenient. For us. She tilted her head with the precise fatal interest she gives badly arranged accounts. How much? No, I said. Ash. No. The man watched the exchange and found the wrong conclusion inside it. Husband with a temper. Wife with coin. Distance from town. Water loud enough to cover fear. I read him entire. Not hungry. Hunger has a smell and it is honest. I have fed hungry men from my own table and killed gentlemen for less. This was not hunger. This was arithmetic. He had seen a bright-eyed woman riding easy, a pale lord riding unarmed, saddlebags that bulged, and a ford where the road narrowed into water. He had added the sum and liked the answer. He moved his horse another step. Now, he said. No need for sharp words. Lady asked fair. Do not speak to her, I said. The rain kept falling. The men behind him stopped laughing. That was right. They were not clever, but bodies know before minds do. The horses knew first. The bay tossed its head and tried to sidestep. The man hauled it back hard. Pretty thing, he said, still looking at Izzy. Talks bold. The world narrowed, not visibly. Not yet. But the sound of the ford changed. The water went lower, deeper, as if it had begun running beneath the skin of the earth instead of over stone. Izzy felt it. The thread tightened between us. Ash, she said. Warning, command, request. All 3. I kept my eyes on the man. You have been warned, I said. He laughed. 4th mistake. Warned by what? You? His hand shifted under his coat. Izzy saw that too. Her fingers closed around Beetle's reins. Her other hand slipped, again, toward the ledger. I wanted to put her behind me. I wanted to put the hill behind me. I wanted to put the whole mortal world behind me and let winter decide what could remain. I did none of those things. Last kindness, I said. Move. The man drew the knife. Not toward me, toward her, not thrown, not yet. Only out, low and quick, a flash of wet metal meant to teach a woman where fear belonged. His horse stepped into the ford, angling toward Beetle's shoulder. and his gaze went from Izzy's face to the hand under her coat where the ledger lived. He had done his sum. The woman was the lever. Fifth mistake, the last, hers. Ash, Izzy said again. I did not answer. The frost moved. No storm came, no dramatic white wave, no screaming wind, no righteous spectacle fit for a chapel window or a nursery warning about old powers in the hills. Only cold. It went out from me across the brown water like a lid closing over a box. The man's smile faltered. His knife hand slowed, not froze, slowed. The blade hung there, bright and stupid in the wet, and his eyes came to mine at last. Too late. What? The word did not finish. It lost its last sound first, then the first. His mouth remained open around a shape the world had stopped agreeing to hear. The bay gelding stood in the shallows and forgot it had a rider. That was always the first mercy of my power, the clean separation. Weight from saddle, name from mouth, footprint from mud, a life from the terrible inconvenience of having happened. The man tried to look down at himself. He could not find where to begin. His coat became rain. His hand became no hand. The knife struck the water and vanished beneath the brown current. But the splash arrived late, confused, as if the ford were not certain what had fallen. One of the men behind him swore, then stopped. His look moved from the riderless bay to me, to Izzy. Back to the bay. Where's Tom? He said. The other man frowned. Who? The question went out of him. I felt it go, not from his mind, from the shape of the morning. A correction, a little edit in the ledger of the world. No Tom, no third plate at a table, no mother who had named him, no parish line waiting to be healed by Sunday, no debt owed, no debt paid, no small cruelties left behind like broken nails in other people's lives. Only a horse in the ford, cropping at the bank as if it had always traveled alone. The remaining men stared at it. One crossed himself. He did not know why. Izzy did, because she was in me when I did it. That was the thing I had not weighed. The thread runs both ways. I felt her inside the act, her lungs held in my chest, her pulse slammed against my ribs, her mortal mind caught for one impossible second in the cold architecture of what I am. She felt the ease of it, the appetite, the enormous, patient hand of memory closing around a man and removing him not from life, but from having ever been available to remember. I had wanted her to know I was dangerous. Not like this. Never like this. The ford roared on. Water struck the brim of her hood. I waited, both heartbeats loud in me, for fear, for the correct horror at last, for her to look at me and see not the gray coat, not the warm hands, not the word wife in an inn stairwell, but the thing under all of it. Winter with the leash gone. One of the remaining men found his voice. My lord, he said, though he had not called me that before. We don't want trouble. No, I said. You wanted a woman frightened enough to pay you. His face drained. Beside him, the second man's horse backed hard enough to strike stone. I didn't. You did, he swallowed. I let him. There are forms of mercy. Leave the road, I said. They did not need telling twice. The two men turned their horses badly, too fast, almost colliding in their haste to become people elsewhere. The bay stayed in the shallows, riderless and serene. Izzy watched them go. Then she looked at the place where the third man had been, then at the knife, no longer visible under the water, then at me. The thread between us went silent. I would have preferred fear. Fear has movement. This was assessment. Did you kill him? She asked. The question was quiet. The ford was loud. I heard her perfectly. No, her throat moved. What did you do? Removed him. From the ford? From the record. Her hand closed over the ledger under her coat. I hated myself for noticing. I hated myself more for wanting to take the book away before she could write me accurately. Everyone's record? She asked. Nearly. Not mine. No. Because of the thread. Yes. Her gaze did not leave mine. You should have spared me that. The words struck more cleanly than the knife would have. Yes. No defense, no arithmetic, no mercy disguised as theft. Yes. Her horse shifted beneath her. Beetle had the sense for once to remain still. Izzy looked past me to the riderless bay. What happens to the horse? It will go home or be taken. And no one will know why it had no rider. No widow? I do not know. If there was one, she will not be a widow. Izzy flinched. At last, not from me, from the shape of it. Let there be one honest thing in this road. Her fingers tightened on the ledger. Do not write, I said. Her look came back to mine, slowly. There are mistakes men make because they forget what stands before them. The dead man had made his. I had just made mine. "I beg your pardon," she said. "Izzy? No. Repeat it. I want to be certain I have the command properly recorded before I ignore it." The corner of the world warmed around her anger. God help me. I wanted her. Here. In the wet, with a man missing from creation, and the ford running brown around our horse's legs. I wanted her because she was furious, because she was not gone, because she had looked at the monster under my manners and reached for a pencil. "You should be afraid," I said. "I am." "No." "Yes." Her voice went sharp. "Do not correct my own fear to me." I said nothing. She drew the ledger out. The water hit the cover. I moved without thinking. Not toward her, toward the weather. Frost lifted from the air above the page, a thin, clear arch, sheltering the paper before the drops could strike. She looked at it, then at me. "Thank you," she said coldly. "You are welcome. I am still angry. Yes, I am writing that too. I assumed." She uncapped the pencil with her teeth. Not the ink, the pencil. Practical woman, furious woman. Mine. No. I kept my horse still while she wrote. One line, then another. Not long. She has never needed much space to cut accurately. She put the ledger away. The frost shelter collapsed into water. "Move," I said to the riderless bay. It moved. She would never have stayed otherwise. We entered the ford. The water shoved at the horse's legs, brown and loud and full of stone. Izzy kept Beetle straight with competent hands. She was not shaking. The thread held steady between us, too steady, the way her voice goes steady when the world has offered her something large enough to hurt later. Halfway across, I could not bear it. "What did you write?" She did not look at me. "That you are more dangerous than you have ever let me believe." The water struck my horse's chest and broke around us. And that I am angry with you for making me feel it from the inside. That was deserved. And, her mouth set, the far bank rose ahead, slick with mud, and that I am staying. The blood did not say mine. It went deeper than that. Older. Below language, below law, below even the first cold thing that had crawled into my blood and named itself winter. For one moment I forgot the ford. I forgot the dead circles. I forgot the lie. There was only a mortal woman guiding a bad-tempered horse through brown water after watching me erase a man from the world, and she had made a record of staying. "You should not," I said. "I know." That answer did something to me no surrender could have done. We reached the far bank. She let Beetle climb first, then turned in the saddle and looked down at me as my horse came up beside hers. Water had plastered a strand of hair to her cheek. Her face was pale. Her eyes were clear. "Do you want me to lie?" she asked. The question went through the thread like a blade drawn slowly from its sheath. "No." "Then do not ask me to make my fear tidier for your comfort." I closed my hand around the reins. Leather cracked softly under my glove. "I am not safe," I said. "No." "I am not your human husband with cold hands and tragic eyes. No. I am not a man. I heard you the first time, Izzy. No. You wanted accuracy. Here it is." She leaned toward me, water dark on the edge of her hood. "I am afraid of what you can do. I am angrier than I currently have vocabulary for that you made me feel it through the bond without warning. I am also alive because the man who drew a knife toward me is not. All three facts can stand on the same page. You cannot reason with this. I am not reasoning with it. I am recording it. You think that is different. It is. It will not save you. From you?" The ford moved behind us, brown and loud, as if nothing had happened there, as if nothing had unhappened there. I looked at her. The air cooled between us. She did not look away. "No," I said. A lie would have been kinder. I had exhausted my kindness for the morning. She absorbed the answer. I felt it land, felt the place in her where fear finally took a chair and settled in. Not fleeing, not ruling, present. Then she nodded once. "Good? Good? I prefer the truth when it is hideous. It makes fewer demands later." Something in my face must have moved. It would have sounded wrong. Instead, I rode beside her up the road, and the riderless bay followed at a distance until the track bent, and then I turned my head once and it was gone. Not erased, merely gone. I did not touch it. Some things the world may keep. We found the hayloft north of the ford because the weather worsened, and Izzy began coughing into her glove when she thought the wind hit it. It did not. The sound went through me cleanly. One small cough, then another, swallowed. I looked at her. She looked at the road. "Do not begin," she said. "I have not." You were arranging the beginning inside your face. My face does not arrange. It absolutely does, in a low, tyrannical register. You will get out of the rain. I was planning to. All of it. That makes no sense. It does to me. The farm was abandoned for summer grazing, or near enough. The lower stalls were dry. The loft held old hay, tack gone stiff with disuse, a lantern with half a candle, and a roof that complained but held. I saw to the horses. Izzy climbed the ladder before I could tell her not to. She would. When I reached the loft, she was sitting on a folded horse blanket with her ledger open on her knees and her hair coming down in wet ropes from under its pins. I said, "Do not begin," she said without looking up. "I have not spoken. You are loud in the thread." That stopped me. She wrote something. "What now?" I asked. "Observation. Of. Volume. Izzy." She looked up then. The lantern light caught the tiredness beneath her eyes. It caught the stubborn set of her mouth. It caught the fact that my shirt under her bodice had slipped open at the throat and the pulse there was too fast. Mine. Afraid. Staying. I took one step toward her. She looked down at the page. "You frightened me," she said. "Yes. Not because he vanished." "No?" "No." The pencil paused because it was easy. I did not answer. There was no answer to give that did not insult us both. "You did not rage," she said. "You did not lose control." "No." "You chose." "No." Her gaze lifted. The loft went colder. "Careful." This was the edge. "I did not choose," I said. "Not in the way you mean. I need you to be exact." "Then listen exactly." I moved no closer. "There is a line around you. I did not draw it. I did not ask for it." He crossed it with a knife in his hand, and the thing in me answered before the man had finished deciding whether to permit it. "Permit it? Yes." "You permit it?" "When I can." "And when you cannot?" I looked at the lantern. The flame leaned away from me. "When I cannot, there are riderless horses." She breathed once. I felt her fear move through the thread. There, true, sharp, clean. Then she closed the ledger, not because she was finished, because the page had become too small. "Come here," she said. "No." Her eyebrows rose. "Did you just refuse me?" "Yes. Unwise. Necessary." She stood, too quickly. The thread pulled a flicker of dizziness from her body into mine before she could hide it. My hands opened. Frost bit the edges of the ladder behind me. "Izzy, I am not made of sugar." "No, sugar is less troublesome. I am coming to you." "Do not." She came anyway, step by step across the boards, blanket slipping from her shoulders, chin lifted as if she were entering a hostile drawing room instead of a hayloft with a monster. I held still. I have held against armies. I have held against iron in the bone of the world. I have held against her for 3 years. None of it had prepared me for her crossing 6 feet of old boards after seeing what I was. She stopped in front of me, close enough to touch, close enough that the thread stopped being thread and became pulse. "Give me your hand," she said. "No, no." "Because of the frost? Because of what is in it." She looked at my right hand, the hand that had not moved at the ford, the hand that had not needed to move. Then she took it. I let her because not letting her would have meant force, and I was done pretending I could be trusted with force near her. Her fingers were cold from the wet. Mine were warm. That felt like theft. She lifted my hand and set it against her chest, over her heart. The mortal one, the one I had heard wake beneath my ribs, the one I had lied to preserve for another morning, the one that now beat under my palm as if it trusted the hand that had just emptied a man from the earth. Hers. "No," I said. "It came out wrong. Broken." "Here," she said. "Izzy, here." The thread flared. Not desire. Not only anger, fear, resolve, love. Yes, damn her, love, with its sleeves rolled up and no sense of self-preservation. "You do not get to decide which parts of you I am allowed to know," she said. "You will hate them. Possibly. You will hate me. Possibly." The word struck harder than reassurance would have. Truth. Ugly. Honest. She would not soothe me with false certainty. She would not promise a creature like me harmless absolution in a hayloft after a man vanished because my blood decided he should never have been. Possibly. And her hand held mine to her heart. "And you stay?" I asked. "For now, there. Another truth. No vow. No pretty stupidity. For now." The most mortal promise in the world. The only one she could honestly make. I bowed my head until my forehead touched hers. I did not kiss her. Kissing would have been easier. Kissing turns terror into heat if one is willing to be dishonest with the body. I am willing to be dishonest in many ways, but not that one. Not then. We stood with my hand over her heart and her fear in my chest and my frost beginning, traitorous and inevitable, to write around us. On the nail heads first, tiny white letters, Izzy, then the lantern glass, Izzy, then the buckles of the old tack hanging by the door, stays. She drew a breath, she turned her head and saw it. All of it. The loft confessing. She did not smile. Fine. A smile would have undone me. Instead, she looked back at me, pale and soaked and furious, and mine in no legal language that mattered. You stopped scraping, she said. Yes. Why? Because the lie had already taken enough truth from her. Because I wanted witnesses. Because some cowardice grows tired of itself. Because every name I scraped came back, and I was no longer strong enough to keep pretending victory over frost was victory over wanting. Because it is true, I said. Her gaze held mine and would not let go. What is? I should have answered carefully. I did not. That you stay. Silence. Water on the roof. Horses shifting below. Her heart under my hand. The second heart inside me answering. I wrote that, she said. I know. You did not ask to see. No. Were you tempted? Yes. Good. Good. I dislike being the only one with poor habits. Something in my face moved. Not a smile. Not quite. Then her fingers tightened over mine. Do not make me feel it again without warning, she said. The ford, the erasure, the ease. No, no, you will not, or no, you cannot promise. I closed my eyes. There is a reason my kind were made unable to lie. Without the law, truth becomes a blade one may choose to set down. I had set it down once already. 6 words in a border in, a house built on them. A wedding list in the back of a ledger. Not here, not with my hand over her heart. I cannot promise, I said. She nodded. A small movement against my forehead. Then promise this instead. You will try. I will try. The words cost. Good, let them. She exhaled. Not relief, something steadier. Then she moved my hand from her heart to her mouth and kissed the center of my palm. I went still. Every old thing in me stopped with me. Her lips were warm. My hand remembered frost. The world did not deserve to contain both. My hand closed before I could stop it. Not around her throat, not around her wrist, but around nothing. Around air, around the last restraint left in me. She saw. Naturally. Good, she said, and her fingers tightened over mine. Hold that. I did. Later, she slept. Not at once. She never gives sleep anything it has not earned. She made me eat half the bread because, according to her, terrifying ancient creatures make poor nutritional decisions when morally distressed. She wrote 3 more lines and refused to show me. She coughed once and glared at the floorboards as if they had done it. Then she curled against me beneath 2 horse blankets in a hayloft north of anywhere, her back to my chest, her fingers laced through mine, the same hand. She held it against her heart like something rescued. I lay awake, stronger than I had been in years, warmer than I had been in centuries, loved past any deserving, lying to her with every breath I did not spend on the truth. The frost wrote her name on the nail heads, on the lantern glass, on the buckles of the tack, small, patient, everywhere. 3 winters of truth ghosting up under 1 summer of lie. I did not scrape any of it. Let every witness in this barn stay honest, I thought against her hair. Every one but me. Her heart kept time under my hand, mine kept hers. And north of us, at the top of her map, the last circles waited. Chapter 13. Izzy seeing the whole of him did not make me want less. I record that first because it is the sort of entry a cautious woman might be tempted to hide under other headings. Fear, perhaps. Shock. Moral disturbance. A sensible person would make several columns before arriving at the shameful one. I am not always sensible. The ford frightened me. Not because a man vanished, though yes, for the record, that was alarming. One expects the world to keep hold of its villains after they have gone to the trouble of becoming instructive. It frightened me because it was easy. No rage, no effort, no theatrical storm. Ash had not even lifted his hand. Winter had looked at the shape of a man who meant to hurt me and removed him from the world's agreement. And I had felt it, through the thread, from inside him. The patient closing, the cold arithmetic, the appalling mercy of no blood, no body, no widow, no memory left behind to grieve the space. Every sensible instinct in me had stood up and demanded I be afraid. I was afraid. I wrote that too. Then beneath it, because a record is a record and I have never found it useful to lie to paper, I want him more honestly now, not more prettily, not more safely. Honestly, there is a difference between wanting a man because he is dying beautifully in a gray coat and wanting him after you have seen the thing beneath the manners turn its face toward you and not look away. Ash did not ask to read that entry. He knew better. We came down from the hills the next afternoon, under a sky the color of old pewter. The rain had followed us all morning, thin and needling, and by the time the road bent toward the last inn before the next circle, my gloves were damp, my skirts were heavy, and Beetle had developed several strong opinions about puddles. Ash rode beside me without speaking. That had become its own language. Before the ford, his silences had been architecture, walls, gates, locks. After the ford, this one was a drawn blade lying between us on the road, not pointed at me, never at me, but there, visible, honest enough to cut. I preferred it to comfort. Comfort is often a lie with soft upholstery. The inn stood at the edge of a village whose name I did not intend to preserve, because some places are entitled to privacy after serving as witnesses. Low roof, smoke-blackened beams, a yard full of wet straw and chickens too stupid to come in from the weather. Ash took the horses. I took the ledger. The landlord had spectacles, a red nose, and the suspicious expression of a man who has seen many travelers and believed approximately none of them. "Name for the room?" he asked. His pen waited over the register. An ordinary pen, ordinary brown ink, a page full of wool merchants, widows, drovers, cousins passing through, men who wrote Mr. and women who wrote Mrs., and nobody who understood the danger of a bound volume. Ash was in the yard. I could hear him below the rain. One word to Beetle, the horse's answering stamp, the creak of saddle leather. The landlord looked at me. I heard my own voice before I had entirely finished deciding. "Winterhollow," I said. "Lord and lady." The pen moved. That was all. No thunder, no frost, no witness crying out that the clerk had exceeded her authority, just ink taking the shape I gave it. Lord and Lady Winterhollow. One room, supper for two. It sat there on the page among the wool merchants and the widows, a lie in legal terms, a hope in practical ones, and the truest false thing I had ever put my hand to. Lady Winterhollow, written ordinary ink as if the world had agreed. I paid the deposit. "Corner room, your ladyship," the landlord said and pushed the key toward me. I took it. "Your ladyship," I added mentally, unverified but promising. Ash came in from the yard with rain on his shoulders and frost silvering the edges of his cuffs. The room did not go cold. That was worse. The air held steady around him, as if even winter had leaned in to see what he would do. His gaze came to mine. The thread went silent, not empty, waiting. I lifted the key. I selected the room. "So I hear. The register required a name, and you supplied one. Efficiently." Something crossed his face that I had no heading for. Not the ghost smile, not grief, not hunger, older than any of them. A man looking at a thing he had not permitted himself to want and finding it already written. "You signed the book." I signed the book. "Izzy." "It is done, my lord. It is in ink, in a bound volume, in the permanent records of the county's second worst inn. You know how I feel about bound volumes." His winter-pale face was upturned in the tallow light. Rain darkened the shoulders of his gray coat. His whole attention was on me, and both heartbeats moved in my chest, mine too fast, his too deep. "Argue with the register," I said. He came up the last stair the way cold comes into a room. "No argument," he said. His mouth found mine. Not hard, worse, careful as if I were the page and the ink had not yet dried. "Wife," he said against my lips. We were late to supper. The third to last circle was dead. We reached it 2 days later in wind hard enough to press my skirts against my legs and send Ash's coat snapping back like a black flag. The stones stood in a broken ring above a rough field, low and weathered and not at all impressed by my expectations. I put my hand against the nearest one. Cold stone. Nothing underneath. No hum. No old answering note under the hill. Ash stood at the edge of the circle with rain silvering his shoulders, watching me as if I were the only living thing left in a dead country. The thread gave me grief, not surprise, not disappointment. Grief folded and folded and folded until it was small enough for him to carry without anyone noticing. I noticed. I always notice him. "Callanish," I said. He did not answer. "It will be Callanish." The wind pulled at my hood. I pulled it back into place and took out the map. "Here." The mainland rings are dead, yes, immensely tragic, but Kalanish is beyond the end of the iron, oldest, farthest, most inconveniently placed, which is exactly how one recognizes anything worth having. Izzy, no. I rode closer and knocked my knee against his. Stop counting the dead ones, count the ones left. There may be nothing left. There may be everything left. His mouth pressed thin. Hope, my lord, I said, is simply an audit that is not finished. His hand came to rest over my knee, warm, possessive, so careful it made my throat ache. That is not what hope is, he said. No, but it is the version I can work with. The corner of his mouth moved, almost. Then the thread pulled dark again, and I filed the darkness where I had been filing it for days, under dying man measuring hope against a calendar. It was a reasonable heading. We camped that evening high above the road, where the moor rose in long dark folds and the wind worried at the grass. The coals burned low. Beetle dozed with one hind hoof cocked, maintaining the appearance of a creature overburdened by employment law. I sat with my back against Ash's chest and the ledger open on my knees. The wedding pages. I had begun showing him at last, line by line. Not all of them. A woman is entitled to retain some tactical advantage, but enough that he could no longer pretend not to know the shape of the thing I was building. Witnesses, I said. 4 princes, required. No substitutions. No, I beg your pardon? No substitutions. Excellent. We are in agreement. Mark the hour. His hand moved through my hair, slow and idle, though nothing about Ash is ever truly idle. O'Hara officiates, I continued. There is no other candidate. I suspect there was no other candidate when the stones were raised. She will be intolerable. She has earned it. Unfortunately, Leora braids my hair. She will not ask. I have recorded consent in advance. Wise. Wren will bring something iron and practical. Yes. Do not say that in that tone. What tone? The tone of a man who knows about weaponry and is choosing to be superior. I know many things, and choose to be superior about most of them. Moving on. Neve will say nothing, and it will be the most useful thing anyone says all day. His hand stilled once in my hair. Only once. I turned the page before he could become dramatic about silence. Hazel should be held by whoever is steadiest. Vex, not Wraith. Wraith will be composing remarks. Exactly what I wrote. At that, Ash laughed. I had just made the appropriate notation when the air at the edge of the firelight folded. Beetle lifted her head. Ash's hand left my hair. The thread went sharp. The dark opened, and the Duke of Thornwood stepped out onto the moor with the unhurried weight Nocturne brothers carry into places where they intend to rearrange something. Vex, I said, we are not feeding you. We have 1 rabbit, and I have plans for it. Vex looked at me, then at Ash, then at the bedrolls laid as one behind us, then at Ash's hand, which had found my shoulder and stayed there, then at the open ledger on my knees, where the word wedding sat in the round hand across the top of the page. Something moved across his expression. For Vex, this was nearly a public demonstration. Relief first, then something beneath it, something aimed at his brother. Ash met it with stillness. The two of them regarded each other over my head for exactly as long as it takes to close a conversation without words. You look well, Vex said to Ash, carefully. Ash said nothing. Both of you, Vex added. That sounded inspected, I said. It was. Rude, yes. I closed the ledger halfway, but not enough to hide the heading. Hiding it now felt cowardly, and I had signed an in-register as Lady Winterhollow. There are standards to maintain. The family felt the bond, Vex said. Naturally, I said. None of you can mind your own business across any distance. His gaze flicked to me, then, oddly, softened. No, the simplicity of it made my throat tighten, which was inconvenient. So, I said, since Neve reads bonds like a parish notice board, and the entire family is presumably being very normal and restrained about this, you may as well make yourself useful. That is rarely a promising beginning. It is to be Callanish. Vex looked at the map I held out, not glanced. Looked. His expression changed. Ash's hand tightened on my shoulder. You mean to go to the Hebrides, Vex said. I mean to arrive at the Hebrides. The method is under negotiation. You cannot ride it before the solstice. I had noticed certain logistical discourtesies. No horse alive. He stopped. The coals cracked. Vex looked at Ash, then at me, then back at the map. I can be there and back in a day, he said. I stared at him. The sentence landed too simply for its size. What? I can be there and back in a day. You can cross to Callanish. Yes. Today? Now. Now. Vex looked mildly offended. I have crossed farther for less urgent reasons. Ash said, No. The word fell into the firelight like iron. Vex did not look at him. I did. Ash. No. There it was again. A prince's refusal. Short. Final. Infuriating. Vex folded the map carefully, though it was not his map and I had not authorized him to fold it. Why did no one ask me? You would have staged an intervention, Ash said. Vex's silence was answer enough. Then he said, Yes. I knew it, I said. I am still staging one. Excellent. Make it efficient. The solstice will not reschedule itself. Vex's gaze shifted to Ash. Something passed between them. Not language. This was older brother and younger brother, granite and winter. A whole private architecture of knowing I had not been invited to survey. I disliked it immediately. All of it should be said out loud, Vex said, his voice stripped to the frame. Ash went rigid. I looked from one to the other. All of what? I asked. Vex looked at me then. The answer he chose was not the one he had first considered. I saw that clearly, because Vex is subtler than Wraith, in the way a cliff is subtler than a cannon. The old terms, he said, the right, the cost, the vows, all of it. Obviously, I said, I am not marrying anyone on vague ceremonial muttering. Vex's mouth moved, not a smile, the Thornwood approximation, perhaps. Ash stood. The flames leaned away from him. Do not go, he said. Vex looked at him fully then. I am already gone. The air unsealed behind him. Before he stepped through, he looked once more at the ledger in my lap, at the heading, at the set of Ash's jaw. It is good, Vex said, in the Register Brothers keep for old words and private wounds. What this is, whatever it cost. Ash said nothing. Vex's gaze sharpened. All of it, he repeated. Before the stones. Then he stepped into the dark, and the moor closed behind him as if no opening had ever been there. For 1 second, the world held. Then I opened the ledger. What are you writing? Ash asked. Vex, useful under pressure. No. Vex, useful despite theatrics. No. Vex, useful but interfering? Ash looked at me. I wrote Vex, useful, classification pending. That will do for now, I said. Ash did not sit. Ash, no. You cannot keep saying no to every useful development. It makes you sound inflexible. I am inflexible. You are terrified. The thread went cold. Too close. His eyes came to mine. Do not mistake refusal for fear, he said. Then stop making them look so similar. I waited for the wall to open. It did not. The fire gave a small, relieved crackle. I returned to the wedding page because a woman cannot force a wall open with her teeth, and I am attempting to break that habit. The page said wedding. The page said his name. The page said witnesses and vows, and a gray coat and a circle of old stones at the top of the world, and none of it needed his permission to exist. I would plan around his no, the way water plans around stone. I have been doing it for 3 years. Chapter 14. Ash. The wait was 1 day long, and I spent it the way a man spends the last day of a season he stole, attending. She was at the wedding pages by first light, cross-legged on the bedroll, pencil behind her ear, humming. She does not know she hums when the planning goes well. 3 notes over and over, the sound of a mind running sweet. I lay with my eyes closed and took the whole morning of it into keeping, note by note, because I knew what the evening was going to do to it. You are staring, she said. My eyes are closed. You are staring with intent. My intent is always closed. She made a sound, pencil on paper, the scratch of a woman arranging joy into columns. I need measurements for the gray coat, she said, the one you wore at the inn. It is the only coat I own. Precisely why it requires alteration. A prince cannot be married in the same coat he used to frighten an innkeeper. The innkeeper was not frightened. The innkeeper gave us the corner room at half price. Hospitality. Terror. I keep receipts. She wrote something. I did not ask. I should have been counting stones. I was counting her. The way she tilted her head when a line pleased her. The way her fingers moved. Certain, neat, a woman who has never once misplaced a comma. The cough she hid in her sleeve at mid-morning. So quick she thought the wind took it. It did not. Winter hears everything. Ash. You have gone quiet in the thread. I am always quiet. This is different quiet. She did not look up. This is the quiet where you are building something you do not intend to show me. I said nothing. She turned a page. Whatever it is, she said, it will not work. I am faster than your architecture. She was not wrong, but the architecture was already built. Vex would return at dusk with one word in his mouth: dead. I had no doubt of it. I am the record of every stone this island ever raised. I had felt Callanish the way I had felt all of them. Far off, going quiet across the long years like a bell tower losing its bells. There was nothing at the top of her map but cold granite and the sea. And when Vex said the word, the pilgrimage would end, and I would take her home. Winterhollow, the gallery, the 41 windows wearing her name. She would fight for another road. She would write to universities, interrogate O'Hara, audit the world's remaining magic down to the last hedge charm. She has never once run out of plans. She would run out of time instead, gently, with her hand in my pocket. And when I was gone, she would find no entry anywhere in her books that read, "He knew, and he let you plan a wedding." The lie would hold to the grave. Graves are what lies are for. She came and sat against me in the late afternoon, back to my chest, ledger shut for once. We watched the light go long and gold up the flank of the moor. "Tell me a true thing," she said. "Anyone, your choice." "Why?" "It's an exercise. I'm keeping you in practice for the vows." The thread hummed, warm, teasing, under my arms, under my hands, the whole small, fierce weight of her, alive. "I have never," I said, "in all the ages of me, wanted anything the way I want the life you've written in the back of that book. True from the first word to the last. Truer than she could audit, because the want had 3 years of scraped glass behind it that she would never see." She made a small, satisfied sound and settled deeper against me. Keeper of a record with one false date in it, planning her wedding in the arms of the man who knew the church was rubble. "There," she said, "that wasn't so hard." Joy, unamended. The one estate I could leave that the law would not tax. I held very still inside the hour, the way you hold still inside a note you cannot make last, and the light went down the moor and the fire took, and at dusk exactly. My brother has never once in 10,000 years been late. The air at the edge of the camp folded and unsealed. I knew before his boots settled. That is the cruelty I want entered. One look at him, and the whole design went over like a wall taking a sea. Because the Duke of Thornwood stood on the dark moor with the north wind caught in his coat, and on his face, granite, 10,000 years of it, was a thing I had not seen there since Hazel first gripped his finger. Wonder. "I went," Vex said. His voice was not entirely steady. "Callanish. Do not say it. The stones still sing." The fire cracked. Izzy came up off the bedroll like a struck match. I did not move. Hope and catastrophe are the same size. No one tells you that. They arrive in the same breath, wearing each other's coats. "How strong?" I asked. "Strong enough. For one right? Yes. For a seal? Yes." Izzy's hand flew to her mouth. Vex looked at her, and the granite of him changed. "It will hold," he said. The breath went out of her. A laugh came with it. Wrong shape, half sob, half triumph, and she crossed the space to Vex and threw her arms around him. "Thank you," she said. He looked down at her joined hands as if they were a puzzle. "You are welcome." And Vex, generous, assuming because Neve had felt the thread weeks ago, because the family knows everything, because his brother was bonded and traveling as man and wife, and the ledger said wedding, and what could be left in all that happiness unsaid, turned to her with his hands open. 3 years it fought him, Vex said, warm as I have ever heard him, and past time. Now the stones themselves can finish what began the first time he saw you. His smile widened. He can finally stop scraping your name off the glass. The fire cracked once into silence. Down the thread, where her pulse had lived against mine all week, warm side out, running sweet, I felt the summer end, not break end. The way the northern stones ended, not fading, snuffed. A hum severed between one heartbeat and the next, and the silence after it was not silence. Vex's face was changing, a man mid-river feeling the ford go out from under him, looking to his brother for the bottom. I gave him nothing. There was nothing left to give. There was only Izzy, her chin coming up, her eyes finding mine across the firelight, and in them, arriving at terrible clerical speed, one column at a time, the audit I had been 6 words ahead of for 3 years. Coming home. Ash, she said, pleasant, even. The tone of a clerk asking a stranger to repeat a figure that cannot possibly be right. What is he talking about? Chapter 15, Izzy. What is he talking about? I said again. Ash did not answer. Vex did. Of course he did. The old law that had kept his kind honest was dying with the land, but Vex had never needed the law. The eldest of them cannot leave a thing crooked once it is out in the light. It is not compulsion. It is simply what he is. The choosing came 3 years ago, Vex said, the first time he saw you. The moor went very quiet. The frost is his, Izzy. It does not write weather. It writes what he keeps. I looked at Ash. He did not move. And he has scraped it off, Vex said, quieter now, every morning for 3 years. 3 years, the Harrowfield Road, the first room, the flowers, the weddings, his cold hands, his refusing mouth, my name on the glass, and him with a cloth at dawn, and me sleeping 10 feet away, and the whole architecture of my dread, the milkmaid, the widow, the draper's girl with good teeth, the 4th wedding. Every day of it standing on a false ledger. And he knew, because a man cannot fail to know what his own blood writes on his own windows. Ash, I said. He closed his eyes. That was all. That was enough. You lied to me, I said. Yes. 9 nights ago. Not a silence, not one of your beautiful fences, a lie in my bed in my arms. Yes. You looked at me and told me your blood had just chosen, and I was so happy, Ash. My lungs seized. I hated that. I kept speaking. I was so happy I didn't audit it, and you knew I wouldn't. You built it out of the one thing you knew I wanted too much to check. His eyes opened. Yes. No fences now. No gaps. No solicitor's truth with room to walk a falsehood through the middle. Just yes. 3 years, I said. 3 years you let me rehearse losing you to a stranger. 3 years of arithmetic at 3 a.m. about milkmaids, and the answer was on the window, and you scraped it off every day before I woke. Yes. And when your blood finally got past you, when the one honest thing left in this arrangement finally said what it had been trying to say since Thornwood, you stole that too. You redated it. You made even the truth a lie on its way to me. Yes. I wanted him to defend himself. He would not. Why? His jaw moved once. You know why. I do not. You do not get to decide what I know. Not today. The thread flared. His grief hit it. His love. His terror. I stepped back as if distance could make him quieter inside my body. It did not. Tell me, I said, in words, out loud, so I can file it properly. He looked at Vex. Vex looked at the ground. No help there. Because the bond gives the woman what the prince is, Ash said. I waited. Leora received the wild, Ren received the sight, Nev received the threshold. And I, for one breath, his voice was the gallery again. The held note, the oldest cold. You would receive memory, everything I am, everything I keep, every name, every oath, every dead language, every face, poured into the one mind on this earth that cannot set anything down. The fire cracked. You cannot forget, Izzy. It is your gift, and it is your miracle, and it means the weight I will put down in dying, you would carry for 60 years with not one edge blurred. My hand closed on the ledger. The bond does not kill you, he said. It moves you into the prison I'm dying in and locks it, and I would be the one who built it around you. The wind moved over the heather. I stood there with 3 years of love and 9 days of joy and 1 hour of fury, all trying to balance in the same book. You are a vault, I said. Everything that goes in stays where it fell, at full weight forever. No wonder it is crushing you. He flinched. Good. But I am not a vault, Ash. I have never once been a vault. My voice did not shake. I had practiced. I keep everything, and I decide what matters. That is what the ledger is for. That is what it has always been for. It was never for remembering. I stepped toward him. I am a librarian. Give me the whole of it, and I will not lie down under it. I will shelve it. I have been practicing on you for 3 years. His eyes closed. Only for a second. When they opened, they were ruin. No, he said. It came out of him like the frost comes, without permission. Absolute. And down the thread behind it, wanting. Wanting on a scale I have no instruments for. 10,000 winters of it, all of it aimed at me, all of it refused. He would rather die than marry me. Audit it however you like. He had his reason. The reason even had architecture to it. But at the bottom of every column, when all the sums were run, the figure was the same. Something in me went very cold and very orderly. My fingers stopped wanting to shake. Then here is what happens now, I said. Each word a line item. You are going to Callanish anyway, because your family will drag you there if I ask, and I'm going to ask. You will stand in that circle at solstice dawn, and you will say the words, because I have never once failed to deliver an account, and yours will not be the first. Top of the breath. Hold. Steady. And afterward you can go and live alone in your stupid cold ice castle. And I will live somewhere warm, and you need never spend a single day with me. One night. The seal requires that much. I have read the terms. I read everything. One night, 4 vows, and then, my lord, you may have your solitude and your 41 windows, and I will have your pulse somewhere on the earth. The thread went still. That will do, I said. My throat closed. I forced the last sentence through it. That will have to do. Izzy, I am not finished. One last entry. I picked the wedding pages up out of the heather, closed the ledger over them, held it against my chest, armor, the way I have held it since I was 9 years old. I loved you for 3 years on no encouragement whatsoever, and it was the best work I ever did. But you have made a false entry in the one set of books I trusted more than my own. And I am done. Do you hear me? Done being the only party to this bond who is not ashamed of it. And I walked away from him, the first time. In 3 years, the gallery, the kitchen, the wall, the whole stolen season, he had always been the one to turn away. Not once had I been the one who walked. I walked, past the fire, past Vex, standing in the dark with his jaw set like a man watching a bridge burn that he had helped to build, past the map folded beside the saddlebags, past the wedding pages in my hand because apparently I had not let go of the ledger, and some reflexes are stronger than heartbreak. One step, the ground tilted. I stopped. No, ridiculous. I had managed road, rain, circles, inns, a ford, a vanishing man, and a duke. I was not going to be defeated by grass. Second step, the firelight stretched oddly. Ash said my name, not Izzy, not Isabella, a sound too raw to be either. Third step, the ground was not there. For one breath I was upright. For the next, the world folded at the knees. The ledger hit the grass first. Then I did. There was no pain. That was the frightening part. Only cold rushing out of me where warmth had been. Only my lungs turning suddenly, viciously into things with claws. Only the half-bond flaring open so wide that Ash's heartbeat filled my chest and mine answered wrong. Too fast, then not fast enough. I tried to breathe. Could not. The moor went sideways. Someone screamed my name. 2 voices. One of them made no sound at all. The dark came up through the heather like water through a ford. And the last thing in the book, the very last thing before the ink ran out, was his terror pouring down the thread like a house going over a falls. And inside it, written and rewritten in the old clean hand, one word: stay, 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 stay. Chapter 16. Ash. Her heartbeat went wrong at the other end of the thread, and the world I had been so carefully dying out of became, in one breath, the only world there is. I saw her fall. 1 step past the fire, 2, 3, and on the third her knees went and the ground took her, and the ledger hit the heather half a second before she did, and I was across the camp with no memory of crossing it, past my brother, past the flames, and she was in the grass with her hand still closed on the book. Her weight came up into my arms. She weighed everything. Rags and bird bones and furnace heat, and her breath came in small wet catches I could hear all the way down both of our chests. Izzy. No answer. The thread was screaming. Not her, not me. The thing between us, the half-made, hook-set, unfinished bond, howling like a rope with the bridge gone out from under it. Izzy, her head turned against my chest. Eyes closed. Pulse wrong, too fast, then too slow, then too fast again, stumbling against mine like a clock with a broken hand. Vex was beside me. I did not look at him. Doctor, I said. Where? The village below the moor. Go. The frost went out from me in a ring across the dark heather and wrote the only word it knows. I knelt with her fever soaking through my coat, and the half-bond shaking between us, and both heartbeats stumbling in my chest ray, and I held very still because the alternative was to let the thing beneath my manners look up and see the size of what I had done. She coughed once, wet, deep, the sound of lungs that had been lying about their contents for weeks. I had heard that sound before. I had heard it and called it improving. Mine, said the old cold thing in me, and for once it was not desire. It was inventory. A man counting what is left in a burning house. The fold opened, and Vex came through it with a young man who had an old bag and a face white to the lips, because the camp he had been carried to through folded air had 2 fey princes in it, and the ground had begun to rime in June. He knelt beside her, listened to her chest a long time. His hands did not shake until afterward. When he straightened, he looked once at the dark moor around him, marking his exits, and then, being braver than his hands, said it plainly. "Lung fever," he said, "advanced, weeks advanced." I said nothing. "I'll be honest, my lord, because I think you're the sort that punishes anything else. Go on. I don't know how this woman was on a horse yesterday. By everything I can hear, she should have been in a bed a month ago." He hesitated, felt the wrongness of the air, the slow candles, the ring of white grass. Whatever has been keeping her upright, it wasn't her lungs. They've been drowning quietly for weeks. The thread shuddered. "Bodies do this," he said. "They borrow, and then the debt comes due all at once." "How long?" He looked at me. "Days, my lord, at most. Warmth, rest, broth, prayer. I'm sorry." The Moor went to deep winter. Mid-sentence, between prayer and "I'm sorry," his breath turned white and stopped serving him, and frost tore across the ground in every direction at once, fast, writing, and the doctor stood in the middle of a June night that hated the shape of his news, clutching his bag to his chest like a salter. To his lasting credit, he did not run until Vex, quietly, carried him home. I let them reach the village. Then I reached down the thread of the night and took the camp from him. Not the man, not the diagnosis, only the crossing, the cold, the frost, the 2 faces he should never have seen. By morning he would remember a call to a drover's wife with lung fever, an unremarkable ride through unremarkable dark, and a fee left on the table by a hand he could not quite place. One more thing the world would not be allowed to keep. Bodies borrow. The half-bond had been holding her upright the way a tourniquet holds a limb, fiercely, blindly, and only for a while. Every bright day, every hill she climbed laughing. Every night I lay listening to her cough grow quieter and let myself be glad. The fever had been in the dark of her the whole time, digging, and my bond had been lending her the strength to hide it. From me, from herself. A half-bond holds nothing. Every brother knows it. It only wants. Mine had wanted her upright. So upright she had stayed, over a hollowing floor, all the way to the moment she took her hand out of mine and walked. The tourniquet let go. I had done the very thing 3 years of refusal were built to prevent. I had harmed her with the bond, not the whole of it, the half. The refusal itself, wearing Mercy's coat, the same coat the lie wore, the same coat every wall I have ever built around her wore, and under all of them, the same man, deciding for her, certain, wrong. Vex stood at the fire's edge. The silence was the old kind, from before the courts had names. "Humans die, Ash," he said, not an accusation, the whole account read aloud in 3 words. I looked at her, gray and thin and still reaching for the ledger in her sleep, because some reflexes are older than fever. My fear said, the full bond pours everything I am into her and she cannot set it down, and it builds her my prison. Her body said, the half bond is killing her now, and the record, the lived, witnessed, 3 times proven record of my own family said, the sealed bond is the only power on this earth that has ever pulled a dying woman back. Neve's heart stopped, and the seal steadied it. Leora stopped aging, the seal healed. Everything the half steals, the whole returns. Set against all of that, on the other side of the scale, one item, my certainty. The certainty of a man whose own choosing wrote itself on his windows for 3 years while he called it damage. I am not a vault, she had said. I am a librarian. Give me the whole of it, and I will shelve it. She had answered the prison. She had answered it on a dark moor with her heart failing, and I had heard it and wanted it past all language and refused it. The prison was a theory. The grave was a diagnosis. I felt the last wall go down the way the northern stones went, not fading, snuffed. Vex turned from the fire and looked at me and took 1 step back. He has faced down courts and centuries. He stepped back from what was on my face, and I let him see all of it. Send the ravens, I said, all of them, tonight. Thornwood, Ravenmoor, Shadowmere, and O'Hara First, Kellenish, the Solstice, everyone. Vex did not ask if I was certain. Good, I was not certain of anything anymore. And that, at last, was the right answer. Chapter 17, Izzy, I woke reaching for the ledger. Of course I did. It was in my hands before my eyes were fully open. Ash had put it there, which meant he had been watching, which meant he had not slept, which meant the thread between us had been running his terror into my chest all night like water through a cracked pipe. I tried to sit up. The room disagreed. "Don't," Ash said. "Where?" "Drover's Inn. Below the moor. You collapsed." I did not collapse. I experienced a logistical setback. You fell in the heather and stopped breathing, temporarily. His mouth did not move. "How bad?" I asked. He did not answer immediately. That was the answer. "How bad, Ash?" The doctor said days. The word arrived without ornament. Days. The kind of word that takes a whole calendar and folds it into a coffin. I looked at the ceiling, smoke-stained, low. The sort of ceiling that has heard many people die under it and remained professionally neutral. "Days," I said, "yes." I looked at the ceiling, smoke-stained, low. The sort of ceiling that has heard many people die under it and remained professionally neutral. "Days," I said again. The word sat between us, small and enormous. I did not think about the wedding. I did not think about the stones or the solstice or the plan I had built with such clean columns across so many careful pages. I thought about his hand in my hair by the fire. I thought about the frost writing my name on the buckle of his saddlebag. I thought about the sound of him not sleeping, which I have memorized the way other women memorize prayers. "I want more time," I said. My voice came out wrong, too small, too honest. Not a negotiation, not a plan. "Not to convince you. I know where that ends." My fingers closed on the ledger. "I just want more of it, whatever it is, the terrible quiet, the arguments about breakfast, your face when you think I'm not cataloging you." My throat closed. "I can bear the dying. I have been bearing it for weeks without noticing. It is the leaving you I cannot." I stopped, not because I chose to. The cough took me, deep, wet, tearing, the kind that starts in the lungs and finishes in the ribs, and I bent over the ledger and fought it with my hands pressed to my mouth and my eyes streaming, and it would not stop. It kept reaching down into me for something else to bring up, and the thread between us filled with his terror again, white and absolute, and I could not even tell him I was fine because I was not fine, and we both knew it, and lying about it now would have been the last indignity. When it passed, I was shaking. The pillow was spotted. I turned it over before he could see. He had already seen. I looked up at him. I have seen Ash fade. I have seen him warm. I have seen him kill and kneel and lie. I had not seen this. This was a man who had burned down every wall he owned in the night and was sitting in the wreckage, waiting to be told where to build. "Callanish," he said. I stared at him. "At first light, your plan, all of it, every word of it." My breath caught at the top, held, came down the way I've practiced. My eyes, being mine and therefore incapable of reading a gift without checking the terms, went instantly to the fine print. "The Ice Castle offer stands," I said, rasping, ruled. "1 night, 4 vows, you need never. It was never you I was refusing, Izzy." Silence. Down the thread, under all that armor, something vast turned over and refused one more time to be named. "Say the rest," I whispered. "You lied to me once, and I believed it because I wanted it. So say the rest plainly, where I can hear it, and know that I will." "I was refusing the 60 years." His voice held. "Some things," said at last, "hold themselves up. I have wanted every hour of you since the first hour, and I refused you because of it. And I built you a false season sooner than hand you a true grief, and I was wrong on every page." He did not look away. "The date in your book is wrong because I put it there. The choosing came the first time I saw you. The frost has been telling you so for 3 years, on every window I own, and I scraped it off every morning because I was certain that keeping you out was keeping you safe. And now, I am not certain of anything anymore. Except you. You are the librarian." My hand closed on the ledger. "Everything I am," he said, "everything I keep, every true and terrible page of it, if you will still have a very great record and a very poor reader, then stand up with me at the top of the world and take the whole of it." Both heartbeats in the room stopped. Then mine went on, wet-lunged and stubborn, and his followed it, the way it has followed mine for years. "Callanish is 400 miles, I said, "and I cannot sit a horse. So how, precisely, my lord? We take crossings." I stared at him. 3 years of refusing crossings on principle. My stomach, my dignity. The oath I had sworn on a fire poker in the entrance hall of Thornwood. I weighed the oath against the wedding, the last weighing of the old Izzy. "Then you had better hold on to me," I said. He thought we were finished. I held up one finger, weak, imperial, entirely myself, and watched him understand that the hardest part was still to come. "One more clause," I said. "Before witnesses arrive and this becomes a wedding instead of a negotiation, you should know what you are agreeing to, because I do not forget, and this will run long." He waited. "Here is what forgiveness is going to look like." My voice was a rasp and a ruled line, both at once. "I will marry you angry. I will love you angry. I have loved you through worse conditions. Anger is practically a holiday." His mouth moved. Almost. "Some mornings, for a decade or two, I will look at you across the breakfast you don't eat, and I will see 6 words in a border in. And on those mornings you will stand there and let me see them, and you will not flinch, and you will not cross out of the room. Yes, and you will never," the finger steadied, "never again decide for me what I can carry. Not my grief, not your archive, not so much as a heavy parcel." Agreed. Swear it. He could have let it pass. He did not. "I cannot swear it," he said. "The oaths are failing. Until the seal restores them, nothing out of my mouth is bound by anything older than the man who says it." His eyes held mine. "So it is not the law's word, Izzy. It is only mine." I looked at him for a long moment, gray and thin and blazing, and down the thread something turned over that I will keep at full weight for as long as I exist. Not softness, satisfaction, the sound of something finally coming level. "Better," I said. "That's the kind I wanted. The law only ever told me what you couldn't help. Your word tells me what you choose." A breath, wet and stubborn. I was having trouble keeping my eyes open. "I need to rest. Wake me for the wedding." Chapter 18. We went north at first light through the fold of the world, Izzy in my arms, her face against my throat, her pulse barely threading through the bond. She had said, "Wake me for the wedding." She did not wake. The dark between places let us pass as if it knew what we carried and did not want to be the thing that stopped it. When we came through onto the Callanish moor, the stones were humming, thin, old, a voice singing its last note carefully, hoarding the breath for it. I laid her in the heather at the circle's edge. "Izzy." Nothing. Izzy. Her fingers moved once against the ledger, still holding it in her sleep. That was all. They came all morning out of folds in the air, one by one, until the moor held the whole family. Leora came first. She came through the fold already running. I have seen her cross a room for Vex. I have seen her cross a moor for Hazel, but I have never seen her move the way she moved when she saw the blanket and the shape on it. She dropped to her knees in the heather and gathered Izzy against her chest, one hand in her hair, one hand pressed flat between her shoulder blades as if she could hold the breath in by force. "No," she said. "Not to me. Not to anyone. To the morning. No, no, no." Izzy did not open her eyes. Leora held her anyway. The way she has held her since the first year, since before I knew either of them, since the days when Izzy was still her stepsister's plain shadow, and Leora was already refusing to let her stand in it. When she finally looked up at me, her face was wrecked. "How long?" she asked. "The doctor said days. That was yesterday." Something in her settled. Not calm, the opposite. The thing beneath calm, where decisions get made. "Then we had better be quick," she said, and did not let go of Izzy and reached for the ledger. Gently, because Izzy's fingers were locked on it even in sleep, the way a soldier holds a weapon past the point of knowing why. Leora eased it free. She opened it. I watched her find the wedding pages, the witness list, the gray coat, the vows written out in the round hand, the binding words in the hand Izzy uses for entries she means to keep for the rest of a very long life. And below them, in smaller script, "If I cannot speak, the book speaks for me. I keep everything. This is what I kept for you." Leora's breath left her. She read the line twice. Then she closed the book and held it against her chest, the way Izzy holds it, armor. And when she looked up at me, her eyes were bright and her jaw was set, and she was no longer a woman grieving. She was a woman preparing a bride. "I need a comb," she said, and began to braid her sister's hair, with hands that shook on the first pass and steadied by the third, because Leora has always believed that if you make a thing beautiful enough, the world will not dare take it from you. Wraith arrived loud and left off being loud the instant he saw the circle. He looked at the stones the way a man looks at a loaded gun pointed at someone he loves. "How strong?" he asked Vex. "Once," Vex said. Wraith said nothing after that for a long time. Wren came with something iron under her cloak. She found Izzy before she found her husband, crouching to fasten a cuff around Izzy's wrist, thin, dark, forged close to the skin. "What is it?" I asked. "Iron," Wren said, in the tone she uses on lords who require correcting. "Mine. For her. It won't fix anything, but it will hold the bond steady while the ceremony runs. Think of it as an anchor." She looked down at Izzy's sleeping face. "I made it the night we heard," she said, quieter. Wraith didn't sleep either. Cade and Neve came last. Neve took one look at Izzy and crossed straight to me. "How bad?" she asked, not gently. "She is dying." "I know she's dying. How close?" "Close." Neve nodded once. "If the surge takes her," she said, "I will go and get her. Not hold a door. Go and get her." "Thank you," I said. "Don't thank me yet. Thank me when I bring her back angry." Hazel, in Leora's arms, reached for me over her mother's shoulder. A weeks-old tyrant with Neve's dark eyes and Cade's patience for getting what she wanted. She caught my smallest finger in her whole hand and held. I went still the way I go, still around things I am afraid to want out loud. "She does that," Leora said softly. "Yes, she knows who needs holding." I did not pull free. A girl not yet 2 months old, undoing with one hand an argument I had held for 3 years. O'Hara arrived at last light, on foot, up from the shore, dressed for a wedding she had officiated at the founding of the family. She walked the circle once, palm trailing along each stone. When she came back to the fire, her face was grim. "It will hold," she said. "Once. I want that understood. Once, and never again. Callanish has one seal left in it. After this, the stones go dark, permanently, the last wedding of the old world." She looked at Izzy on the blanket, eyes closed, pulse threadbare. "And if the bride cannot speak?" "Her sister has the book," I said. "She wrote the vows herself, in advance." O'Hara looked at me, then toward Leora, who sat in the heather with the ledger held against her chest and her sister's braid half-finished between her hands. "That woman," O'Hara said, "is the most dangerous mortal I have encountered in my life." From the tallest stone, Edgar put in his benediction. "Strong," the raven announced. "Strong, strong." "Thank you, Edgar," said Wraith, without looking up. Very reassuring. She did not wake at dawn. The stones hummed. The solstice light came low across the water. O'Hara arranged the family around the circle, the 3 bonded couples at the compass points, Hazel drowsing against Leora's shoulder, Edgar on the tallest stone, like a general surveying his final muster. And Izzy in my arms, her eyes closed, Wren's iron cuff dark against her wrist. I knelt at the altar stone with her weight against my chest, her head on my shoulder, and I was about to say my vows to a woman who could not hear them. "Speak," O'Hara said. "Now, and mean it." I took her hand, the one that had signed the inn register and written my name on a wedding page and never once shaken when it should have, and drew the blade from my own frost. It bit my palm first, then hers. She did not flinch. Terror went through me so completely I nearly dropped the blade. A woman who cannot flinch is a woman who is barely there. But the thread held, thin, threadbare, stubborn, and at the far end of it, faint as a candle in a gale, her heart beat. Still there. Our blood met in the old furrow worn into the altar stone. The hum under my feet climbed half a register. Listening. "Blood of my blood," I said to her closed face, to her thin pulse, to the heartbeat in my chest that was barely holding its time. "Bone of my bone, I give you my body that we might be one. I give you my spirit until our life is done." The stones took the words and held them. Then Leora stepped forward. She opened the ledger to the page her sister had written in a drover's inn while her lungs were drowning and her body was failing, and her hand had not shaken once. She held the book the way Izzy holds it, armor, weapon, proof, and read, in a voice that broke once and did not break again. "Blood of my blood, bone of my bone, I give you my body that we might be one. I give you my spirit until our life is done." A sister's voice, a mortal clerk's hand, the bride's own words, kept for exactly this. The stones accepted them. The surge hit. Memory poured out of me, all of it, every kept and hoarded year, tearing out like a river breaking its banks and pouring into the one mind on earth that cannot set anything down. Her body seized, the thread screamed, her pulse went wrong, stuttering, spinning, and the frost tore out from me in every direction, wild, uncontrolled, riding across every stone in the circle. "Ash," Vex said. I was on my knees, both hands on her face, the bond between us a flood with no banks and no floor. I had been right about all of it. Nev moved, not through the air, not through the fold, through the place between, the threshold. The door she had walked through once for Cade and sworn she could walk through again. She walked through it for Izzy, and the circle went dark. Chapter 19. Izzy. I was drowning in a library. Shelves falling, every drawer open, every page loose. The sheer stupid weight of a man who never forgot a single thing, collapsing inward on the one mind that could never set any of it down. His mother's face, his brothers as boys, a language no one has spoken since before the courts had names. A war, a grief, another. I reached for the shelves, not because I chose to, because some part of me that has spent a lifetime making order out of other people's chaos reached for the flood the way a hand reaches for a falling cup, before thought, before decision. I sorted. One winter here, another there. The griefs in a row. I was not fast enough. More kept coming. His fear, his love, his terrible patience. My name written on a window at midnight. My name again and again. 1,000 dawns of the same word in the same hand. And he scraped me off 1,000 times, and every single scraping was here at full weight, unfaded. Through the flood, very far away, I heard a voice. Leora's. Blood of my blood. My words. In my sister's voice. Read from my page. I tried to surface toward them. Could not. The flood pulled me back under. More shelves falling. More years. More weight. My pulse stretching longer between beats. The space growing. The clock losing time. This was the prison. This was why he had spent 3 years building walls against a bond that would have saved his life, because the saving meant this: pouring himself into a woman who would carry every winter with not one edge blurred. He had been right to be afraid. He had been wrong about who he was afraid of. From somewhere above the flood, thin as a thread through water, Ash's voice, "Izzy? Izzy?" Then another voice, not from above, from underneath. From the place where the shelves ended and the dark began. Nivev. I knew her grip, strong, calloused across the palm from a threshold she had crossed once before. "Get up, Izzy." "I can't. There's too much. I know there's too much. Get up anyway." "I'm shelving. Shelve faster." I almost laughed. It came out as something else. The sound a record makes when it has reached the last page and does not know what comes after. "Izzy," her hand tightened. "You are not finished." No. I was not. I had not said my vows in my own voice. I had not told Ash with my own mouth what I kept for him. I stopped fighting the flood and let it come. All of it. Every winter, every grief, every scraped dawn. I let it pour through me and I reached, not for the shelves, not for order, but for the thing underneath. I decided what mattered. Not what to remember. What to keep. What to put in the front of the book. And what to let rest on a high shelf in a quiet room where it could stay at full weight without crushing anything beneath it. The flood did not stop, but it stopped winning. And from above, past the dark, past the threshold Neve was holding open with the whole of what she was, Ash's voice again. Not afraid, not wanting, like it was the last word of a language. I opened my eyes. Light. Solstice dawn, white gold, pouring across a circle of standing stones that looked from this angle, flat on my back on an altar stone, with Wren's iron warm at my wrist, like a crowd of old men leaning in to see if the patient would live. I would live. My lungs were clear. Not clearing. Clear. Air went all the way down for the first time in longer than I had admitted, and color came up under my skin like dawn arriving out of order. Ash was on his knees beside the altar stone, both hands on my face, his eyes wide and washed violet and utterly destroyed. Behind him, Neve, gray-faced and shaking, held upright by Cade's arms. Around the circle, the whole family staring at me with the expression of people who have just watched someone die and have not yet decided which. I looked at Ash. I looked at O'Hara. I looked at the ledger, open on the altar stone beside me, open to the page with my vows in my own hand, read by another voice, accepted by stones that had used their last breath to seal a ceremony I had slept through. "You," I said, "had my wedding without me." Ash made a sound. Not a laugh. Not a sob. something the language has not built a word for yet. That, I said, does not count. Izzy, no, I did not plan a wedding to sleep through the main event. I tried to sit up. My arms shook. Ash's hand steadied my back. I wrote the vows. I made the witness list. I argued about the gray coat. I am saying them myself, right now, with my own mouth, in front of everyone. O'Hara looked at me from the altar stone. Her ancient face was not unmoved. The stones are dark, she said. They gave everything they had. They will not light again. I am not asking the stones, I said. I am asking him. I looked at Ash, both heartbeats in my chest, mine fast, his deep, both whole, both present, both finally keeping the same time. Say them, I said, to me, while I can hear you, the kind you mean on purpose. He took my hand, the bleeding one, and he said them. Blood of my blood, bone of my bone, I give you my body, that we might be one. I give you my spirit, until our life is done. I sat up on the altar stone, Ash's arm behind me, in the white gold solstice dawn, with his whole vast life properly shelved behind my eyes and clear lungs, and a fey prince holding me as if I were the only solid thing left in the world. And I said them back, in my own voice, for the first time. Blood of my blood, bone of my bone, I give you my body, that we might be one. I give you my spirit, until our life is done. The stones were dark. The stones would stay dark. They had given their last light to a ceremony spoken by a proxy, and they would never light again, and that was right. They had done what granite does. They had held until the weight was taken by something stronger. It did not matter, because the binding had never been in the stone, it had been in the flesh, in the 4 women standing where granite had failed. And when my voice joined the circuit, the 4th voice, the last voice, the one that completed what 3 weddings had begun, everything changed. Chapter 20, Ash. Everything changed. It went through the circle like a struck bell, not in the stones, which were dark and spent and done forever, but in the flesh, in the 4 women standing where granite had failed, and it did not arrive one gift at a time, the way I am telling it now. It arrived all at once. Wraith was the first to make a sound. He was mid-sentence. Something sharp, something amused, the mask he has worn for 1,000 years, and the words died in his throat. His mouth stayed open. His eyes went wide, and the oath that had been dissolving in every brother for months slammed back into place like a door blown shut by a wind older than the courts. He could not lie. The law was back. What? He said, and could not finish, and Wren seized his arm, her iron wristlet blazing white at her pulse, bright enough to make him flinch, and said, I know, I feel it too. Hold on. Vex tried to speak, could not. Whatever diplomatic thing he had been preparing since dawn strangled itself between his teeth, and his jaw worked, and for 1 second the granite cracked open into something that looked like wonder. Leora put her hand on his chest. Breathe, she said. I am breathing. You are not. He breathed. Cade made a sound. I will not describe it. Some things brothers keep for each other, and this was his, a sound from the deep center of a man who has spent months bleeding himself dry in secret to keep his youngest brother alive, feeling his own strength pour back in through a door he had not known was open. Neve's hand found his. Her grip said everything. It's back. All of it. I have you. Then Hazel glowed. Not a metaphor. Not the solstice light. The child in Leora's arms lit from within like a lamp. Weeks old, carrying all 4 gifts in her blood before she was old enough to know what any of them meant, and laughed at the sensation, delighted by a thing that would have terrified anyone old enough to understand it. Edgar screamed 3 words in the old language from the tallest stone. I could not translate them. I understood them perfectly. And Leora, standing at the compass point with her glowing daughter in her arms and her hands still flat on Vex's chest, stopped aging. I saw it happen. The fine lines that 3 years of the bond's quiet cost had written at the corners of her eyes simply ceased, between one heartbeat and the next, forgiven. Around the circle, the gifts were still arriving, iron immunity singing through blood that had feared it for millennia, the threshold opening in minds that had never felt it before, memory settling into 8 keepers instead of 1. And I stood in the middle of the cascade and understood that I was no longer the only one carrying the record. No one would forget again. No steward would look through a prince. No wife would watch her husband's household lose him by degrees. The forgetting was over, because the keeping now lived in 8 people instead of 1, and 8 people cannot be starved the way one man, alone in a frozen house, can be starved. O'Hara was weeping, without sound, the way ancient things weep. I had watched her officiate 3 weddings and remain unmoved through all of them. She was not unmoved now. Around us, summer detonated. A quarter-mile of bloom broke out across bare granite, heather gone wild, gorse flowering out of season, warmth pouring off the spent circle like heat off a banked hearth. The old world's last exhale spent on us, and on the altar stone, dark granite, warm now, in full solstice daylight with the whole family watching, frost formed where no frost had any business forming. My frost, unhidden, unscraped, written at full strength in the old clean hand, unhurried, unashamed, is stays. Nobody would scrape them. Nobody ever would again. Vex looked at the writing, at the bloom, at his brother, alive and whole and no longer dying at the center of it. We were never the ones doing the saving, he said. No, we were not, and we are not finished. The thought arrived from the deep center of me, not the man, not the prince, the thing, and it brought the full weight of what I now was with it. Every gift, every bond, iron in my blood and the threshold in my bones, and memory at full tide and new life singing through all of it. And I looked at Izzy on the altar stone, healed, breathing, color flooding back under skin that had been gray for weeks, and the leash I had worn since before the courts had names simply was not there anymore. Out, I said. Vex looked at me. Everyone, out, now. Not a request. The temperature dropped. Not the old, desperate cold of a fading prince rationing his last reserves. This was the cold of a man at full power, and the ground knew it, and the stones knew it, and every brother in the circle knew it. Wraith moved first. He knew that tone. He took Wren's hand and crossed without a word. Vex gathered Leora and Hazel, and did not look back. Cade caught Neve, still gray from the threshold walk, and carried her through the fold with the particular care of a man who has learned what his wife will spend without asking. O'Hara went last. She looked at me once. I let her see what was on my face. She left. Edgar remained on the tallest stone. Edgar, I said. The raven looked at me with one yellow eye, then the other. Trouble, he said with satisfaction, and flew. The circle was empty. The bloom was everywhere. Heather and gorse, an impossible summer, warm under a solstice sky, and at the center of it, Izzy on the altar stone with her lungs clear and her eyes wide and both our heartbeats loud in my chest. I let the glamour go. Not faded, not slipped, dropped. The human mask, the pale lord, the gray coat, the careful manners, all of it came off, and what stood in the circle was the true thing. Sharp, old teeth. She looked at me. The full nocturne presence rolled out across the circle like a tide. The pressure that had emptied churches and unmade armies and stripped the self from every mortal thing that breathed. Not rationed. Not aimed. Simply released at full strength with nothing to spend it against and no reason left to hold it. It hit her like a wall. She did not move. The lure scrabbled at her the way it always had, searching for a grip, a loose edge, a place where the self could be pried free, and found nothing. 3 years of standing in me, 3 years of immunity, the most inconvenient woman in England. Her pulse did not change. Her breathing did not change. She looked at the teeth, at the sharp edges, at the thing under the manners that had erased a man from the world without lifting its hand. Good, she said. I wanted to see your teeth. Mine. Not the blood this time. All of me. I crossed the circle in 2 strides, and her hands were already reaching for me. Not frightened, not fleeing, reaching. And my mouth found hers, and it was not the tender kiss of a morning in a warm bed. It was the kiss I had been holding for 3 years. All of it. The full dark weight of want without a leash on it. And she met it. She met it with her hands fisted in my coat and her mouth open under mine and a sound in her throat that went through the bond like fire through dry grass. I lifted her off the altar stone and put her back against the nearest standing stone, dark granite, spent, warm from the bloom. And the frost climbed the surface behind her in a white rush, writing, every surface in the circle going white at once. She turned her head, read it. Her eyes went dark. That, she said, breathless, is filthy. Yes, it is also anatomically specific. My power has opinions. Your power has a vocabulary I did not know Frost possessed. I put my mouth against her throat. Her pulse hammered against my teeth. Not the lure, not magic. Her, Izzy, wanting a monster with her whole human body because she had looked at everything the monster was and reached for a pencil. Do not write this down, I said against her skin. I write everything down. Not this. Especially this. Her hands found the buttons of my coat, then my shirt, then skin, my skin, warm for the first time in her experience without rationing, without the terrible, careful conservation of a man spending himself to death. I was not spending. I was full. I was the most dangerous thing on this moor, and she had her hands on my chest and her mouth at my jaw. I pulled her dress open, not carefully, not the way I had undressed her in inns and haylofts. The fabric gave because everything gives when winter stops asking. Ash! Her legs came around my hips, her back against the spent stone, the bloom warm under us and the frost wild above us, and the whole empty circle of Callanish bearing witness to a thing the stones had never seen. A nocturne prince, unmasked, unleashed at full power, an immortal woman who could see every tooth in his head and wanted him anyway. I shoved her skirts up to her waist. My hand found her between her thighs, slick, swollen, soaked through the cotton, and the sound she made when I dragged the fabric aside and pushed 2 fingers inside her went through the bond like a blade. Wet, so wet it ran down my wrist. No lure, no compulsion, no magic making her body answer mine, just her, wanting the monster, with her eyes open. I dropped to my knees on the granite. Her hands went into my hair, her thighs over my shoulders, my mouth on her, hot where the frost was cold, my tongue finding the swollen center of her and working it until she arched off the stone with my name coming out of her in pieces. The frost wrote on every surface in the circle, not words, beyond words, my power putting everything it had onto every stone it could reach, and she was reading it, over my head, between gasps, her eyes moving across the frost script while my mouth moved between her thighs, and I felt through the bond the moment she understood what the frost was transcribing. Ash. Wrecked. That is not a word I knew Frost could. I answered with my tongue, and she stopped talking. She came with her heels digging into my back, and both hands fisted in my hair, and a sound that had no heading in any ledger she had ever kept. I stood. She was still shaking. I freed myself from my trousers with one hand. Her eyes dropped, dark, hungry, the look she gives a figure she intends to commit to memory, and her hand closed around my cock and stroked once, base to tip, and my vision went white at the edges. Now, she said. I pushed inside her against the standing stone. One long stroke, nothing held back. And she was so wet and so ready that I ceded to the hilt, and we both cried out. Her head falling back against the granite, my forehead dropping to her throat, the bond between us flaring so bright the frost on every surface went incandescent. The stretch of her around me, the clench, her heels locked at the small of my back, pulling me deeper. Move, she said against my ear. I did not plan a wedding to be handled gently. I moved, not gently, hard enough to make the stone complain. Hard enough that her nails scored my shoulders through the shirt and her breath came apart on every thrust. My hand dragged her thigh higher, opening her, taking her deeper. She was reading it, between breaths, over my shoulder, her eyes tracking the script while I drove into her. Every word, she managed. I am keeping every Ash. The crest gathered. I felt it build in her through the bond, felt her tighten around me, felt the tremor start low in her belly and climb. And I put my mouth against her throat where her pulse hammered and said her name, and she broke around me so hard her whole body seized and dragged me with her, the bond detonating between us, both pulses slamming the same impossible rhythm. And I came inside her with a sound that belonged to the thing under the manners, the winter with no leash, the creature she had looked at and chosen with her eyes open. We stayed against the stone, breathing, both heartbeats finding each other. The frost settled slowly on every surface in the circle, spent, satisfied. The old script readable now in the aftermath on every stone, and I watched Izzy turn her head and read it, all of it, with the particular expression of a woman surveying evidence she intends to keep for several centuries. You realize, she said, her voice wrecked and her mouth curving, that this is now carved into a national monument. The stones are dead, The frost is not. It will melt. I will remember it. Every word. I have an excellent memory. I am aware, and Ash, yes, that was considerably better than the kitchen wall. I laughed. Against her throat, against the stone, against the whole spent, blooming, impossible morning. Chapter 21, Izzy. I woke to frost on the window and his heartbeat in my chest. Not the half-bond's threadbare stutter. Not the desperate, rationed pulse that had kept me upright over a hollowing floor for weeks. This was whole. Twinned. A rhythm running alongside mine the way a river runs alongside its bank. I lay in the bed at Winterhollow, our bed, in our room, in a house that was warm for the first time without anyone spending themselves to make it so, and simply listened. He was beside me, asleep. I have never seen Ash sleep. In 3 years, I had never once caught him at it. He was always awake when I woke, always watching, always the still center of a room that arranged itself around his attention. Now he slept with one arm across my waist and his face half buried in the pillow, and his mouth slightly open, which is information I intend to deploy at the earliest tactical opportunity. I studied him, the color, the solidity, the frost on the window, not thin, desperate scrawl, but full, lush, covering the glass in patterns that looked less like writing and more like someone had handed Winter a brush and told it to stop being careful. I could read it, all of it. The memory he had poured into me at the ceremony lived in me now the way a library lives in its librarian, present, organized, available, and absolutely not crushing anything. I could feel the shelves I had built inside the flood, his mother on the second shelf from the left, his brothers as boys in the east wing, 1,000 scraped dawns filed in a room of their own with good light, properly housed at last in a mind that had always known what to do with a large collection. He had been so afraid of this. He had been so wrong. I touched his jaw. He woke the way Winter wakes, all at once, no transition, his eyes open and on me in the same breath. "You're staring," he said. "I'm studying. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Studying has better methodology." His mouth moved, almost. "How do you feel?" he asked. Like a woman who has been reliably informed she has centuries ahead of her and intends to spend the first one being smug about it. I traced the line of his jaw. "How do you feel?" "Like a man who has stopped dying and does not yet know what to do with a morning that is not an ending. I have suggestions. You always have suggestions. And they are always correct." He looked at me, the whole of him. That attention I had spent 3 years learning. The one that sees through walls and weather and every defense a woman builds between herself and the scope of how badly she wants something, turned on me now, without a single wall behind it. This was what a nocturne prince looked like when he was not spending himself. This was Ash, whole. The frost climbed the glass. "I chose you dying," he said. "I want that on whatever record you are keeping this morning." My hand stopped on his jaw. "Before the seal. Before I knew the bond might heal you rather than kill you. I chose you believing the choosing would end with a grave, because the alternative, refusing you and calling that living, was no longer something I could survive. And the magic," I said. "The magic just agreed." I climbed into his lap, which is an entirely adequate response when words run out. He caught me by the hips, warm hands. Warm the way stone is warm after a full day of sun. Not borrowed heat, not stolen his. "Izzy, if you are about to say something careful, I will be very put out. I was going to say you are not wearing anything." "Correct. You may thank my planning." His laugh was brief and low and against my throat, and I kept it the way I've kept every one, at full weight where nothing is ever set down. He laid me back and took his time, his mouth at my throat, my collarbone, the soft skin beneath my breast where a fever had lived a week ago, and now there was only heat of an entirely different order, slow, deliberate, a man with centuries ahead of him who no longer needed to rush. The frost climbed every window at once, not writing, only existing, vast, unrestrained, a visible measure of a man no longer holding anything back. "Say it," I told him, when his mouth found the crease of my hip, the inside of my thigh, the place where my pulse misbehaves. "The word your power keeps writing. I want to hear it in your voice instead of on glass." "Mine," he said, against my skin. "Not a possession, not the hungry claim of a man fighting his own choosing. Simple fact. Mine, Izzy, mine. I arched into his mouth and let him prove it. He was patient the way Winter is patient, unhurried, thorough, his mouth between my thighs until I was shaking and saying his name like something I intended to make permanent. And when he came up over me and pushed inside, slow, both of us gone still at the fullness of it, the bond flared bright between us. Not the flood. Something that had been waiting for us to stop being careful with each other. His heartbeat in my chest, mine in his. I felt him feel me and felt my own answering want at the low sound he made, the thread no longer a wall between two weathers but a single sky, both of us inside the same storm. He moved inside me deep and then deeper, one hand laced through mine over the heartbeat in my chest, and I came apart around him with both our pulses hammering the same rhythm, and felt him follow with my name in his mouth, no gaps in it at all. We lay after in a room gone white at its edges and warm at its center, both alive, both staying. How long do we have? I asked into the quiet, my head on his chest. Centuries, he said, if the bond holds. I don't forget anything, I said. The bond will hold. He was quiet. Down the thread, something moved through him that I recognized as the register he reserves for things he means entirely. That, he said, is the most romantic thing anyone has said to me in 10,000 years. I know, I said, closing my eyes. I've checked. Chapter 22. Mary Ashworth smiled at me on the village lane, and I stopped my horse without deciding to. The same smile, the hollow one. A woman standing in daylight with nothing behind her eyes. Izzy, beside me, went still. She felt it too. You don't have to, she said. No, but you are going to. Yes. I dismounted. I took Mary Ashworth's cold hand in both of mine. Memory is not only the keeping of what has been taken, it is also the returning. I poured a stolen self back into a body that had been carrying someone else's absence for years, gently. The way you pour water back into a glass that has stood empty a long while. Not a flood, patient, complete. Her eyes changed first, then her breath, catching properly, the way breath catches on a person actually inhabiting it. Then she looked at me and at Izzy and at her own hands and burst into tears that belonged, for the first time in years, entirely to her. Wraith was there before I finished. He stood at the lane's edge saying nothing at all. The oaths had snapped back at Callanish, every word out of his mouth bound again, certified, true or silent. And Wraith, who has mocked his way through centuries of grief he refuses to name, had no true thing to say that would have been worth the weight of saying it. So he let the silence stand. Izzy wrote it that night, in her own hand, under a heading she has never needed before. Restored, 1. Later, at the window, I remembered a question I had asked once in Vex's study in another life. What is it like knowing you will die? I know the answer now. You don't. You live, entry by entry, morning by morning, and the dying, when it comes, centuries from now, will be its own day. I put my palm flat against the cold glass. The frost rose to meet it, wrote in the old, clean hand what it has always written, only the name now. The second word retired at Callanish on an altar stone in daylight, a claim made once in full view of the family, and the sea being a thing that never needs writing twice. Izzy. She will read it in the morning, before I say it aloud. I have centuries to keep telling her. Behind me, the house was warm. The staff saw me. The maids laid my place. Mrs. Harrow had said good morning for the first time in years, and her eyes had held mine, and she had not known why the sight of her lord at the breakfast table made her want to weep. Winterhollow remembered its master. The Iron Age could build its railways from coast to coast. It would not make a difference. We are not what we were. We are more. 4 princes with iron in their blood and thresholds in their bones, and memory shared across 8 keepers, and new life singing through all of it. The old Fae were dying. These Fae are permanent. The humans married into us, and we married into them, and the thing that came out the other side is something this island has never seen before. Let the courts across the sea take note. Let whatever Edgar sees coming take note. The soft brother, the gentle one, the one they forgot to be afraid of. I erased a man from the world for drawing a knife near her. I poured a woman's stolen self back into her body on a village lane. I held my wife against a standing stone at the top of the world, and the frost wrote things on dead granite that will outlast the granite. We were never the gentle ones. We merely wore it well. Down the corridor, Edgar sat on the windowsill of the East Gallery, looking south. I found him there when I left the study. Wraith was leaning against the opposite wall, arms crossed, watching the dark beyond the glass with the particular stillness of a predator who has scented something on a wind nobody else can feel. Edgar is seeing clearly these days, Wraith said. The raven did not turn from the window. Trouble, Edgar said to the dark. Not a warning, an invitation. Wraith's mouth curved, not the charming smile. The other one. Good, he said. I looked south, past the borders, past the moors, toward lands with courts and names and old complicated things the brothers have never chosen to bring home. Good, I agreed. The frost on the glass behind me wrote her name. The raven watched the south. The house was warm, and the staff were awake, and the railway was coming, and the fae were staying, and the world, for the first time in a very long while, had something new to worry about. We intend to give it plenty. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of The Viscount of Winter, written by Delilah Duvall, narrated by Isadora Blythe.